Alrighty, I am here. What's happening, y'all? I'm joined with the fabulous Pegasus Rush, who's going to be accompanying me for some fun times.
Hello, hello. I'm excited.
Yes, today's
The schedule is stacked.
it's an absolutely huge day today. Um, we've got Soup Kavoth, then we've got Out of Pescana, then we've got Kaiba, Hell's Ravage. Plus, there's some other games we might get to, and then we got Moscow Mini Yeti, and there's also Mr. Tunison. I don't think we're going to cover them all today. I doubt it, but we'll see. It might happen. Who knows?
You're not gonna cover Mr. Tunison?
We might cover them. Who knows? No, I'm just kidding. We're going to cover Mr. Tunison at the very end for sure, and definitely Moscow Mini Yeti. But there's like 3 other Challengers League series going on today.
You need a lot of manpower for this day.
Yes. Wait, what? Okay, it's fine. I am a little bit. I'm not seeing stuff on my on my game at the moment. I'm not able to click multiplayer. Hang on, let me restart.
Oh my god.
Come on, Age Mythology. Retry sync. Changes from Steam Cloud have not yet been downloaded to this device. Okay, then download them. Why are you unhappy? What if I click this button? Hello? I'm about to cry. This is not ideal. Hang on, let me restart Steam. Maybe that's the trick. We have Oh, we can talk about the matchup for today right now. We've got Soup and Kavoth. So Kavoth being the winner of the previous S-tier tournament. Soup also doing quite well in that Mythic Wars tournament as well. You got any thoughts on the matchup while I'm panicking to fix my life?
Yes, so Kavoth is obviously the favorite, but if we look at the last series, B beat Kavoth 3-2, and then after that Soup swept B 3-0. So what are we thinking? Is it Soup better than B, better than Kavoth? Question mark.
Yeah,
I don't know.
who knows?
It's kind of interesting.
It's actually this series actually matters a ton as well, just for the playoff situation. Like getting first in the group is like it gives you the best chance to get to like the next round, because you obviously like the first place will play like a second place from a different group, right? So and then also I think if I could be wrong, but I think the loser of this series is third place, no matter what. I haven't quite worked it out. We could jump over to the standings and have a look a bit later, but
even if it's like 3-2, I thought they would both qualify. I'm not sure.
They will all qualify. They'll all get through. But if hang on, let's just go through it. If Kavoth wins, everyone will be on 2 series wins. So then it goes on to plus minus, which I think, regardless of what happens here, Kavoth. Actually, Soup might beat. Hang on, I don't actually know. I'm very confused. Hang on. I'm going to jump over to the standings and I'm going to take a look at it.
So the first 2 people of every group advance. Is that right?
So it's the top 2 go to the main bracket, and the third place goes to the losers bracket. So they lose a life, basically.
I see.
So B is 2 series wins, Soup is 2 series wins, Kavoth is 1 series win. Soup is way in front on plus minus though. But if Kavoth were to say 3-0 Soup today, he would go up to 4 series wins and Soup would go down to 2 series wins. So then Kavoth would come first in the group there, and then the Soup 3DB kind of head-to-head would knock in, and Soup would, well, either way, Soup is in front on plus minus as well, so Soup would go second. But if Soup wins, then I think 3DB would be second and Kavoth would be third, actually. Anyways, let's jump over the draft.
This
and
is
have
very
a look at
important for Kavoth. Yeah.
So these guys are going to get started relatively soon. So are you going to jump in, or do you want me to screen share? I can't remember what we worked out.
Try to jump in. Let me go into the game.
Anyways, I got a draft here. It's an interesting one. An interesting draft. Kavoth's grab, obviously both players here taking the Tsukuyomi as their ace pick, even though it's like clearly not the best guard. Then Kavoth grabs, actually we see Susanoo ban and a Gaia ban from Soup. Kavoth takes Nuwa. Soup takes Shenong Fushi. Kavoth takes Isis Chronos. Then there's an Uranus Thor for Soup. Amaterasu Freyr for Kavoth. And Loki for Soup.
Okay, we know both players mean business. Both players are not messing around when there are no Greeks in the draft. Okay, and this is serious, guys.
And the only has anyone managed to use Greek successfully with outside of TheMista versus Chasing the Sun? Has there been any other Greek players?
Which is a massive skill gap. We saw who lost yesterday, Zeus versus Tsukuyomi.
Oh, there was
it Matrius versus Matador? Yeah.
I think he was
and
close.
He played
there.
well.
Yeah, he was close there. He just clicked ceasefire instead of restoration. Like, how can you make that mistake?
It's unfortunate the amount of damage you have to do, but we might potentially see the first Tsukuyomi mirror. Maybe not.
All right, these guys are going to be off to the races soon, I think. Actually, I don't know what their first matchup is going to be. It's on Blue Lagoon, and it's a Isis Shenong. Now, the history between these two is pretty it's been pretty obvious most of the time. I think Soup has had what I like to call a bit of a mental block versus Kavoth. Every time he goes up against Kavoth, he seems to kind of make some very silly mistakes. Like, I remember an example, he was played like a Freya game or something, and he accidentally ran his Berserk into the town center, losing that early on. And he doesn't make those mistakes against people normally. So we'll see if he's going to be able to overcome that little bit and give himself the best chance to win. But Kavoth's style does somewhat counter Soup's style, which is like Soup is a very aggressive or even maybe cheesy type player, and Kavoth is a very reactionary type player who plays well into those sorts of ideas. So it's an interesting, it's very interesting.
Kavoth's presence is very menacing.
Yeah.
I actually played him a few games before this started.
Oh.
I can tell you he's as Kavoth can get. So you have that.
Yeah. I find I don't know about you, but I find there's like if you're like training, right, and you get to a certain level, oftentimes when you stop playing for a lot, you can like maintain that level to some degree. So even though Kavoth right now, he's obviously quite busy with a whole bunch of real life stuff, he's still playing the game pretty heavily considering. But I think maybe he's not actually pushing his level higher. He's definitely like maintaining where he was at in the last tournament.
It's not bad to play less in some instances it can be beneficial. You just you just get into this zen state sometimes where you don't play that much and all your decision making just clicks.
Yes. All right. Well, I mean, we could talk about the matchup a little bit. We got Isis and Shenong on Blue Lagoon.
Blue Lagoon.
My my experience in this one is that the Isis player generally has a pretty big timing, especially if the Shenong player is going to go into like mass qual through type ideas. There's this big fat timing that the Isis player can hit before those qual through pay themselves off, if that makes any sense. So, I mean, it obviously depends on everything leading up to that moment. But if it's just a big boom off, then often the onus is on the Shenong player to get a really good defense in.
We saw this, I think, Recon versus Repel. Maybe he was Fushi, I think, instead of Shenong. But yeah, he was Fushi. But it's an interesting matchup. I think the camels are just a really great unit versus the immobile Chinese army. You can choose the fights, you can get the map control.
Yeah, for sure. And there's also like, siege towers, kind of difficult to kill if you have to deal with camel riders because you're making halberdier or something like that. You don't have the right high base damage units to sort of take them out. You have to build Dow or light horse cavalry or something like that. So things can fall pretty quick.
Especially Shenong, he's not known to go for cavalry, so he's going to be very immobile in this game.
Yeah. But then again, there is the win con for Shenong here to just kind of stay alive. If you stay alive for long enough and you get some mythic age, you get your upgrades, then your army just goes into unkillable mode. Very cheap unkillable mode at that. I think life gets pretty difficult on the ISIS side. Super late game here.
I think it can come down to like the main weakness of China players is that the way they build their base, they don't feel the need to wall. Just the camel's gonna run all over the place.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're about a minute until we're going to jump into the game. Normally I just pause it at like 2-3 seconds because there's this weird bug that happens when there's a delay and the game starts jittering on the observe thing. I don't know if you've noticed that before, but we have to do a little cheeky pause and then we can 3, 2, 1 into the whole thing. Is there any
You're gonna pause at the start of the game?
Yeah. Just give it like a second or two and then pause. Otherwise the jitter stays in there. Have you ever tried doing like a big fat classical fight with Shenong in this one? Like just making, I don't know.
I've only ever been playing Fushi, but I play Fushi like I'm playing Shenong anyways. And so I always try to make these units and try to out micro my opponent. But not versus Egyptian. Like, what can you do versus Egyptian? I think a slinger opening from Egyptians pretty nice versus China. Like, just a few slingers.
The Javelineer should... Well, we'll see what happens in the game. We're going to load in now. We could talk about it even more. Okay, we have an out of sync. I have to reload in. Living the dream.
Yeah, I got an out of sync too.
Okay. It'll work on as long as the game list refreshes for me and I don't get brutalized here. You should be able to jump in. Should be fine.
Okay, I pause. No, wait, I can't pause.
Okay,
there we go.
We'll pause 2 seconds.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
Alrighty, off to the races. Game number 1 here. In the bottom left-ish of the map, we have Kavoth playing as Isis and Soup playing as Shenong. I'm joined with Pegasus Rush, the Great. I'm excited.
Thank you. Yes, Shenong versus Isis. We're gonna see very standard openings here. Isis with the monument and the wood for the pickaxe. And I think the Shenong one is gonna be interesting because he's gonna go 3 Quafu, 4, 5. That's soup.
Yeah.
You never know.
Well, Here's the cool thing about what Soup's doing, and I've been screaming at every Shenong player to start doing this. He has a perfect map for it as well, though he could have gone, even if he didn't have this wood line, if you have a straggler tree on the other side, you can do this corner silo. You can put it a little bit off of the gold mine is fine as well. But anyways, you do the corner silo, and now your Shenong farms get placed on it, and all of a sudden there's no possible raids on that position. So you can take a really, really late advance, no problems. You put the giraffe onto your town center like he's doing here as well, and any sort of Anubites that are going to charge into this main base and try and get value, they're not going to get anything. So yeah, Soup can go 4 Quailfu, 5, well, probably not 5, but 4 Quailfu opening here and have a huge eco.
I agree. You might want to just turn me down a little on Discord. People saying I'm loud compared to you.
Okay. Let's try that. And if it's still loud, please let us know. I will do my best.
Yeah, and we see Soup's build is very crisp. He gathered exactly enough wood. He has 150 wood right now to drop a temple. Now he's on gold.
Yeah, and you kind of want to get this temple out as fast as you possibly can as well. Just, I mean, depending on what sort of opening you're going for. If you get it, it might even be worth it to grab it before this Quailfu, just on the fact that you get another big boost of favor if you are going for that like mass early game Quailfu idea, which does kind of make me feel like Soup's only going to go for 3 and then advance. Now, I guess if you continue that line of thinking, like why would you go 4 Quailfu when you can go 3, drop a second talent center and get an extra couple out much faster? So if he does want to play 2 town center Shenong here, it's going to be an option. He's got a really nice second town center, especially with Earth Wall in this one. Got back gold mine, side food. It's looking very, very nice.
But you never know. At this level of play, going for blind second TC is so risky. We saw Recon punish with Sphinx the other day. It was brutal. Won him the game probably.
It's pretty safe. It's pretty safe with Shenong though, because all you need is 5 favor and 75 wood, and you can just garrison and put the pioneers over there, and you pretty much play around everything. You do have to make sure you don't get too greedy with your pioneers and try and harass early if you are going for that town center. That's kind of probably where the mistakes lie. So you do have to be aware of these things. But I know Kavoth, and Kavoth loves his Anubites, so I don't know if you can deny with Anubis.
Anubites are very good versus TC Foundation. If you just have the pioneers there, you're more than fine.
Yeah. Can hidden pioneers attack? They can attack, but as soon as they attack, they will be visible. And they're visible for a few seconds before they go back to... They have to sit there for a few seconds before they go invisible again. But I could be wrong here. This is looking very much like Soup is doing some town center business. He's got 9 villages on wood at the moment. He's taking everything off of food for the time being. So he's going to shoot up. He's going to get a bunch of pioneers out. And then he'll also be able to drop the town center behind all of this. But I think also Kavoth, you know Kavoth, he likes a defensive game. He's going to go for his town center most likely. But maybe not straight away. Get some units out, put some pressure on, and then maybe a little later.
Yeah, we got the second Anubite queued up. A lot of obelisks. Yeah, let's see how this goes.
There's actually nowhere for... There's no weak points for Soup at the moment. He's actually dropped the farms down already.
Oh, you're right. That's so clean, man. That's so nice. Soup looking prepared here. He knows he's in the head of Kavoth right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Soup's at his best. When he gets to play like the game that he's planned. Like he doesn't get taken out of anything. He's not trying to cheese. He's just, no, I'm just going to play this thing and it's going to get me into a really good position. And then he's going to try and find his advantage from there. But he hasn't dropped the town center yet. We do see a barracks coming up for Kavoth as well. So it's going to be a bit of a funky one. Maybe a couple of units just to make sure he can get his good town center up. There are two pioneers over there just harassing. So we have got the Quailfu coming through and a plague of serpents down. I think this Quailfu might actually end up falling, though there is access for one. There is access for one prosperous seeds if Soup needs it.
Yeah, the snakes are not actually myth units, so they don't get bonus damage. Oh, there's the prosperous seed. Very, very well played by Soup.
Yeah, there is like some cheese you can do when you send. Ooh, relic gets dropped. There is some cheese you can do where you send a villager forward and you steal the.
Look at the Anubites.
Yeah, they'll get a little bit of damage. Do you think they kill this? No. Ooh. Nice snipe from Soup.
Yeah. Massive value from the farm right there.
Yeah, that like sneaky thing, he's got 4 in there. You don't even see it. You have to notice them going in beforehand, and then just shunk, 4 arrows come out, and it's a dead Anubite.
I really hate snakes, man.
These servants.
Yeah.
I think they're okay at the moment.
Just the mental damage.
The mental
like
damage.
Head,
That's right. It's just mental damage. And he's trying to take out the Shinong farms here to open this gold mine up. I'm pretty sure you can repair this without moving off the farm as well. You'd have to just hit Alt V, and then and then you just repair it. But he's not doing it, and the farm might actually die here. It's a lot of value in this farm. 100 wood. I mean, technically 100 wood, but yeah, wow. And he's just kind of letting it happen. Didn't even try and repair. I'm surprised. Maybe Soup doesn't know you can repair it. You can't repair it if you just right click. You have to hit the hotkey, because otherwise it'll want you to gather from it by default.
Yeah, and we got Kavoth here on a second TC, gathering resources. He's chilling at this point. It's going as perfectly as it can for him. He got some damage here, some damage there with the Anubites and snakes. And smooth sailing from here.
Yeah, but I would also say Soup, while he did lose one farm, like look at his eco. I think he's in an insanely good spot. He just has to survive. Like that second gold mine is going to be somewhat of an issue. Right in front of the town center. It's a big point of attack for Kavoth. He does get a Quailfu pick there and a peasant. And maybe another peasant as well.
So messy.
Wow.
I wanted to ask, and I saw this one time in the patch notes, like similar to the Tango, when they jump, they have a half a second delay where they can't move.
Yep.
I thought this is supposed to apply for Anubites too, so why is it not?
It
Am I
does.
mistaken?
It does, no?
Does?
I think so.
I don't think... I feel like it can be bugged. Let's see it
maybe.
jump.
Yeah, see how they stop a little bit?
Compared to the Tengu...
The Tengu's is longer for sure. Yeah, the Tengu's is longer.
Oh. Okay.
Anyways.
I think if there's one takeaway, if you're watching at this high level of play, and sometimes you're wondering what makes these players so good, I think the most important takeaway in this like 4, 5, 6 minute period is just in this game it's obelisks and lanterns. The most important thing is just scouting what your opponent is doing.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't know what your opponent's doing, then that's just like an opportunity for you to get caught out. And any moment that something just kind of gets... You slip something by your opponent, like you get out an extra couple of myth units and they don't see it, or you get out a bit of a tech switch and you don't see it, or whatever, like you really do get punished in Age of Mythology. So like that knowledge is power thing is gigantic.
And Kavoth is so good at this. Even when I've played him a few games ago, he's just like he's so good at like not giving you the information that what he's doing. Like suddenly I was fighting 5 Stymphalian birds out of nowhere versus Kavoth.
Yeah. Yeah, he's actually a bit of a master of hiding of his units, like especially the important ones. Like you'll often see he'll drop a Migdol and then he'll put a whole bunch of camel riders inside the Migdol. And if you know that he does that, then sometimes he'll build one camel rider into the Migdol And you're like, okay, he's doing his camel rider thing, and then all of a sudden he's mythic age. So it's like, yeah, there's a lot of trickery in the Kavoth playstyle.
And we see here he went for Sobek. Sobek, what's it? Well, it's probably camels.
Yeah, normally
He didn't use prosperity yet.
Normally, Kavoth likes to set up for Petsukos. They're very, very useful in this matchup as well because you're going to be able to take out, the Baihu. You're going to be able to take out the Chillin. You're going to be able to take out any sort of flying myth units as well. All of that stuff. It's just a very, very nice counter myth unit as well as just zoning in general.
This is, I think, a bit unusual from Kavoth. He seems to be more aggressive than he usually is, dropping a siege tower in front of his face, attempting to take down the main base. Not very Kavoth-like, if you ask me.
No, but I think what Kavoth wants to do, and I could be wrong, I think he wants to just walk forward and just plant a Migdol in Soup's face here, if he can.
We do have the lightning weapons and the Fey beasts here, which is big, massive power spikes.
Yeah, 2 big ones. There is also Locust as well, and that's going to get dropped down, and also take out all the berries, and the villagers have to run too. So that's always nice.
This is such an annoying timing. Like, if Soup had just like 30 more seconds, he'd be in a much better position, but Kavoth is hitting him in that perfect sweet spot right now.
Yeah, and while it's all happening, he's got a guard and a Nubite on this second gold mine. Sure, there's the farms there keeping things safe, but it's still like, man, I got to get over there and deal with that as well. Yeah. So the Locust doesn't only just kill berries; it kills herdables as well. So I think it kills off the chickens.
Oh, it kills berries?
Yeah, it kills berries, kills chickens, kills herdables.
Oh my god, I have no idea. Thank you, Boit.
So there's like 2 options now for Kavoth. He's got 70 favor. So option number 1 is drop prosperity, build a whole bunch of Petsugos. Option number 2 is just wait for prosperity to come off cooldown and just use it again. It's only 2 minutes. So you have like a minute of downtime and you drop and you head to next prosperity and your economy is just absolutely gigantic.
We see Kavoth with the Zodiac macro right now, just full-on golden wood army. This is like Zodiac if Zodiac was a beast right now.
Oh, that Fey Beast?
Speaking of beasts, Fey beasts.
Yeah, Fey Beast comes down. It gets dealt with pretty easily there. The priest numbers are very, very nice. And even with this lightning weapons, there's just kind of nothing remaining. And Soup, I think, is in full panic mode. He's at nearly 2k food. He's not really able to spend that. What are you going to build with that food? You don't want to build halberdier. You want to build javelineer, if anything.
Healing that siege tower is so brutal.
It's actually so insanely strong, and that's the first game there for Kavoth. He is looking terrifying here. That was one brutal timing attack.
Yeah, the ballistics on those chariots was just icing on the cake. Like, he took advantage of the fact that Shenang is not gonna go for a lot of cavalry, so he switched to chariots and it paid off.
I mean, I'm actually interested. Okay, so the difference on economy here, sorry, military resource value at about 12 minutes when this attack kind of started, it was kind of equal. There's a bit of an advantage for Kavoth. And then we move through for the next minute or so, and then the advantage jumps up to about 2k differential there. All resource total, Soup is in front, right? Up until he starts dying. He's in front by a little bit. I think this is just a macro problem from Soup. I don't know where it all went wrong, but he is floating. I mean, both players are kind of floating resources, but Soup is floating a lot. Maybe tournament jitters for game number 1, or just not prepared for what Kavoth was throwing at him.
Absolutely. Maybe Soup didn't have time to warm up before these games, but if he just spent those resources, made some Dao swordsmen here with the Rochelle upgrades for the Pierce armor, he would be in such a great spot.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's jump back over to the draft, see what they're going to pick for game number 2. And yeah, we'll see what's going to happen.
It's just game number 1. Even when I play in tournaments, like game number 1, just I never let that get to my head. It's kind of whatever.
Yeah, you just have to put game number 1 somewhere completely different. Like it's just you're just warming up into the whole thing. I don't know how many game 1s I actually
in my head.
I think I always lost game 1.
In my head, like they win game 1, I'm like, they kind of suck. It's whatever. I'm gonna show you how they suck. You just want to be delusional.
That's right. All right. So our second game, though, I think we're moving on to. I want to guess this is Ghost Lake just because of the god picks, but let me just double check. It is Ghost Lake, and it's going to be a Thor versus Kronos game.
Oh, how ethical!
How ethical! I mean, we see Thor a lot on this map. I think, like, I understand the Thor pick. With that dwarven mine can really save you a lot of the times, and we've seen Kronos on this map like a butt ton as well, but not recently. I don't think. But maybe I mean
we've been saying this exact same matchup on this map for like the past year, to be honest. I don't know why.
You go back to like Mr. Magic, right? And it was literally this matchup. It was in that Leto Automaton Rush's unbeatable era, and then Mr. just doesn't throw a Dwarven Armory down and just breaks it like it's nothing. Now, I guess the question here is, does Soup have that in him? He is a incredibly greedy archaic age player. He is easily the most greedy top player who for the archaic age. Everything else is kind of normal for Soup. But that archaic age, he's just like, give me everything. I want it all. And against Kronos, you can get into some hot water if you do that.
Yeah, versus Soup, I'm like, is my game bugged? Did he advance?
That's right. That's it. It's like, oh no, he's like 545. Oh, okay. Like, what has he done? Oh, he's just gone early upgrades, and yeah, he's probably going to have an extra 250 resources than you think right now. That's about,
Yeah, I remember the game that you were talking about. I think Mista made like 2,000 Herser and had like a bajillion favor and made a bajillion trolls.
Yeah,
it's back when what is it? Hammer of Thunder was OP.
Yeah, I mean, you can still, you can. Okay, I wanna take this. Hammer of Thunder was OP. It's still good now. You can still do that strat. It's still good. It's just not. It's not crazy broken. That's still good.
You heard it here, guys.
Everything's good. If something gets nerfed, doesn't mean that it's bad. I'm gonna keep on saying that.
It's like half as good, right?
Yeah,
it's not half as bad. It's half as good.
Exactly. All right. We're about to jump into game number 2 here. I need to put points up for people. What's happening? My brain. Okay. All right. I'm gonna no out of sync this time. Let's go. I'm gonna pause at 2 seconds. Let me know when you're there.
Wait. Not pausing. Oh shit.
If you go past
it, 7 seconds. Can you go?
Yeah, that's fine. Alrighty. And we're gonna 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty. Game number
Kronos
2
versus Thor.
Yeah. And it's 2 gold mine Ghost Lake. So this is going to be a nice one here for Soup. And we do see Soup behaving. For the first time in his entire life, he's behaving. He doesn't throw a Dwarven Armory down. Let's go.
That's wild. I'm surprised he didn't do his 2 Berserker, 2 1 Armory. Wait, okay, that's a temple. Wait, that's a temple. That's super early.
Yeah. His plan here is to basically survive, get an early Hursar out, and then doesn't even matter if he advances late if he's already got a Hursar out, because he can just pull back underneath his town center, and then whatever comes his way, he's going to be able to knock it down, so unless he doesn't advance super late. You can do a 15 population advance, you can do a 14 population advance, 13 population advance. If Kavoth decides to not go crazy rush, which he is deciding to go for the crazy rush, but even if he doesn't, then you can actually rush in with those Hursar and actually get some revenge damage done while you drop your armory and then get your upgrades out. So there is a very, very nice route through this matchup, regardless of what the Kronos player decides to do.
Even the early favor from the relics is gonna be nice, especially for Norse. They kind of struggle with favor early.
Yeah. But this is
But Deacon is definitely coming, but he can easily, he can easily retreat to the back gold mine.
yeah, he's got plenty of options. But the only real problem is, sure, you got a Hursar out to deal with the initial Prometheans when you get to the next stage. But if he's going to take this super long route to the classical age, which it looks like it, he's still going to have to deal with Caraballista, which aren't easy to kill in the slightest.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about them. I think, do you know if, so they recently nerfed the pierce armor of infantry. Did that apply to Hursar?
No, it's only generalist. So it's only
Maybe it
like Berserk, Hoplite, Spearman, etc. Yeah. But we are seeing...
But I think that was a gigantic...
We're seeing
it
Leto.
was a gigantic buff to cheer you, Ballista.
Yes, they got...
What?
They got huge. Yeah, I think Kavoth forgot about this this idea we were talking about beforehand. But this is still good because Soup is playing greedy. Like, this is a late advance time in this matchup, so he's going to get value with these automatons early on. And then on top of that, you can use the Caraballista still and leave them on top of spider eggs. So if raiding cavalry come through, they're not going to be able to kill anything.
Soup! Come on, Soup, why you do this to me?
Yeah, and not only that, the automatons can literally just heal themselves while they kill off the one Hursar that's out here.
Right, and he's not even upping. He can up, right? He doesn't need another temple.
Yeah, he doesn't need it. Oh, low HP villager!
Does he?
Oh no. Oh no. Soup. Oh
This
no.
is so worth
Oh
it
no,
from...
Soup. Oh no. It's one dead. One dead villager. More automaton coming through. Now 4 SETI on the way. This is so late. Oh dear.
Yeah, and he's just repairing himself.
Like, I want to just go back to the very start of this game. The simple... Oh, and he spots another low HP villager over on the wood. The simple way to play around this... And we said resign already. My god.
Nah! Soup!
Oh no.
I'm so sad.
Okay, let me walk you through my counter for this. And this is with all the Norse gods. When I play versus Kronos, the first thing I do is I kick my Berserk. I don't care about goats. I'm sending it straight to my opponent's base. And I'm searching for that mana. If I see a mana, I go, okay, they're not rushing me. If I don't see a mana, maybe they've hidden it. Okay, this is like me giving away secrets. Maybe they're going to time shift it off to a corner to like bait me or whatever. But anyways, if I see a mana, I know they're not rushing me. If I don't see a mana, now I go, okay, you're going for the 15 pop. We have to also advance quick. And I don't think Soup did that. I don't think he went forward. I don't think he saw anything. And yeah, he just did not.
Don't even scout. Just respect your opponent.
Well, you could also just do that as well.
Against Kronos.
Yeah, I mean, this is
I know he knew. I know he knew. That's what he knew. It's pissing me off.
Yeah. Well, actually might be the fastest win thus far in this Champions League group stage. All right, well, let's jump back over to the draft and see what Game 3's got in store for us. actually like shook a 2 gold mine ghost like ended in 4 minutes. That just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I saw you advance like 315 with Thor the other day.
Yeah. Yeah. You can be the one. You can just put a forward temple down and be the one killing him. That'd be fun. Send one Hersa back to your base. Send the rest into their base. Enjoy.
Oh wow.
All right. Well, we're actually already jumping into game number 3. These guys are raring to go, trying to get this this series over in a heartbeat. They've already had enough. Let me through to the playoffs, they say. We're going on Anatolia, and it's an Amaterasu versus
my
Loki.
favorite map. Yes.
Okay.
I love Amaterasu so much.
Oh yeah, she's really fun. I think there's like when she sort of came out, everyone was like, "Oh, I just built samurai," but there's so much stuff inside of her that you can do. That, like, of course you can do the samurai, but you just got so many options.
Yeah, there's so much stuff inside of her for sure. I really like the 1-1-1 idea with the Japan.
The 1-1-1, yeah, you can. Yeah, this. What was I playing as? That same game yesterday. I was playing against the guy who went mass Yumi Archer. And I was like, I can't kill these bloody Yumi Archer with Norse. What's happening? I just can't get it. They're too strong. they weren't too strong, but it's like they were just a menace. Getting so much value
Just
out of
annoying. They're just annoying, especially when you have players like Matador playing with horse archers. Just a nightmare.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, Anatolia, historically, Loki has always been kind of like a dark horse on this map. Like, kind of works if you have enough experience in it. There's like so many good gods for soup on this map, but yeah.
But if there's a civ that you want versus samurai, surely it's out of sync.
It's okay.
Surely it's the civ with throw and axeman, right?
Throwing axeman, or fire archer or throwing axeman. Yeah, one of those two.
But throw and axeman also don't have the weakness of archers. Is that when cavalry is mixed in, the archers start sucking. But throw and axeman are still good versus cav.
Yeah, they're not bad, yo. Yeah, you're right. Can my game please refresh? Refresh.
Oh, what time are you on?
I'm not in yet. I got out of sync and then my game list is...
Okay, I'm waiting for you.
Ugh. Do I have to... I think I might have to... Okay, hold on. Let's try this. Try to do this secret. The secret reset business. I'll give a tip out to the Mr. in Twitch chat. Never ever argue with Twitch chat.
Huge tip.
Okay, we're good to go now. What are you paused at?
I'm at like 34 seconds.
Okay, I'll just zoom to that. 30 seconds. Okay, and 3, 2, 1, go. I hit the wrong button. Okay, now we're in. On the left-hand corner of the map, we have Amaterasu for Kavoth. On the right-hand corner of the map, we have Soup as the Loki. And both players are going to be enjoying putting their docks to the top side of the map.
It's a spicy matchup. Amaterasu is just very tricky to play against. Do I fight her and give her Bushido, or do I not fight her and also give her Bushido? That's the question.
Yeah, one thing was funny watching Soup play B yesterday was Soup was actually just like, you know what? I'm going to take a losing fight. It was literally he was taking losing fights. but he was forcing them. And they weren't like terribly losing. He was like losing by just a little bit. And it ended up him just building up his Bushido and him being able to basically just get to heavy and be in a good spot against MB, and then a tech switch away from, basically a tech switch into cavalry, forcing out some counter cavalry units, and then a tech switch then into samurai to take out everything, and it was just like a little bit too much. Now, I don't necessarily know if you need to go that crazy on the whole thing, but yeah, there's lots of options.
I think Kavoth is being a little greedy here with like 2 shrines. That's a lot of wood. Let's not go into water.
Wait, did he get Kagura? Oh, he did. Okay, so he didn't train it. He didn't train it. Okay. And Soup is doing classic Soup. He puts a dock on the front here and says, if you're not going to take that water, I will take it all.
Oof, yeah, it's a nice dock.
A little trick here with the villager, and I think Kavoth is going to be doing this, is you can actually tag team him with the Kitsune. And you can do 2 things, actually. You can speed walk the villager, but also just having it next to the villager or moving with the villager is also going to be 4 speed. So you can get the villager over to the side very quickly with Japan.
Oh man, that's so try hard.
Very try hard. Yeah. This is tournament business, Peggy.
Yeah. Let's get the villager there 0.3 seconds faster.
All right. Let's think about this. There's obviously the Tengu. There's also Raiju in the heroic age. The Tengu makes a lot more sense to want to go for on a map like this where you can potentially get gold starved. However, Loki also wants to go for Hersa if he can. But also, do you want to go for Hersa versus Samurai? So Samurai Tengu is probably the composition to be worried about here as Loki, would you say?
I just think you always go Tengu. There's absolutely nothing. And he doesn't have Scotty. Look, he doesn't have Scotty, so cannot freeze them.
Yeah.
And you just jump on the throne X-Men and run. Jump and run. The Hersa are never gonna catch you. It's pretty annoying.
Do you think... so recently the Mountain Giant finally got its bonus versus myth units buff. If you go to Jotuns and make Mountain Giants, is that somewhat of an answer?
Shogun.
Yeah. That makes
pretty
life
sad.
tough.
The Walking Woods versus Shogun? Nah.
Yeah, fair enough. That's I keep on forgetting that unit really shuts myth units down. Needs to not do that so hard. Killing them off is fine, but like the mass samurai you get is... Anyways, let's not go there.
I expect it to get nerfed.
Yeah.
The amount of damage you need for samurai from the Shogun.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's plenty of ways to give it a little nudge in the right direction. But Heimdall for Soup is...
What?
Very interesting.
Okay. That's insane, if you ask me.
He's obviously got an idea here. Whether it's for like safeguard and spamming out a whole bunch of towers or hill forts, or if it's just for the Rickstula to get him to the heroic age or mythic age really fast.
At least you can spam heroes, okay? You know, he could have been Greek, worst case scenario, but he's not.
Yeah.
Best case scenario versus Tengu is obviously the priests, in my opinion.
Yeah,
because they bypass the armor.
Priests and Atlanteans seem like they can, with the cheaper heroes, you can kind of get them.
Villager pick. Oh no, solar shield.
That's a big win there for Soup. He's got to be happy. Like getting out the free solar shield, and also grabbing a whole bunch of favor in. Rickstula already queued up. Just needs the gold to grab it.
If Soup can win the water, then he has a good chance at winning the game. But even then, Amaterasu is that kind of crazy. She can even win without water.
Well, he might win the bottom side of the water, fine. what about the top side of the water? He's only got 2 docks up there.
Bottom side. If
Samurai.
he can just survive on the top, he'll be in a great spot.
That's absolutely true. Got the cheeky Kamotachi in the main base now. Nope, never mind, it's dead.
Still good favor.
Yeah.
This is one nice thing about Norse, like other civs just gain nothing from killing those weasels, but Norse can get some favor.
Yeah, you get Japan gets Bushido or if you at Ivory Netsuke, I've had a couple of games where I managed to, well, in the last patch, not this one, but in the last patch I got Ivory Netsuke Juragumo to get huge amounts of gold early on. But yeah, it's Norse and Japan are the only ones that really enjoy the weasel.
And seems the soup cleaned out the bottom side of the water. You gotta be happy about that. And he's very close to heroic right here.
Oh yeah, but also Kavoth doesn't really need to leave the classical age, right? Like he can just sit back and mass samurai. He basically has every unit that he wants, apart from the Tengu in this classical age. Like samurai, Yumi Archer. What else do you want? Naginata Rider.
Yeah, but you might as well advance for the Tengu, for the Shogun. Plenty of resources on this map.
Yeah.
Especially, he has a shrine on both of the gold mines, which is gonna be like an extra 1,000 gold.
Onimusha, dive into the west end. Save it. Okay, we'll do that.
Ooh, that's a lot of favor though.
Into the west end. Run. Okay, never mind. It's big brain plays. Too big brain for the main stage.
But losing the Onimusha is so... It's so insanely expensive.
Yeah,
it's just painful to even look at how much it costs.
Yeah. She be pricey. But
I hate building that unit, just like... I'll deal with the myth units myself, don't worry about it. So many fishing ships from Soup right now. He's gotta be happy about that. He does not have the upgrade.
yeah.
Well,
It's like he doesn't even...
Both has.
He wants Bragi here? Okay. That's the Kamotachi get in. This is the most dangerous thing playing against the Matarasu. It's just you can look away for 1 second and all of a sudden you just lose 5 villages.
I think he did just lose exactly 5
Yeah.
villagers. So.
And they're also quite...
Man,
they're also the same speed as the Hersa, so... They will literally have to chase them around non-stop. There's another like...
Oh no!
More idle time. Loses one. A little bit unlucky there from Kavoth, but he doesn't even matter. He gets it back from the Goshinboku tree.
And then the Goshen Boku tree is so nice for Tengu as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And then they've... does the Matarasu have Orchid Nushi, the one with the God Power Refresh? I can never remember. She does, yeah.
No. Wait, she does?
Yes, she does. So then you can get Divine Prefecture, and then your Goshinboku tree works even faster, both of them.
Right.
You can enjoy like Omuraki or more Tengu, whatever you feel like. And
Okay, so heroic. Kavoth is late on his heroic, so Soup's trying to catch up by dropping a TC. It's gonna be very nice for him. Such an aggressive TC.
The game plan now for Soup is actually quite simple. He just has to throw down like 15 billion, and I'm not over exaggerating, hill forts, and just like sit back, wait until he can get all his upgrades in, and then make sure he doesn't allow champion before he gets the mythic age. And he's actually going to be, I'd say, probably be an okay spot. My guess. We'll see.
He already has Riggs Tula, correct?
Yeah. So Rigstula Safeguard is in, so the hill fort's costing half price gold. So it's all quite cheap to get all this stuff up, and with a hill fort on top of the town center, it makes it a little bit harder to dive. You kind of need to get yourself to Oyumi, which are very, very strong. but you also have Alistair as a response. As Norse.
He's building a lot of Yumi archers, surprisingly. I don't think they're gonna be that great. You know, and thank God for Soup, Tengu cannot swim, because all of his advantage is on water right now.
Yeah. He does only have two shrines up at the moment. They are working very, very hard at like 0.2 favor per second. But if you want to go in onto all these Tengu, which obviously Kavoth does, a third, fourth Miko, these things, now he's grabbing it. These things are very well worth it.
Another Hell Fort here. He really needs a Hell Fort on his villagers.
Yeah, these Tengu are going to ravage them. They literally, once you get this technology, the ascetic practices, you two-hit villagers after the jump. Of course, they do have to do the jump first and then idle, but two hitting villagers. Kavoth has shown his army and Soup goes, fight me! No, I don't want to fight you. It's scary. Oh, main base though. Main base raids are also scary. There's like a huge wood line of villagers way like super far away.
No.
And this is often where Kavoth can finds a lot of his advantages versus many different players. Oh, that's gonna be a bunch of kills here. A bunch, 2 kills.
1 Herser.
And they can't catch the Tengu either. You don't want to build Godi. Never mind. You don't want to build Godi against them, but you also you don't really want to build the Hersa. What do you want to build? Maybe Jarls with Njord. Of course, Frost Giant's your favorite, your best unit here, but he doesn't have access to him as Loki.
I think it has to be Godi. What else are you gonna make? Godi with ballistics.
Yeah. Walls as well, I guess. You put walls up everywhere, and then after the jump over one wall, it gets stuck. Maybe you can take them out there.
3 TCs is just so... Soup's approach is just like constantly out building the damage.
Yeah, this makes some sense. If you can't defend it, just keep building more stuff and maybe you're okay. But this heavy units for Kavoth.
Oh. It is heavy versus heavy at least, but this Shogun, you don't have the DPS to deal with him.
And there's also a Mythic Age about to come through, it looks like, for Kavoth. He's also going to have that Solar Shield for the Shogun as well.
Flaming Weapons is gonna buy him some time, but...
I actually think he can kind of just turn around, use the special ability on all the samurai, and then just start running again. That's probably keep some of his units alive.
More health force, yep. That's what you need. Oh, one thing go down. Goes back to the tree.
And then, we're going to see Takemikazuchi.
Soup is looking for Mythic. He's not in a terrible spot.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, is that the sword guy? That's I think that's such a mistake.
Yeah.
Such a bad god power.
It can be good if you have the luck. We've seen it do anywhere from 0 damage all the way up to like 100 population of damage. It's a very, very temperamental god power.
It's ironic that the most damage this god power has ever done was versus me. But
a couple of nice
is gonna go up.
Man, and this is perfect play from Soup. This is really perfect play. The only way through this is Okuninushi into those upgraded Oyumi. We are starting to see Oyumi. Maybe on Myoji. I haven't really played around with them a huge amount, but maybe if you can get a whole bunch of those out, you can break through. But there's also a problem of Hell, Nidhogg, Well, you need
Yeah.
those bushy in.
This is looking so losable. I think Kavoth is way overcommitted on the samurai right here.
Yeah, and he's just about out of gold. In fact, he is now out of gold.
They have such low pierce armor that the health fort is just gonna fucking demolish them.
Oh yeah, and if he rushes out advanced fortifications when he gets to the mythic age, it just gets even better.
Oh yeah. You can just rebuild the TC just like that.
Oh yeah, I was like, lose the town center, no problems. I'll put a different town center up. It's fine.
He's 4 TCs right now. He just doesn't care.
Yep.
He doesn't care.
Oh,
He's gonna.
oh. That's some decent damage there. All these thrown axemen are going to actually go down to the samurai. Well, maybe unless Suk can micro it. And that was almost brutal. We will have the Asura in.
Hell
This
is
guy is quite
coming.
strong as well. How much does he cost? 150 gold. That's a difficulty.
Then better demolish these guys. Okay, if your idea is to go for the Ayomi, you should have went because they have mechanical engineers on the other guard, right?
Yeah. And it's still Siege. It's still helping him break through this position. He does need to come up and grab this gold mine. It's only got 3,000 left in it. We are
Such
seeing
a nice choke point here.
more Asura to come through. These things haven't are somewhat underrated. Like, they're a great siege weapon. They're doing 30 crush, plus the fireballs are also doing divine damage.
Kavoth only has 3 bushes, so this Nidhogg is gonna get hit hard, and he's gonna demolish the villagers on gold. That's what I expect.
I wonder how well this Asura does versus that though.
He has 2 times multiplier versus myth units.
Yeah, and the divine is also 2x. And there's also those Oyumi, but you gotta be careful not to lose them.
That's a big loss if he loses them here. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. It's massive. The Nidhogg is about to hit right now. It's gonna be brutal. He converted some berserkers on the hill fort. The villagers. Oh!
I think that might be it for Kavoth. He's 31 villagers here. Oh no! And the town center is going to go down very quickly. 2 Asura out might catch the Nidhogg. There are so now it's going to be some Goaty coming through. The frost giant spawn though.
Oh my god!
And
Such a
Soup
clutch
gets
spawn.
Soup gets access to frost giants here as well, right? Look at that.
Right.
Okay. Kavoth notices. There you go. That's some damage. Nidhogg is... Okay, yeah, no, never mind. Asura is an insane unit versus the Nidhogg. He can't attack it with melee, but he just sits there and throws fireballs. Oh, and that's huge there with the solar shield.
It's like a fire giant in a way.
Yeah, oh, well, it's like a fire giant, kind of. Does AoE damage on the auto attack as well, but it is a big bursty unit. And now I think Soup has held on to the center, and Kavoth has got 0 gold income, and no real way to spend anything. There's 200 favor in the bank for Soup as well. He's playing the get to the second Nidhogg game.
That's not a bad idea.
I mean, alternatively, put like a temple on the front and get rampage like he is, and then you can make a whole bunch of fire giants.
This was absolutely the play, dropping all these hill forts in the middle, especially on Anatolia. It's such a really, really smart play right here.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of been the play versus Amaterasu the entire time, right? It's just like try and just spam buildings, because buildings don't give Bushido if they go down, and just hold until you can get your own upgrades in. So as long as you get to champion at a reasonable moment, and then you're good to go.
Comparing the price of these hill forts compared to the samurai, it's just funny.
Oh yeah. I'm not sure what Kavoth's plan is here, but he's struggling to get units out. He's going to lose his main... He might be able to keep his main town center alive here. But at this point, it's just like entirety of the map is undermined to maybe finish the town center off. Hello? Is it enough?
No, not even.
Close.
That's surprising.
20 HP remaining. You kidding me?
But basically, Amaterasu at this point almost has two. What's the upgrade? Plenty? No. The Vault of Erebus, basically.
Oh, yeah.
Almost two
He's
Vaults
getting
of
some
Erebus.
gold back in. New weapons now as
Another.
Soup has had enough. He says, I got about 5k resource value, and I have about 6k in the bank. Let's take a fight. Okay.
These guys are doing great on Miyoji.
Oh yeah. As long as they don't get attacked, they have crazy DPS. In the end there, Kavoth not able to take game number 3 with his Amaterasu. I like this from Soup. This is really, really clever. I mean, Heimdall, Mass Hill Fort. Show him the business.
He just didn't bother with the Tengu. He's like, I'm just gonna outproduce you. Just go ahead and keep killing. I'm not gonna bother chasing.
Yeah. I mean, I think if Kavoth had had like maybe an extra 2 more Mikor before he went heroic age, then he's got enough Tengu to sort of idle literally the entirety of his opponent's economy. Like 1 Tengu in the main base, or 2 Tengu in the main base, 1 Tengu on the second town center, or 2 Tengu on the second town, 2 Tengu on the third town center, and just obviously you have to micro really, really well, but that's probably a way to go. But more so, I think like Okuninushi would have been
Yes.
such a good
2
angle.
3s, 2
Yep.
shoguns.
Divine Prefecture, so you catch up on villages as well. All of that
Yes.
stuff. But nonetheless, well played from Soup.
Yeah,
We'll
I
jump
got.
to the draft and quickly jump into the next game because I'm sure they're already playing because we're a bit.
Oh,
far
we haven't
behind.
seen Tsukuyomi yet. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him here.
We do have ourselves a Noir versus Tsukuyomi matchup.
Who's the brave guy who went Noah?
Kavoth.
Kavoth. Okay. He's getting cocky. Not going Tsukuyomi on match point. Come on, man.
Yeah, Tsukuyomi on water is cracked.
I agree.
Have you've got the you basically do a fast heroic. I'll just tell you the strat because why not? You do a fast heroic, new moon on the temple, and you make the Honnengyo on the water, and now you're getting gold from that while also making Tengu.
Susanoo's really good for that.
Susanoo is also really good for that, yeah. And you get even more Tengu because you get the favor stipend. But yeah.
Yeah, and they also cost food, which is unheard of for a water myth unit. Well, I guess Kraken too, but
Questions in the chat is how does this what does this actual game mean? Let me we're waiting for them to start the next one, so I'll give you guys a little bit of knowledge here as this is 2 Soup beat B what 3-0, right? And B what was B versus Zucolo? Why is that not in my sheet? Is that 3-1? I can't remember.
no idea.
It should be in my sheet. It's not. Give me a second. Yeah, it's 3-1. Okay. Yeah, so if my sheet is correct, then if Kavoth wins, he goes up to 2. But he does need to get more wins than Soup to go past. So at the moment, if Kavoth wins this game, he will go up to 3 and Soup will go down to 3, which then means on head-to-head, Kavoth will be first. So Soup does need to win this next game. This is a must-win for Soup. If Soup wins this next game, I think he might be first in the group, regardless of if he wins this. I might be wrong on that. I don't want to speak too soon. I have to sit
It
down
is
and work it out.
Tsukuyomi.
Yeah. Alrighty, so they are off to the races. I think Noir's a perfectly reasonable god against this. You've got
Yes, it is.
you've got the
Let me give
Earth Wall, so you can at least block the Tengu from killing you until they have to jump in. And when they jump in, you have the answers with things like Sage, Jiangxia, Pioneer, obviously. You can actually also just go really, really aggressive in the archaic age, not in the archaic age, in the classical age with a tower rush. What are you going to do to stop that as Tsukuyomi?
No, also the Baihu. If he goes for...
Oh yeah, Baihu as well is a nice answer for the Tengu. You can just jump and eat them.
It's a big stun.
Yeah.
Oh, am I mixing up the myth units? The white tiger that jumps
Baihu,
and stuns
Baihu.
unit?
Yeah, that's the one. Alrighty. How do you deal with like a I don't even know like a very, very aggressive forward building like you know that mini Yeti? Did you see the mini Yeti Earth Wall Tower Rush?
Oh yeah.
What was the
I
map?
don't know how I would play versus that.
Is it Okuchichibu? Oh, it is Okuchichibu. Okay, so this has got a little bit more spice because there can be a back gold spawn here, and it can also be all forward gold spawn. So it does kind of, this does kind of change the whole situation. There's also like a really weird one where you run the Quaofu forward in the archaic age. You drop a wall, but you can just heal that off with Japan, so it doesn't really work. But like if you do that versus,
Not sure how good that is.
If you do it versus like Greek or
on
something,
this map,
yeah. No one's secured advancing. No one's secured advancing in the Iranish group just yet. No one's secured it. It's up for grabs. This next game actually matters a lot. This actual next game, I think. I think the game after it matters a little bit less, but nonetheless. Oh, I got an out of sync. Yay. Browse.
Yep, me too.
Refresh. Don't do this to me like last time. Okay, it worked. The dream. I think that this out of sync happens because of specific servers. I think I'm onto something with that. I'm paused at 2 seconds.
Yeah, me too. You can 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Into game number 4, as it is currently 2-1 for Kavoth. He's playing Noir, and we have the Tsukuyomi, everyone's favorite ace pick. Oh, and I'm gonna just quickly open up here, and we're gonna like take a look at the gold mines, because I think this is probably the most important thing for Kavoth. You can play like a defensive game here, 2 TC, and try and hold the Tengu with enough heroes and just playing a nice game. But realistically, I think your best chance for some success is to just get super aggressive and even just push off the gold mine very, very early on, because you got a lot of strength.
Boit, I have to interrupt you.
Okay.
I have to interrupt. Look at this Miko.
Which one?
The only one.
There's two.
Oh, there's two, but 0.14 on the shrine.
Oh yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah, it's very very quick. Yeah, there was
like you said, these gold mines.
Okay, go on.
These gold mines are just kind of brutal here. You can protect them, but these cliffs are kind of annoying.
Yeah, I don't know if Kavoth is capable of playing this style of play. It's very un-Kavoth-like. Kavoth likes to play the reactionary style, but the style of play here that sort of I'm talking about with Noir, with Shinong, with Fushi, that is kind of difficult for Tsukiyomi to deal with, is balls to the wall, full map control, and you're actually going for forward buildings, walling off and things like that. You got to send villagers forward while you're putting pressure on and lock off the rest of the map so no villagers can sneak anything, and you just get so many units in that there's just no way for your opponent to even go heroic age. And if you do sniff the heroic age out, however you sniff that out, you sniff it out, you just go, okay, I'm just going to kill your town center while they're advancing. There is actually a little trick. Do you know the trick for how to tell if your opponent's advancing to the next stage?
You look at the score?
No. You stare at the town center for 18 seconds.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
No with what division? With your scout?
With the pioneers.
That's true. I found that lanterns are quite OP. I never realized how OP they are.
Yeah, they're there's the lanterns, there's the obelisks, there's the oracles, and there's the winged messenger Pegasus. All very, very good.
Yes, sir.
Actually, there's some relics on the map. These guys love their relics. Blue Crystal Shard is amazing. Text of Imhotep, also amazing. Do already see a nice little wall up for Supir. We see how 2 actually from Kavoth, so I think he might be playing the macro game.
How to? That's the earth wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But generally, you also want to put pressure on early with these pioneers, which is also why Kavoth, not Kavoth, Soup's already put up some early wall here. So now you can't walk in here and put pressure on. This is kind of, you know, if you're a seasoned Norse player, you'll be very, very aware of early pioneers hitting you, because this was what the Norse players were suffering against before a bit of a Herso buff came their way. And we were just like getting pioneers charging in onto them, and you'd just be getting, you take a lot of damage until your Herso actually finally came out and you could push back. So you had to put walls up and things like that like this. But this is going to be very, very tricky here, I think, for Kavoth to get any real serious damage on. Though, as I say that, the villagers are pushed off with the boars.
Yeah, you can heal them at least.
Yeah. Oh, and
the big thing is being pushed off of that OP shrine. He's doing it!
Oh no. Oh no, his pioneers are on the wrong side
of
the wall. His pioneers are on the wrong side of the wall. Uh-oh. 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 Is there enough? There is enough build speed here. There is enough build speed. Like a new moon here would be... Oh. Okay. Okay. I mean, the villagers shanking this down is also totally fine.
Is it enough?
The Miko can come over and heal up the villagers as well if he's fast enough. Oh, he gets one snipe. He's got to get units out. He's got to get his pioneers onto the other side, no? Okay, Shurigumo picks one. We'll be able to pick off at least one. Dude, now the Dow is through. This is as sort of bad as it gets here for Kavoth. He's got so many resources in the bank. Put down some more buildings if you're going to continue this one. And we do have the earth wall getting thrown up, but the villagers can turn around and shank this. This is not a good... This is really not a good usage of earth wall, but Soup not reacting for quite some time there. At least there will be 1 or 2 earth walls dead before all this sort of becomes a problem. So now the tower's going to come in. 1 earth wall down. You could walk. I can't get through the wooden gate just yet. But the villagers can make their way up to the top gold mine here and just try and grab 500 gold in as fast as they humanly can. Is there an armory up? No armory, but there's also still food, plenty of food. As the Cheongchi has eyes on this position, but with 2 Miko there, you can't realistically land there. We do see a second town center behind this, so Kavoth is not full committing to this. He says, "Okay, we'll get enough damage done, force you to do some stuff you don't really want to do, and then we'll go from there." We got the halberdier in, 1 pioneer sniped. These halberdier are going to be very, very nice. It's the Cheongchi in, nice micro from Soup as he manages to pick all of those pioneers. The Miko is going to fall next, and the Cheongchi can now move over onto the gold mine.
Losing the Miko is so brutal here, but a samurai is coming. That's gonna be big.
Yeah, and there's no machine workshop just yet. But again, 2 town centers for Kavoth. I don't think he needed... Man, if he just went proper aggression here, I think... man, Soup probably would be dead here.
Yeah, Soup is kind of struggling against this kind of aggression.
But this one
The
samurai
is gonna clean up.
Yeah, this one samurai is too much. Unless some Cheongchi come through or fire archers. And snipes one more Naginata rider there. Miko as well gonna get picked off. Great control from Kavoth. Oh, random farmers for Soup. Don't know what he's doing there. But he's losing the rest. Kavoth loses the rest of his units, not paying attention. You see machine workshop? Is he going heroic age? What is... I've got no idea what Kavoth is doing now. He's making javeliers? Okay.
She's making another chunky? Why?
Yeah, lots of chunky boys instead of the Quaofus. Forward machine workshop now coming up. You can potentially turn this into a tower, but you also need to make sure you have some forward buildings around it. A second machine workshop coming up. This will get spotted. It's 5 fire archers on the way.
He's trying to end this. He doesn't want to go to heroic.
I mean, on the other side, Soup can't get to heroic age here.
He lost so many Miko, so much food, so much build time.
When the Musha getting sniped allows the Cheongchi in, and that's going to deal with pretty much everything else. But now we do have medium in for Soup as well, so that's going to be a big help. Now the towers are now up on this spot as well as the attachment for speedier units to start coming through. The villagers have to get pulled off and start shanking the machine workshop, but they do a lot of damage here. They really do a lot of damage.
They demolished that. The villager differential is just too brutal here.
Yeah, and there you go. Kavoth does manage to take the series in 4 games there as Soup. He gets got with Tsukiyomi. He's also getting hit with the Cheongchi in his main base. He's at 19 villagers versus 45. Oof. Well, that's a absolutely brutal series, Peggy. Brutal finish.
I'm so sad. We saw how good Soup is when he's allowed to play, but unfortunately, Kavoth is just not allowing him to play his game.
No. I mean, we saw, actually, you had the 4-minute victory with Kronos, with that Thor. Soup will be kicking himself. Like, I know he knows how to do a quick advance there, but he's just, like, didn't process what was happening. Probably was playing maybe a little bit of not mind games, but, like, metagaming against Kavoth. Going, okay, Kavoth plays Kronos here. He's going to go for the late advance, right? Because, that's Kavoth, but throws him off there. And then again on this game, this is something I have seen Kavoth doing, but with the added bonus of the Earth Wall thrown in, the Mini Yeti sort of invention, so to speak, and everything else, it just sort of got taken way too far out of book.
It's also unnecessary. Like, you didn't even have to fight that Earth Wall. You just could have moved to a different gold mine.
Yeah, he could have immediately ran up to the top, immediately got himself a stable, and then actually, you know what? Even before any of that, drop a stable and new moon out the Naginata riders, and then you can take out the pioneers immediately. The Juragumel can take out everything else. The Naginata riders are there to actually kill off the Earth Wall as well, and you're in somewhat of a good spot.
Yeah, and your shrines were so OP that it doesn't matter if you used New Moon. You're gonna have like 5 more New Moons.
He's got 100 favor. In fact, he didn't even drop Swampland. Wait, what? Did Soup just have like a gigantic brain fart in this game? Like,
this is not the only time.
What's happening here? Like, there's Swampland, and there's a second cast of Swampland as well.
We also saw Rappel not dropping Swampland versus Recon, so there's something about the Swampland that just messes with people.
I mean, like, everyone just wants like max value, but realistically, when you're playing a god as good as Tsukiyomi, sometimes just like min value is enough. But nonetheless, I'll walk you guys through what the standings look like, and tell you how this group's going to end up, and we'll move into our next game, which will be Adapest versus Garneth, which is another very important match.
All right, thanks for having me, Boit.
All right, Pegasus Rush is out of here. And by myself yet again. I'll walk you guys through the bracket here quickly. I'm just gonna quickly tell these guys. Let's give me 5 minutes or so, and then you are good to go. All right, I'm gonna quickly walk you guys through the bracket here for this final one. Just let me quickly edit it up. So from that, Kavoth goes to 2 wins, and it is a 3-1 for Kavoth in this one. So the ending standings here are Kavoth at 3, Soup at 3, and B at 0. Let me show you that right now. So basically here for this, oops, that needs a bit of a refresh. Excuse me. Give me a second. Refresh. Wait, did I fix it? Did I save it? I don't think I saved it. Okay. All right. So all of this is to say right now. This is not correct. Hold on. It's not correct. It's not correct. Let me fix it. Kavoth is on 7. Soup is on... Sorry. Kavoth is on 8 and 5. Soup is on 7 and 4. And B is on 6 and 6, which leaves us with the plus minus being correct there. Okay. Okay, so what this means for this division, for the tiebreaker, is you go to the plus minus, and it's equal for Kavoth and Soup. Because it's a 3-way tie, it's a plus minus. And because Kavoth beat Soup, he will be number 1. And then we do the tiebreaker again with Soup versus B. And because because Soup beat B, Soup will be number 2, and B will be number 3 in that group. So that's the situation there. Yes. Kavoth, you did somehow manage to come first. You lucky boy. One more loss and you would have come third, I think. If you didn't win that game. Alrighty. So, our next game here is going to be a Challengers League group stage, which is going to be Adapes versus Garnet. And this series is also really, really important. So I'm going to quickly jump over to my other scene here. And now we have ourselves our Challengers League times. Let's go. Where did my schedule go? Well, anyways, we have Adapes versus Garneth now coming up. So let me quickly set this one up for you guys. I'll be back in a very short amount of time, so don't you guys go nowhere, and we'll make it all happen. The Hephaestus Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential. Very, very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack. Hephaestus Revenge too late to come through. He can drop the Ghoul and Bursty in here as well. Does decide to do so. Pushing in to take out a whole bunch of that front. Look at the damage from the Ghoul and Bursty. Garneth deciding to fight this one is absolutely insane. He has to just say, no worries. It's fine. We'll just run into the Migdol stronghold. He gets those catapults back to safety, but the front line falling is absolutely gigantic here. As the Chariot Archer's pulling all the way back in onto this spot. The Ghoul and Bursty still getting damage done. That area of effect auto attack damage is absolutely insane. Now Aetherial charges in. He is fighting under 3 Migdol strongholds, but the portable ram's coming through. If he gets onto the Titan Gate, it's all over. You can't finish that one. 40 seconds remaining because he hits every villager. He kills every villager with the strikes. Does Chasing the Sun see this? Not just a huge hit onto the Toxotes. He takes them all out. Eric is 70% here. He sees the Titan Gate. 20 seconds remaining. He's got to click on it though. He has to click on it and now he's making his way over there. Disaster for Eric. 18 seconds remaining. The villagers will start to die. They've got a huge amount of HP. 13 seconds. Is it going to be? He drops Tempest. Is that going to be enough? He's going to be healing. The restoration from Eric. 5 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. The Titan falls and the game is over. Can Hells break through here or not is the big question. Lots and lots of Halberdier. Should be very, very strong here, but the Chaos gets dropped down. The healing, though, from those Chillin is going to be an amazing assistance for Hells. It looks like he's able to completely dominate this army. I did say that those Terma were not of any value there for Zucolo. But now, Hells... Imagine Forest Fire! He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful. And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Ghoul and Bursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units isn't going to be enough. is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Karabalista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Karabalista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. As when he charges through. Alrighty, we are just about to be getting ready for our next match of the day. Following this one, I'm not sure if we're going to get around to watching the Horus Division. It just depends on how long this series takes. Our next game scheduled there is Khyber versus Hell's Ravage at 1500. Not sure we're going to get to that one. It just that definitely depends on what's going to happen here. But we might jump in midway through. I'll be telling these guys to get going. I'll just tell the guys to get going when they're ready for the next game, because I don't want to be missing out on Moscow Mini Yeti, which is at 1600. So that's in 2 hours and 20 minutes. So this series might take 2 hours and 20 minutes. So anyways, and if it doesn't, we'll jump into the other games. There's going to be games going on, but we might miss some stuff. Before we jump into this one, I'm going to jump over to the standings here. I think they're up to date for this division. Let me just double check. Yes, I believe they are. They are up to date. So let's jump over there. I'll tell you why this series matters so much and all the spiciness. Alrighty. So in this series here, or in this division for the Challengers League, we've got Adapes is on 1 win, Garneth is on 2, Zucht is on 2. So if Adapes wins this one, we have a 3-way tie. And only 2 people can go through. There is no chance at a 3-way tie that cannot be broken by the tiebreakers. So we will not see our best of 1 death match sort of situation. So what has to happen here? Well, Adapes lost to Zucht from memory. If he beats Garneth, this will be the 3-way tie. So there's not going to be any head-to-head problems. So we'll go over on to points. Garneth is currently 3, Adapes is 2, and Zucht is 1. So Zucht will not be able to win the head-to-head, the tiebreaker, if Adapes wins. Because Adapes will at least go up to 3, and Garneth will go down. So if Adapes wins, he will be 1. He will be first in this group. If Garneth wins, he will go up to 3 series wins, and he will be first in this group, and Zucht will be second. It's as simple as that. So this is all up to Adapes to win this series for him to get to the next stage. Garneth doesn't really matter for him. Garneth, hold on. Yes, if Garneth wins or loses, he'll be either first or second. Let's jump over to the draft and see what's going to happen. So we have ourselves our draft here, and for the first game, let me get rid of some of these tabs. I have too much stuff open. We have Uranus versus Thor on our first map, Ghost Lake. So the way the tiebreaker works is you run the tiebreaker through. If it's a 3-way tie, head-to-head doesn't matter. It goes on points. And then you run the tiebreaker again to figure if there's still a tiebreaker after the first one's run through, which in this case there would be, and then the head-to-head would matter if there's only 2 people left. So, yeah, you lost to Garneth Zucht. So that would put Garneth through regardless. So our first game is Uranus versus Thor. I mean, what I'll do is at the end, after all the games, I'll write up a thing for the tiebreaker and explain exactly what happened and exactly why someone how the tiebreakers worked. I'll write that down so it all makes sense, so you guys can see it. And if there's any mistakes, you'll be able to catch me out on it. Is B out of the tournament? No, B is third place in his group. He will be going to the losers bracket of the playoffs. Alrighty. These guys should be getting somewhat ready to start. Well, they will already be starting. Not quite yet. But we can talk about this matchup a little bit. Uranus versus Thor. This is a pretty difficult one for kind of both players. I think Thor's actually pretty good against Uranus because you've got, especially on a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake. But there's a lot of sort of landmines here for both. So for example, the Uranus player able to sort of be anywhere on the map at a point. So you have at any point, so you have to be sort of ready to defend against those Sky Passage shenanigans. Thor obviously has got some really strong stuff with his berserks, his throw an axeman, and all the other good stuff. But yeah, this is going to be a really fun one because Adipus here, he actually took out some really, really strong players with his Uranus and his Atlantean early on. I remember he took out sort of top 20-ish player in Super FM early on, a complete upset in one of the qualifiers for Wrath of the Gods. So he's got an Uranus that's pretty spicy. But nonetheless, Uranus Thor on Ghost Lake. What does that actually mean? I guess if it's a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake, you're a little bit happier with the Uranus. If it's got a small amount of gold mines, you're also happier with the Uranus, though the Thor can also get himself out mass gold mines if he gets the Heroic Age. Lots and lots of gold mines there. We do see Adipest grabbing a lot of the Japanese. Ooh, some spice here actually as Adipest bans out the Kronos. We see Garneth banning out the Shenong. And then Adipest grabs himself Tsukiyomi. So there you go. Alrighty. They're the only 2 actually good play. Okay, let's stop that right now. There's quite a few players here in this. I'm just gonna say there's quite a few players here that can upset anyone. Mister is probably in a league of his own, but that doesn't mean that he can't. That doesn't mean that he can't not have a bad day. I think there's some players that are probably pretty close to Recon as well. As we've seen in the early stages, some very, very high level of play and all the other good stuff. Who am I betting my points on? I don't know. I don't have any points to bet. I have infinite points. There's no betting for me. All right, guys, let's get into game number 1. Adipus versus Garneth. Let's go. Alrighty, in the top of the map. Oh, we are having some problems here. In the top of the map, spawning as the red Uranus. It is Adipus. And in the left-hand side of the map, As the blue Thor, it is Garneth. So, early armory coming up, and Garneth here will be forfeiting a lot of the goats early on in this series, early on in this game. As Adipes walks forward, he's going to get that vision out. He's going to find some goats over here. He's also over onto this left side, trying to find something here as well. Generally speaking, you almost want to walk kind of like this way and then backwards and send this guy in the middle and then come this way and then backwards, and then this guy over here can take like your side of the map or something with whatever goats are over there. As the Berserk here out for Garneth, he's got himself up his armory. He has managed to claim a couple of goats as these two are making their way back home slowly. Adipes has missed 2 goats on this corner and these 2 here as well. A little bit unlucky there for him, as these goats here might stand there for Adipes to grab a little bit later. And that's kind of all that matters here in the start of this game, is how fast you can get those. Because you really don't want to be allowing the Norse player to have a huge amount of food in their main base here. Especially not Thor going for the early Dwarven gold mine. Alright, got a relic. Onto this side, we've got the Kopesh of Horus. This is going to be a little bit of bonus damage versus myth units. Always nice. Up onto this side, arrows of the Alpha over here, which is going to be some extra building damage. Look in the middle is Tale of Cerberus. This one's really, really nice for the Uranos because you're going to make those Caladria heal more frequently. And finally, at the very top side of the map, there is the Bow of Artemis. Another amazing relic for both players. Throw an Axeman, very important here, as well as Terma. I think it also affects the Karalister as well. So that's another huge, important unit for this matchup. But nonetheless, Garneth just getting himself out his armory upgrades. Searching around here for old shenanigans for the time being. There's Oceanus on the way here for Adipes. And the Hero Oracle getting converted in. He's going to take that Kopesh of Horus super early. This relic, I think, this relic is super important. We are seeing Adipes wander over and grab it. Super, super important in this matchup. Worth it to just get that Hero Oracle. On the plus side here as well for heroizing the Oracle, you do get a little bit more favor per second from doing that. So that can be really nice too. There's Garneth getting his temple up. He's mining the back gold mine here, which is actually really good for Adipes because now we can put pressure onto this gold mine mid-game. Because this is a 2 gold mine ghost lake. There are only 2 large gold mines, which does actually favor the Garneth Thor here because he's going to be able to just enjoy medium gold mines from the Heroic Age, and maybe if he gets to the Mythic Age, some large gold mines to help him out if the game goes that way. So there's really no rush here for Garneth. He can play a very defensive game. He does not have to kill the Uranos. He can allow the Uranos some map control, and it's going to be fine. As a military barracks coming up onto this side, we are going to be seeing the Forseti coming through. Another military barracks in as well. As Adipes, has he grabbed all the relics? He's grabbed nearly all of them. Over onto this side, has he spotted this relic? Not just yet. Bullreg. He's coming over here. You might see it a little later. Garneth now going to start getting himself some Hersert, and he might look for a little something. Unfortunately for Adipes, he does miss the relic in the corner of the map. It's not the biggest of deals, but it is such a nice relic. Now Hero Mamillo is also going to be coming through. I like this. A couple of Hero Mamillos to run around. They get an extra little boost of speed. They can move around with that Caladria nicely. You can also get the next boost of speed from Empyrean speed. They go up to like 5+ speed, which is super quick. But for the moment here, Garneth's base is incredibly well defended. Longhouse also coming up for Garneth. Immediately, makes sense. Get some early throw-in Axemen or Berserks out. There's the Hammer of Thunder on the way as well. A couple of goats do get stolen in the middle of the map there. Nice little find for Alapes. He's coming up onto this side. There's not going to be really any way to enter this position, but he's going to start bashing down the temple at the very least and forcing a little bit of idle time as the Throwing Axeman comes through. But one Throwing Axeman is not going to be an issue here for that Caladria to out-heal. But more Throwing Axeman will come through, and I think... Oh, actually with a Terma, this could be some pretty ouchy damage. He's not really out DPSing the temple at the moment, though, as Adapes is just going to continue to bash through. We have got that healing spring in. Adapes says, all right, time to pull back. Let's behave just a little bit. And he's just going to grab himself Bite of the Shark. And the game continues along. One random 26 HP Berserk looking for oracles to kill. There's the Dwarven Breastplate on the way for Garneth. Nas is going to come up over here. And up to the top side. Going to grab these Caribou. Maybe Sky Passage time at some point. Just leaving some units up here. Just playing some defense. And also Alapes saying, I don't want to give any favor over, any free favor over to this stall. Let me clean up a couple of those Caribou. Does have the Oracle sitting over here, so he's got eyes on it as well as the Berserks sneaking through. They're going to be trying to hunt some villages, hunt some Sky Passages. 2 citizens coming over here. This could be a very big raid. Oh my god, he's going straight there just as the Sky Passage is coming up. He's got 12 seconds to finish this one. The unit's over here, very far away from this position. He's going to finish it. There's no way he loses a citizen here, but a little bit of pain to come through as Adapes finishes his Sky Passage, dives in. Units up onto this side to take out the house. But immediately finding a Sky Passage is just absolutely gigantic. He does decide to pop out of it as the Sky Passage finishes in the main base. Does go down. So huge early game snipe there from Garneth. As another Sky Passage will come back up onto this spot. Got some Berserks coming over here to have a little peek on that back hunt there. He's got that vision. He knows there's something going on there. And he's ready to put some pressure. But the Berserks on the retreat here do get caught out. And he's going to at least lose a couple of these. So while he gets the Sky Passage, he also loses 2 Berserks. Which is probably a win for Alapes. Especially because the Sky Passage is on the way now. However, these Berserks up to the top. 1 citizen and a dream up here for Alapes. You see the villagers over onto this hunt there as well. As Garneth's raids are really distracting Alapes here. He does not need to send everything up to this spot. He can come over here, attack this, make some units, get over here and defend. Maybe a Caladria out as well. He's got a lot of favor. Could also even drop a Carnivora down here if he wants. As the Murmillo coming in. There will be a dead Murmillo here as well. As the army for Adapes looking to charge in here. Oracle Hero does end up going down. And Adapes does not decide to go after this attack. As he says, I got to get back up here and deal with this. But now with the Caladria up onto this position, the double Caladria up onto this position, those Berserks will start running. Adapes can cut him off with a pass here, but he's not paying attention. And the Berserks get out of there. Now, a Dwarven mine up with that much gold left? Absolutely wild from Garneth. Garneth at the moment, 3.4k military resource versus 3.3k. It's close, but it's super strong Murmillo. So you also see a random weightless maze tech coming through. Super strong Murmillo versus raiding cavalry Berserk. The Terma are also in, but more importantly, Carnivora and Shockwave are both in as well. This Adipes wanders forward. The walls will be up over here. It's those Terma popping forward, just causing a lot of issues on this forward gold mine here. I said this was going to be a bit of a weakness for Garneth, but Garneth has played somewhat well here to sort of distract Adepesu. Once the troll gets one little throw off, nice little snipes from over the forest for the time being. As the villagers have all moved over onto this back gold mine, and now we do have Bragi coming through. Heroic Age is on the way. However, no Dwarven Mine for that 3,000 gold. He's going to have to spend 50 favor on it. And that's not going to be something he wants to do. It's not going to be something he wants to do as he's got... he wants to make trolls here. One idea for Adipes now that is fully set up here is to just get forward and drop a sky passage. Nice far forward here. Don't need sky passage on this left side, on this right side. It's not important. You have one already. A sky passage on this left side allows you to control all the gold mines, as well as give yourself a retreat angle away from a frost or a flaming weapons. But nonetheless, he is full send at the moment, and the question here is Adipes ready for a flaming weapons attack here? The Terma pulling back. Flaming weapons does get dropped. Carnivora onto the back line here as the Terma to try and take them out. Shockwave gets dropped down onto the raiding cavalry, allowing those Terma to get through. The Oranos army seemingly melting here, but so too are those thrown axemen. But it looks like after all is said and done, the army of Adipes is not enough. He could have run. He had Shockwave. He decided to sit there and take the fight. And that is a huge advantage now for Garneth, as Adipes is in big trouble. Not only that, now there's 84 favor in the back. The villagers can come over here. He can drop another Dwarven gold mine. He can move over and grab his gold mine over on this side now. Couple of hero units getting converted, as I'm sure there's going to be a whole bunch of battle boars and everything else. So counter barracks coming up for Adipes. Over onto the other side. Raiding the Oranos Sid. This could be a way back in for Adipes. He does need to be prepared though. And as the raiding cavalry berserks charging forward, these citizens not paying attention here, and Adipes going to lose those. He's trying to chase after the boar over onto the other side, as two citizens do end up going down there, and a second town center now coming through for Garneth. As Garneth is searching, will he spot what's going on this side or not? Just outside of line of sight here. Just outside of it. The army will be able to remuster itself for Adipes, but Hillfort up, town center up. Garneth is looking very, very strong moving forward here. Catapulties on the back, ready to come over and try and take out these units or something. The Sky Passage is still alive on this side as well, so you can use that to fend these guys off, like come and hit over onto this side when he runs, and then when he pulls back, get into the Sky Passage, and then cut him off over here as well. Nonetheless, now Garneth is ready to start making a move. He's starting to get more battle boars in. Is there enough units here for Adipes to actually take a fight I mean, he's got a lot of Caladria. The Caraballister need to pop through the Sky Passage and be here. Alapest will simply just say, all right, had enough. Let me get out of here. I'll give you this position. That's a lot of units there for Garneth. Heroic Age will be on the way for Adapest. These Adapest villagers have snuck away from this. The berries getting spotted. Garneth didn't know there was a Sky Passage here, so these villagers sneaking these caribou here is very, very nice because Garneth would have already seen that they're dead. Like, if you go over onto Garneth's perspective, he'll see they're dead, but he's already probably checked it, so to speak. And there's also obviously an easy way to run. But Alapest has got a very, very difficult game in front of him. All the gold mines will be getting secured. This gold mine is getting mined out. He does have a way around onto the backside here. But he will be getting spotted there. That's the big problem. Still a little bit of gold to come through. There will be only 5 oracles out for Adapest. Does mean the slightest of trouble here in terms of making Satyr, which are going to be a really nice unit to try and help take out all those berserks, those throwing axemen. The citizen now getting pushed off of this gold mine. Heroic Age is through for Adapest. As Garneth is looking to try and finish this game off, but this is a good little defensive position for him. Portable Ram, there's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot of trouble here. There's also another Carnivora. There's another Chaos or a Chaos here for free. Shockwave also available. And can Adapest hold here? He drops the Chaos. Do we see a Carnivora? Not just yet. Lots and lots of units here falling for Garneth as this fight is continuing along. A little bit of a misclick into the front line there, though, as the backline Caraballas are starting to go down. He is making a lot of saves here out as Garneth does throw away his army here. Garneth loses a huge amount of units, and all of a sudden, Adapest might just be alive. He needs to pull into this Sky Passage, get over here very quickly. He's too slow. Sky Passage goes down. He can still move this way and come onto this gold mine as another option here. Palace coming up for Adapest. He really needs to be thinking about second gold mine. That is so important. The other thing is, like, Garneth is just in a good spot. He's got all these gold mines. He's starting to... His battle ball numbers are starting to get very, very big here. I mean, he's already built like 5 of them, right? He's got a 6th one here. He lost a couple on that other fight. 7. He lost his free one up the top. This will be 8 or something that he's already cut out in this game. He's going to continue to build them. Now Adapest pulls back into his little choke point. He's trying to goad Garneth in here. As he comes forward, a beautiful choke here for those Caraballister, for those Satyrs. They get that huge amount of damage off. Units getting sent flying as Garneth is just full send at the moment. Can he break in? Can he take everything out? There's also the Palace here as well as the Citizen pull into the tower. Is there enough stuff remaining here for Adapest is the question. The portable rams to take out the town center. Town center falls. There's still plenty of units here for Adapest. And he's behind in a big way. Income-wise. Over onto this side, citizens do get spotted here. As the villagers are back onto the gold mine now for Adapest. Now, Adapest manages to hold yet again. He's got it now. Yet again, he needs to get over onto this Sky Passage and take those units out, hold this sky passage for this gold line here. But Adapes does not recognize that. He's going to drop his Townsend to back up. And Garneth here now. Oh, he's taken out so many villages. The differential was like something like 60 to 70, right? Or 50 to 70 or 50 to 60? I don't know. It was closer, but now Garneth is well and truly in front here. As another Townsend to come through for Garneth. Adapes is fighting valiantly in this spot. As the town center finishes, Longhouse going to come up over onto his spot. And the counter barracks is now up for Adapes. He's losing a lot of buildings here, but he needs to get out of this base. He does have a handful of destroyers here. Whether you go this way and try and... probably not that way. We have to come over here and clean this up. I mean, at the moment, it's 204 pop to 109. As the destroyers will start chipping away at the hill fort. Units over onto this side will not be... I mean, maybe with really good Satyr micro right now, a big attack onto this from those Satyr would do so much damage. Just for reference, these guys do... The destroyer's going down. These guys do 20 damage with piercing effect, hitting all the units. So if you've got 4 of them doing 80 damage, it's almost enough to take out a Berserk with one shot. If they're in the line, you take out all of those. But Garneth, with one final push here, does look like he's going to be breaking through, and Adapes there does tap out in the 22nd minute of this game. It's so many disappointing things here for Adapes in this game. So close on several moments. The early game with the little Berserk raids, man, no forward sky passage, not attacking this hunt when he had a significant advantage early on. You want to drop that Carnivore and Shockwave, take a fight nice and early with an upgrade or two. You can find some real good advantages there. But yeah, forward sky passage, run from the flaming weapons. He had an opportunity to jump through the sky passage here, hit some villagers back, get onto this gold mine, cause problems for Garneth as to where he wants to attack, and all the other good stuff. But first game there goes for Garneth. Tournament jitters for Adapes. We'll see if he can sort it out going into game 2. Our next game is going to be a Fushi versus Hades game. I don't have the URL just yet. Give me a hot second. Are they in? No. Alrighty. Interesting to see the Hades here from... Oh, I got this the wrong way around. Interesting to see the Hades here from Garneth, as Adapes has still got a lot of power to throw at a Hades. You've got Susanoo, you've got Skyomi, you've got Fushi, you've got... I think even Noir is difficult to deal with as Hades. Isn't it his main? No, I don't know. I don't think Garneth played Legacy. All right, we are about to jump into the next game. I'm already tired. What the hell? We got so many games today. After this game, we're going to have Mini Yeti and Moscow most likely. Unless this one finishes really, really quickly. I feel like Alabes is going to hit back here. Garneth is a very, very strong player, though. There's also the Anatolia for Garneth to pick Gaia or Frere on. Alabes does have Susanol for Anatolia, though. That's some scariness if he's ready for it. Anyways, we are just a little bit away from getting into this next one. We can talk a little bit about it. Fushi versus Hades on step. I mean, Alapest likes to play aggressive with his Chinese. This is probably not the best map to play or best matchup to play super aggressive against, because that sort of plays into the Hades who wants to play very defensive. What is the map pick? What is the most picked map by the players? I have no idea. Probably look at the least picked map. It's probably like Bamboo Grove or something. Maybe Mirage. Maybe Anatolia. I think the most picked map is probably Blue Lagoon, or the least banned map might be Blue Lagoon or something. Ghost Lake maybe. Do we even have those stats for the qualifier? Most picked in the qualifier was Ghost Lake. That was the most picked. I don't have the stats for the main event just yet because Gerbot's automation system unfortunately broke. Yeah, Gerbot's traveling the world. He's a busy boy. All right, let's get into this game number 2. Let's go. All right, Yadipes in the right-hand corner of the map playing as Fushi. And he drops his Peach Blossom Spring, gets himself onto the gold mine, and he is off to the races. In the left-hand corner of the map, we have Garneth dropping his 2 villages over onto gold, 2 villages onto wood. This is a very, very unfortunate storehouse placement here. He wants to share the wood line, but this is like, I mean, you can do the math on it. It's 70 resources roughly, or 65 resources roughly to build a storehouse. What Garneth is saying is this 2 seconds every 10 wood. So every 10 wood you grab kind of slows your gather rate by about 3 seconds, 4 seconds to make this walking time. He's trying to say that this is worth it on the fact that he's going to be able to get his Vaults of Erebus in that little bit faster. It's a very strange build here from Garneth. Up onto the top side, Outapest will just start to get himself his Quailfu. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go 2 TC here. It's not the worst town center in the world. The gold mine sort of close, and against Hades, if the Hades player goes for something like Ares, you just walk over here and you grab this gold mine and you just enjoy it off of 2 TC, and then when the underworld timing comes or something else comes, you've got plenty of time in your main base, so you've got plenty of time to stay over here. You split up the gold income and you just sack whatever position he's going to go for. Nonetheless, the wood still coming through. Temple is up for Garneth. Another Qualfu out for Arapes as he's grabbed himself a huge amount of gold. Actually, I think this is just enough gold for him to get one extra Qualfu. So he's going to get his temple up and then that next Qualfu when he has the favor. A little bit short on that one there, but it's not the end of the world. Slows his advance down by about 18 seconds. Should be good. Meanwhile, Vaults of Erebus to come through for Garneth now. Still can't really drop a storehouse. I can't consent. This is not this build here or this decision from Garneth to not drop a storehouse. It has to have slowed him down in a big way. This villager over here is very confused about her life choices. House coming up onto this side. As we see Chi Yao on the way for Arapes. And no real surprises there. I do like I like Zhen Nu in this matchup a little bit more. Just on the fact that I can vanish away from a restoration idea or an underworld passage onto my villagers. I can vanish, keep them alive without any losses. Lots of different things there. Whereas the lightning weapons, yeah, it can win me the game if the game goes that way, but I don't generally trust the game to go that way. But anyways, Chi Yao is the god of choice. You do also get the Yatsu, but also Chillin. Very, very good too. Nonetheless, some relics to come through. Ogre Bitten Helm, boosting up the hero's HP. Going to be very nice. Some other relics on the map. We've got the Nose of the Sphinx, making building HP even better. That's nice, but that's going to go over to Garneth's hands. Onto the top side of that, we've got Pelt of Argus with a unit line of sight +6. And finally, we have Nine-Tailed Fox Charm. Should be regenerate plus 0.5 there for the myth units. That one's really nice for... I think I've found one specific situation where that relic is really, really nice. That situation would be... Oh God, what is happening for... Oh God. Garneth's building positioning, storehouse placement, or lack thereof storehouse has really set me off. This is like this is just hurting Garneth in so many different ways in this game. But then again, these early games don't really, of course, like a good early game is going to give you the best chance to win, but it's not enough to get you a win by just having a good early game. It's not enough to resign because you've had a bad early game. I was going to say, okay, the one usage of this relic that feels really, really good, Nine-Tailed Fox Charm, is Centaur. It's the Yatsu trying to get some kills in. The Cyclops coming through. Oh, hello? And he does get... Oh, he gets whacked as he gets hit for 6. Bit of the psychic smack as he's over here, but still gets hit on that one. Nonetheless, Arapes at the moment is saying, I know aggressive China. Let me be aggressive with my China. As the Achilles from Garneth will pull back. And we will see Archery Range Military Academy for Garneth. Garneth's Katoskopos getting involved in a little bit of a dispute with some Javelineers. As here's I guess the other problem here for Arapes is while he is going for a huge amount of units, he's going very, very heavy on the attack and has a lot of resource in the back. He might be looking for a town center here next. There's not really a whole lot to attack against the Sentinels. Is he going for a town center? As a machine workshop in the main base. Obviously not going to not for the town center just yet. I'm going to start spamming out those Qualfu. And we are going to be seeing Garneth going for the tried and true Elder Cyclops, Will of Kronos, He is going to be looking for a lot of value with these bad boys. Now, with good micro, yeah, these guys can pay for themselves in spades. With no micro, nah, they're probably not going to be that good. What do I mean by good micro? Well, basically, I just mean you got to make sure you pick up a unit and throw it at the archer ball. Because these guys got 10% hack armor, which means that a 65 hack damage throw will do about 50, 59-ish, 58-ish true damage to the Javelineer, which basically one hits them. So 2 throws will one hit an entire line of archers, fire archers, or whatever. On this side, Enyo's Bow of Horror on the way, as Garneth is just going to be building himself the Death Ball. Adipaz got to be careful here. Easy way to counter these Cyclops if you scout it coming. Just get yourself out more Pioneers. The Pioneers, I've recently found out, are really, really good. They might only do 3.7 pierce damage per second, but they can also get themselves an extra 1 divine damage per second, which, while it's not quite 6.6 damage from the Toxotes, it's a huge amount of damage onto the Elder Cyclops. So you can completely take them out, and then they're not bad against the Hoplites, they're not bad against the Achilles, they're not bad against the Ajax, they're not bad against the Toxotes. Yeah, and we do see the upgrade there as Adipaz is not playing around here. He knows exactly what's coming for him. He says, all right, come at me when you want. I'll be ready to fight. The Fire Archer numbers are maybe a little bit low, but it's not going to matter that much so long as Adipaz micro as well. Now, the other thing here that's very important when playing against the Cyclops is spread formation. But it's not just spread formation. It's spread formation and also individually controlling your units such that they don't clump up when you attack move. Because they will clump up if you attack move like that. This Adipaz going to continue to spam these Deuterinos in here. Picks one villager. Pulling back. Nice shoot and scoot. Almost taking out one Cyclops already. There is also this lightning weapons, which can be huge. As the Cyclops over here almost going down as well. Does manage to pick that one off with some beautiful shoot and scoot micro, but a couple of Pioneers also falling for that. As maybe Garneth goes just a little bit too soon here with all of these units. Military resource differential now is slightly in favor for Adipaz. One interesting idea would be... Oh, he doesn't have Vanish, never mind. He does have the stun, though. He's got the lightning weapon, so no restoration does make things a little bit tricky here for Garneth. As the Pioneers almost finishing off those Cyclops. He just has to pick them both off. Does so beautifully there. Now he can turn and take this fight. No problems. Lightning weapons to come down as the Toxotes will be pulling back. The front line will all end up dying here. And Adipaz is in a commanding position now moving forward. Still plenty of gold in the main base here, though, for Garneth. He pulls his villagers back. We'll be eating some goats now. So Ajax popping out for Garneth. Can get those heroes back in. Adipaz just sending balloons all across the map. Armory is up for Adipaz. Going to get some more upgrades in. We are going to be seeing some more Cyclops to come through for Garneth. And I guess the big question here is going to be, can Garneth actually ever get these guys onto this Chinese army? There's the javelin here. Charging forward. I'll pick off one. Toxote there. He comes back ever so slightly. And Garneth is back into a fairly respectable amount of units here, but Adipes actually says he wants to go Nubar here, which is a little bit wild. I mean, obviously he gets the stronger archers from the Scorching Feathers tech. But maybe he's going this for like Chuko Nu. I think Chuko Nu here would be pretty strong as well. As Adipes is moments away from being able to click up, but this army from Garneth coming forward. There is no lightning weapons for just a little bit longer. Toxotes are going to be looking for a little bit of a raid up to the top side of the map. They have 4 speed, not the best raiders in the world, especially when the Javelineers can just pull up there and deal with them quickly. Be a little bit of harassment. I'm not even sure they'll get a villager pick, but tiniest bits of harassment as Adipes will react with the entirety of his army here to try and deal with this. This is a not even try. He's like, okay, all of those Toxotes, they will all die. You can just charge with the Najjar to finish this one off as well, but Nubar is on the way. Upgrades to come. Adipes, it's always kind of daunting playing against the Cyclops Hades. It's always daunting. Because one misstep and life becomes very, very difficult. Fushi doesn't have Fey Beasts. So you cannot go for Rushol with Fushi. I think he would prefer to have that one if he had it, but nonetheless, upgrades in immediately. Heavy infantry, heavy range soldiers comes in an instant for Fushi, as he does also get himself out the Jiang Xia, which will come in, and he's going to get that one for a big amount of help here as the heroes getting the damage done. Those Cyclops absolutely needs to be working here. Throws those units in, but the micro not in from Garneth, as they don't get the damage through that they need. The secondary lightning weapons, as now all the Cyclops are stunned up, does mean that Garneth is going to be losing everything here yet again. And he does there decide to tap out. I mean, if you go back and replay that fight, the way that Adipes' units were bunched up, if Garneth had microed the units, microed his Cyclops to throw the village, the halberdier or the Dao onto those Javelineers, onto that Archer Ball, that would have been absolutely brutal. But he didn't even micro it. So So the second game goes to Adipes in a very simple fashion. Really well played, controlled aggression here from Adipes. And Garneth not able to make it happen. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. Alrighty, we are going in now onto Anatolia. Anatolia, as it's going to be a Zeus versus Frere game. We're getting there. I'm trying to update everything at once. It's too hard. I'm disappointed. I told Alapestis about the power of Susan on this map, and he didn't pick it. I think Susanoo is easily the best god on Anatolia. I don't think it's close. This god is so strong. Maybe Tsukiyomi is actually better. They're both similar. Alrighty, let's we got 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Ugh. Alrighty, what do we got? I mean, we've seen this matchup a little bit, Zeus versus Freyr. It's pretty complicated. There's a lot of ways for things to go wrong for the Zeus player. There's a lot of ways for things to go wrong for the Freyr. Freyr's got like Ulla. He's got the hill forts all over the place, but the hoplites can tear them down. Freyr's also got like the Gulum Bursty and a whole bunch of other stuff like that, which can be really, really strong too. So I don't know. I guess we'll see what's gonna happen. Yeah, I don't know. I think if Garneth can snipe the Tsukiyomi with his Isis is very, very nice into Tsukiyomi, in my opinion. I think there's Isis, especially if you play the Isis at a high level. I think Isis can be really, really strong there. I guess we'll see. Yes, TheMista and Tunison is today. It's at 1900 GMT. So in about, I don't know what time it is now. 4 hours from now. Alrighty. Game number 3 on the way. Let's jump into it. Alrighty, in the right-hand corner of the map, we have ourselves Adapes playing as Zeus. And in the left-hand corner of the map, we have Garneth playing as Freyr. Take a little look-see at the relics. We got ourselves Tail Feathers of Heaven, which is some divine damage there for the infantry units. One to the side there is the Dwarven Horseshoes. It's going to be a little bit of cavalry boost for the speed. One to the side there is the Dragon Palace Crystal, making walls and towers a little bit stronger. And finally, Gungnir Odin Spear, every Zeus player's favorite relic there, going to make those hoplites a bit stronger. As we do see both players going opposite sides. The Katoskopos here from Adapes does run all the way forward. He's been listening. And will he send this villager down for an immediate second dock? Yeah. I was about to give him all the credit in the world here. I was about to give him all the credit in the world. You put the dock here. You scout. If you see nothing, you walk forward. You drop second dock. And then you're in a good spot. We're going to be seeing Garneth up the top here. He's scouting out. And he is going to be very ready to do exactly what I just suggested. Back to Adapes. Now Adapes coming up onto the top side. He's got his villager making his way over here to drop the dock. There will be a Berserk for Garneth, ready to drop his own dock up here. He's a little bit late. I think his build order maybe a little bit wonky here. Not exactly sure. Oh, as the villager gets spotted. But this is not a fight that... This is not a fight that Garneth's Berserk can win here. As he turns around and he's going to start shanking. That dock there is not going to come up anytime soon. Adapes will get his own dock down. And he will attempt to make something happen here. As now the villager just goes, all right, I'll come over. Maybe another villager to come over and finish the dock up is going to be an option here. Wall him in, wall him in, wall him in, wall him in.
Λέγε. Έτοιμος.
6, 5, 4. All right, just a wall. A wall like this. Just put the wall up. Keep chasing. Put the wall up. Call it a day. Unless... I think the Berserk will go down here. This guy's only doing 1 damage. An attack. And this guy's got 35%. It's going to be a close one. Another Berserk to actually come through. It's the house coming down for Adapes here. And Anatolia walls are pretty spicy. Nonetheless, the Berserk does manage to get home. Keeps itself alive, if barely. Temple at home now coming up. I want to see... Don't attack it. Just put a wall down. Nonetheless, Garneth now onto the other side as all of the fishing ships are coming through. It's the temple now on the way for Adapes. And Garneth will be able to return back up to the top side and just tap that a couple of times, and the dock will finish here. Unless Adapes gets over there and blocks it off. So now we've got the Athena on the way for Adapes. Moves up, dropping some houses over onto this side, getting himself the wood. We've got a hand axe coming through. And all the good stuff now moving forward, as we're also going to see a Jason to come through for Adapes. And the full HP healthy Berserk comes back to finish this dock off. I'm upset. And you just put a wall up, and then all of a sudden things are... And maybe a wall up over here as well, and all of a sudden this dock will not get up, and it's going to be a lost resources gained for you as the Zeus player. But nonetheless, Ula on the way. A Minotaur will make its way over here as well. Some early military academies or something like that to start bashing this down is going to be an option too. There's the Jason for Adapes. Wandering forward. A bolt? No. It's the first scene in for Adapes. Dock coming up as well. There's hand axe, pickaxe, and all the other good stuff on the way here. With Adapes pulling his Katoskopos back home. Trying to take that goat, but he does manage to do so. He's only got a tiny amount of fishing boats on the top side. He hasn't finished this off. He doesn't have that second dock over here. Do have the double, well, a military academy up and an armory here for Alapes. So a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B where that's concerned. There's a longhouse also going to come through for Garneth, and he is going to be pumping out those Dreki all on the top side to try and win this side of the water. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Alapes probably should be focusing on this. As he's coming in with his Heracles as well as his Jason. And the Berserk here will get headbutted into oblivion before taking a couple of whacks. And Heracles can chase this one down. You don't have to chase this down with everything else. Heracles does have the speed advantage. That will be a Berserk that will get cleaned up here. Berserk up here as well with 6 HP. As the Trireme, Pentaconter, defense. But for some reason, Alapes is pulling back up to the top side, not attacking this dock. He could easily take this out with just a couple of units, but he's opting against it. Just trying to play a little bit of defense for the time being as the Trireme sitting, waiting, watching. And there will be enough here to just defend for the time being. However, dragon ships coming through. And Alapes has to be careful on this top side. He does return back with his Jason and everything else. As the fishing ships here need to get inside of the dock here so he can actually help defend. Low HP, Dreki going down. Alapes, does he have enough to take all this off? Out. I don't think he does. So the Trireme will just pull back for the time being. And I think he's going to have to think about giving this side up or investing a lot of resources into Skylar to try and win this one back. Nonetheless, over onto this side, hoplites are in. A bolt onto the Draugr is a completely valid usage here. Though that being said, Heracles and Jason are in, so that's going to be a nice way to deal with all this. As Alapes not paying attention on this bottom side, the Minotaur going to be going down. The dock here is starting to get repaired as well, as Alapes going to lose all of his units on this side and not finish this off. This is absolutely gigantic for Garneth. As Alapes, I mean, he kind of manages to keep himself going up on this top side, finally retreating. That is a big win for Garneth there. Meanwhile, the Dreki going to continue making some pressure in. Ooh, Skylar to come through. That's going to be pretty nasty there. Revenge fire onto those Berserks does mean some heads to come through. No real reaction from Garneth just yet as a second-headed Skylar to come in, but the dock will end up falling. Maybe another Berserk. It's the army of hoplites coming in. They'll be able to take out the Draugr. But however, we do have this A-gear on the way now for Garneth. As the Skylar can at least come in and take out the Dreki here. I'd love to see him finish off this dock and just claim the rest of this water. Very, very important here is now Garneth is going to be going for some raids. If you can pick a villager off or something, this is going to be really, really nice. Berserk's falling on the top. Nice defense here from Alapes as Garneth is dropping the Asgardian Hill Fort in the main base. So very safe. But this does give Alapes a nice opportunity to get full control of the water here, of the middle here. As this four-headed Skylar now in, that's going to finish off that dock. Very, very quick, fast, quick, smart. That's going to go down very, very quick. Now all the fishing ships as well. You might go up to 5 heads. It's pretty rare to see a 5-headed Skylar, but this thing is going to be nasty here. Can he take out this throw an action? No. But up onto the top side as well. This dock does end up going down. But Alapes looking to snipe these docks on the left here. There are a lot already up, but I mean, you're limiting the food income because the fishing ships have to travel. You can move over and drop another dock if you want. There's a big fortress in the center of the map there. And now the dwarfs will make their way over onto the gold mine. Town center coming up here. Option for A gear with the Tempest plus Ghoul and Bursty to cause some problems. Doc coming back up onto this spot with 2 Goaty. It'd be a little bit annoying there for Alapes to have to deal with. But Alapes really giving a huge amount of time over to Garneth. He's got a really strong army on this land. He needs to be preventing gold from getting grabbed. Sure, there's 1,800 gold in the middle, but this gold mine here cannot be allowing this. Not in the slightest here. Odysseus coming through. Archery Rangers now on the way here for Alapes. We've got 2 random rock giants wandering down onto this side as the Skylar will come through. Look at the damage. Oof. Oh, is it going to be enough? He bolts 1. Is this actually enough? Can he win this fight? No. I mean, it's going to be somewhat... No, it's not going to be close. He pulls back. 56 HP in a dream as a Kraken does pop out here. But what is Garneth... what is Alapes doing? He's just sitting back with all of this army. He's just attack. He obviously doesn't know as the Skylar will get off 1 more attack before ending up falling there. And now the Kraken gets some revenge fire over here. Meanwhile, the heroes will make their way over onto this right-hand corner. Does he know there's a gold mine? He does know there's a gold mine here. I'm beyond confused at the moment for Alapes, but he is going to be going Mythic Age. A nice early Lightning Storm can be a good way to play this. Fishing ship's going to be getting torn down to the bottom of the seas here as Garneth is slowly starting to make his way forward. And Alapes says, finally, we might be able to make a little push over onto this side. Hoplite, Hapaspist to come onto that back line there as units do turn around. We see the Tempest here. Now, generally, I'd say probably run from this, but this is probably a good opportunity to just sit and click Restoration here. And Alapes does oblige towards the end of this one. With this amount of units, not many of them are going to actually get frozen here. As I say that, hefty amount do actually end up getting frozen. But now, no Tempest remaining. There will be a Lightning Storm. There will be a Bronze. A Hill Fort, however, coming up for Garneth. As he has to effectively hold this next push. Which is going to be really, really difficult to deal with. And Alapes is waiting for it. He wants this power spike. He's poking in over onto this side. Hillfort is up. Alapes is full committed in onto this idea. He's behind on tech ever so slightly. All the villagers on this gold mine are going to be draining the gold pretty quickly. There's no gold mines in the main base. Realistically here, Alapes doesn't need to win on this gold mine. But he does need to win on this one. Because Garneth is going to have more income. More fishing ship income, more land income, and all the other good stuff. Now he's also got himself already the Olympic parentage technology, so that's going to mean his Bellerophon can come out very quickly. 100 favor in the bank for another restoration here. As this is going, this timing attack is going to be absolutely brutal. We're seeing a town center up over onto this side though. Garneth is playing a nice idea for the time being. As Alapes says, all right, let's wander around this side. Hello? His army is just deciding to run on the spot here. Do not understand exactly what's going on, but he's going for the main base. Now turning in The units coming through over onto this side as Adapes needs to retreat into his fortress. Now the units to take out the hill fort while the army is out of position. Lightning Storm will get dropped down here as the army needs to run. We do see Garneth notices that one, but all of the villagers will be falling here next as the Gullenbursty is in. But surely the Lightning Storm will get some of the damage over there. All these units up here going down as well. As the reinforcements popping out over here, villager differential is now equal. As Adapes pulls up onto this spot to give some defense. I'd love to see Medusa getting built here for Adapes. The Jarls distracting. Over onto this side, the catapulting. Adapes needs to be everywhere at the moment to deal with this all. Up onto the top side, the Jarls do get somewhat caught, but this is a big overreaction from Adapes. As one Metropolis goes down, but the Asgardian hill fort here does fall. Hell on the way, however, for Garneth. There's a really nice counter here for Adapes, though, against that Nidhogg, which is the second restoration. As the main town center now under attack. He is going through to the Mythic Age in that town center, so denying that one is going to be gigantic. Peltash to take out the throw and axe when his bronze gets dropped down here. And the army has to pull back and denying this Mythic Age is going to be absolutely gigantic for Adapes. But this gives a huge amount of resources back in the back pocket for Garneth. Now, Garneth has got himself a pretty nice amount of units here. He's getting good picks all over the place. As Adapes trying to get back up onto this spot. He is in full all-in, full send mode. And put units up onto this side. Grabbing this gold mine would not be a terrible idea. There's plenty of villagers over onto this side as the Metropolis charging in here. Restoration a second time now for Adapes will mean this Nidhogg that's going to come in 2 minutes won't have an easy answer for it. Nonetheless, the army here of Garneth does appear to be getting massacred during this fight, especially with a lot of that population idle up the top of the map. The Petropoli falling, we've got the units turning around, we've got that Bergrizi will be able to take this out, but the Hoplites can just finish off the hill fort. No problems after this, and then the villagers on this top gold mine will end up going down. Though Garneth pulling off to the right side. And unfortunately for Adapes, does not manage to catch them out. But now, at the moment, a little bit of a gold starve. Bellerophon can look for a whole bunch of raids here by himself on the top side. However, with Hell on the way, and things are scary here. A whole bunch more villagers onto favor and go for another restoration. Might not be in time, though. Heracles queued up, maybe a town center or something for Adapes. Would not go astray. Is the army charging forward? How many heroes? He's got 3 heroes out at the moment. Not bad, especially with the Medusa as well to target down that Nidhogg. I don't think a Nidhogg by itself is going to be quite enough here as Bellerophon ready to take out the Bergrizi. Town center slowly getting cleaned up over here. Hello, Bellerophon. Hello there. He does dive over, starts taking out the Bergrizi. Nidhogg gets brought down over onto this position as the units will start splitting up, I have to imagine. Immediately the heroes turning over onto this side. Bolt onto one of those Bergrizi onto the back there. As the Hoplites sacrificing themselves, allowing the heroes to get that damage done onto the Nidhogg. Villagers up onto the top side with one Medusa and a Dream there to harass them all. As the Nidhogg into the main base, chasing the Hoplites around. Adapes in full control at the moment. The Berserks to charge over here and try and deal with this, but this is the Medusa. She does not die that easily. The third town center is down. The Nidhogg has been cleaned up as well. Gets a pretty decent amount of damage done, however. But it's not enough. Adapes is going to continue pumping units out. This Fire Giant also countered pretty heavily by the Medusa. As he's going to turn that one to stone. In fact, he one hits, well, not one hits it, but turns it to stone, dealing enough damage to actually pick it off, as now the villagers will have to pull off this gold mine here. Unfortunately for Alapes, his Bellerophon will be getting picked off here. Turn around and maybe take out that fire giant. Decides, nope, let's... turns around there, loses that one as the hoplites will now start to tear down the town center of Garneth on the top side here. Alapes is at full population. His units are all spread out. He's making a huge amount of these. Not a huge amount. There's 2 Medusa. But he can make a huge amount of these, and there's no reason not to. And in that moment there, Garneth not able to hold on, and Alapes finds the dub here in this matchup with some really, really nice strategic decision-making here. I think the only thing I would have liked to see is just a little bit more pressure onto this gold mine. But the idea of that early restoration gets that second restoration in with the 100 favor. Lightning Storm, huge value. Restoration, again, with the bronze, huge value. And he completely breaks apart the Garneth defense in this one. Incredibly entertaining game here. Well played from Alapes. Up 2-1 now. He is 1 game away from the playoffs here. We'll see if he can manage to do it. Let's jump back into the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 4. Okuchichibu is the next map, and it's going to be a... Oop, that's the wrong one. I do not know what they're playing just yet, as there is going to be a little bit of a toilet break for our main man, Alapes. If I was playing on this map, and Nuwar is really good on this map. Nuwar is really good on this map. Isis is really good on this map. Amaterasu is really good on this map. Gaia is really good on this map. Tsukiyomi is fine on this map. Susanoo is probably really good on this map as well. I might have a quick break here while we wait for these guys to get their next God Picker in. I'm going to run to the toilet. I'll be back in 3 minutes. The Hephaestus Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential. Very, very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack. Hephaestus Revenge too late to come through. He can drop the Ghoul and Bursty in here as well. Does decide to do so. Pushing in to take out a whole bunch of that front. Look at the damage from the Ghoul and Bursty. Garneth deciding to fight this one is absolutely insane. He has to just say, no worries. It's fine. We'll just run into the Migdol stronghold. He gets those catapults back to safety, but the front line falling is absolutely gigantic here. As the Chariot Archer's pulling all the way back in onto this spot, the Ghoul and Bursty still getting damage done. That area of effect auto attack damage is absolutely insane. Now Aetherial charges in. He is fighting under 3 Migdol strongholds, but the portable rams coming through. If he gets onto the Titan Gate, it's all over. You can't finish that one. 40 seconds remaining because he hits every villager. He kills every villager with the strikes. Does Chasing the Sun see this? Not just a huge hit onto the Toxotes. He takes them all out. Eric is 70% here. He sees the Titan Gate. 20 seconds remaining. He's got to click on it though. He has to click on it, and now he's making his way over there. Disaster for Eric. 18 seconds remaining. The villagers will start to die. They've got a huge amount of HP. 13 seconds. Is it going to be? He drops Tempest. Is that going to be enough? He's going to be healing. The restoration from Eric. 5 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. The Titan falls and the game is over. Can Hells break through here or not is the big question. Lots and lots of Halberdier. Should be very, very strong here, but the Chaos gets dropped down. The healing, though, from those chillin' is going to be an amazing assistance for Hells. Alright, for our next game, it's going to be a Noir versus Amaterasu game. Noir versus Amaterasu. Okay. That timer is wrong. These guys have not yet started, so they are getting ready. Now they have. Mateo asks, 2-1 versus Soup and Kavoth. I will not tell you the exact result, but the game was not won by Soup. What's the score? 3-1. It was 3-1 for Kavoth. Some very cheesy gameplay, not going to lie, in that series. All right. All right, so Noir versus Amaterasu in onto the map Okuchichi, but of course the Noir has got that booming game plan to go for. Amaterasu's also got like her Samurai to go into. She's also got the Tengu that are quite good to use, especially with the what's it called? Brain's not functioning. With the Solar Shield. Of course, Samurai are really good for Amaterasu, but they are countered pretty nicely by the Fire Archers. Also, Nubar, not a bad call here for the Noir on the fact that you have access to the Tao Tie, which is really good against those Samurai as well. Yeah, and all the other good stuff that comes with that. But at the moment, yeah, like Alapes here just needs to win this next game or the game after it, and he will be into the playoffs. So a little bit of nerve-wracking energy for Alapes in this one, I think. 3D Garneth, I think on the other hand, I'm pretty sure he's just in the playoffs. I haven't done the complete check. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he is in the playoffs, regardless of win or lose. But first or second does really matter in terms of your route to the finals. Nonetheless, let's jump into game number 4 and see how it goes. Alrighty, as we spawn in the right-hand corner of the map, Alapes does spawn as the red Noir. And on the left-hand corner of the map, we see the blue Amaterasu for Garneth. Take a quick look at the relics. There is the Heavenly Jeweled Spear here, right behind the base of Garneth, which affects his Yeti Spearman, which is always nice. And onto this side down the bottom, we have ourselves the Grass Cutting Sword, making those infantry move faster. This one you obviously want to keep away from the Amaterasu if you can. And does it get spotted by Adapes? No. Maybe, but no. Oop, 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 oop. The answer is probably not. On the other side here for our Amaterasu player, yeah, he is going to spot this. He is going to spot this relic, and he is going to be very much salivating at the fact that that's on the map. Speedier Samurai is nice, but also Speedier Yeti Spearman, so you can deal with a whole bunch of other stuff. It's also very, very nice. Relic on the top of the map is Archimedes' Ledger, siege population -1, and final relic on the map behind the base here is Pygmalion Statue, plus 40% villager HP. That's really, really nice there. Always, always strong. As Adapes decides to go for a quick second normal Qualfu, I imagine he'll grab himself his Hero Qualfu afterwards. So going for a little bit of a later advance time. He might be going for some aggression, but it's a pretty nice back defensive gold mine here for Garneth. Garneth's temple. Gonna finish up. And we do have ourselves the Sacred Custodians through for Garneth, as he wants to start looking for some relics. In fact, he could send that Mikor forward and just be good to go, but he's going to send it up to the top side of the map. I'm not really sure what he's looking for. There are two ways to sort of go about this matchup, I think, for Amaterasu. Like, option number one, you go a pretty standard advance time. You drop yourself a shrine over here, and then you put the Shrine of the Hunt on this. Get yourself a second town center and play more of a macro game. And you can go anything with that. You can go fast heroic behind that into a whole bunch of Tengu. You can go fast and mythic behind that into a whole bunch of Onmuraki. And we are actually seeing the Minakatatomi here for Garneth. So this might be a fast second town center on the side of Garneth. He's moving villagers onto wood and gold, leaving a handful on food though. Might be a bit of a late advance or a late second town center with something else to come through. Because now he sends even more over there. Of course, Amaterasu does end up netting just a little bit of extra gold. Has about 4.5 villages at the moment for this gold mine. As the villagers all piling onto this top wood line as well for Adapes. It looks to me like he's also going to be doing a little bit of a boomy play. So everyone is going to have a lot of economy in this game to play with. And this generally does, I would say this generally favors the... Oh, he didn't grab himself... Excuse me, he didn't grab himself the thing. Hello? Adapes? What are you... Oh, now he's grabbing it. Very peculiar, but he goes for something slightly different here. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of economy in for the Noir, which generally favors the Noir in the mid game. So Garneth is going to have to find something here. As he does make his way over onto this position, he does drop himself the Shrine of the Hunt, and he is going to be going for this town center over here. So nice and close to his main base. He's got the resources for it. Bit of a late advance, but not the end of the world, as we do have the creation onto this side. As the Qualfu going to make his way over here, and two Qualfu going to make their way over here. And can he chomp down onto the Kitsune? Answer no. Garneth too quick, too speedy, too strong. Meanwhile, Saltwater Spring to come through as well for Garneth. That's the stable on the way. So no immediate dojo here. Could just be a stable for the daimyo a little bit later. Unfortunately, all the extra food you get from this saltwater spring as well doesn't really translate into anything apart from more samurai, which is fine, I guess. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the one Udor getting just a little bit of damage in. Throwing fireballs up at the top here, but that's all going to be what it is, as we all have now a earth wall getting dropped, and this kitsune is now trapped. Okay. Adipes with the sneaky Qualfu hero to come over and kill off this thing, right? Just wait for it, and then come, and then throw the boulder, and till it. But we do have the one Udo in. That's actually going to put a stop to this earth wall. Like, he'll do tons of damage here, no? Yep, that's going to be, I mean, might be a dead earth wall. As the Pioneer comes through, that's going to be one dead Kitsune. There's the Pioneer from behind this. You can walk over and repair it. It's not fast enough, though. As the Naginata Rider is through. We'll see the hero Qualfu getting involved with trying to take out the Naginata Rider, but Garneth is in a very nice position now. You see the units now moving forward. Can he get the wall up? He does, but the Naginata Rider is out of there. A tiniest little bits of advantage there for our main man, Garneth, at this point. Now, the question is here, is there a spicy all-in? I'm still trying to work this out, guys. I'm still trying to work this out. Is there a spicy all-in here in the second age for Amaterasu using one Udon? I think the answer is probably no, as the wall's going to finish for Adipes on the top. The answer is probably no. The better option is just go Heroic Age. But we will see. And I guess the next question is, do you go Hachiman or do you go for Raijin at the moment? There's more halberdiers starting to come through. And this will scare those Naginata Riders off as Garneth is in full control, paying attention nicely. And Hachiman, pretty cute here. So I'm not exactly surprised to see this. Only 2 Miko out at the moment. I am surprised to see. If you're going to go Hachiman, you're going Hachiman for a lot of favor. You're going to be making heroes. So you're going to be making either a lot of heroes, which cost a lot of favor, or you're going to be making yourself a lot of myth units. Now, the big question following all of this on is, will these Pioneers be enough to deal with a whole bunch of myth units? Without any access to lightning weapons as well, that Shogun is a bit of a problem. Walls up onto the top here for Garneth, just trying to lock everything else off. As the Watchtowers is now pretty cute. Lots of resource in the back. Garneth might be trying to get a fast mythic off here. That could be a really scary way for him to play here. A quick mythic age into Okuni Nushi, 2 Shogun out, an extra Shrine of the Hunt in his main base. Putting a shrine on the back here as well would not go astray. Whole bunch of Onbaraki to be built. 2 dojo now through, and there are going to be a handful of units getting built. And the Daimyo gets built out as well. As on the other side, it will be Gormang to come through. We see double military camps down for Adipes. Yes, he's got to pull back ever so slightly. Only 2 fire archers here. There's also the Tengu. Does turn around, tries to take this fight ever so slightly, but as soon as the Tengu comes forward, yep, you have to respect, pull back, and you got to start getting yourself out those heroes. Things like, obviously, the Heroic Age gets with it the Sages, as well as Jiang Xia. Very, very nice. Have a little wall coming up on the back here for Adipes, just to ensure that this doesn't cause Adipes any serious harm. Meanwhile, this is looking like a fast mythic. As the castle coming up onto the front. I really like this idea from Garneth. I don't think Artapesa is going to be quite ready for it. Okuninushi in, and then there's going to be access to Oyumi, which are really tough to deal with for our main man, Noir. However, one answer here does exist, and that answer, I believe, is the Tao Wu is really good versus those Oyumi. As the Qualfu gets spotted here, a little bits of damage to come through as the army to pull back over. Doesn't get to the tower. Doesn't manage to get into the tower there. Okuninushi will be coming through momentarily with that castle just about to be finished. The Daimyo popping in here. Do you Shogun it? No, he doesn't. He actually drops him down the forest protection on this side. Up onto the top side, however. No reaction from Artapesa. His village is going to be falling. Loses one. As the halberdiers to make their way up here. Fire archers doing what they can as well. They will be able to take out that samurai. And all the Naginata riders will end up falling, but a Mythic Age, without question, is going to be on the way. Up onto this side, though, the one Udall getting involved. As the Qualfu hero does plenty of damage, but Garneth quick to react yet again. Pulls that one back. Okuninushi already through. Does mean one Shogun. A second Shogun. We are seeing now the Tengu coming through. Doesn't have himself the upgrade. Ascetic practices. And Gong Gong now going to be coming through as well. Because this is a good idea for Artapesa, because he gets access to his Li Jing. I think that's what it's called. The 4th H hero. That's going to be the pagoda to stun all the units when they dive in. So slowing down any sort of serious damage. The Tengu do spot some villages over here. I think there is that relic. But he doesn't have it. He doesn't have himself the relic at the back here for some reason. Pygmalion statue. Such a big relic to help you defend and all the other good stuff where that's concerned. So the Tengu does get the solar shield here. Villagers, at least one villager going to go down. Up onto the top though, the Sage will stun, and that is going to be a dead Tengu, I think. Yes, one dead Tengu. So Sage stuns for 2 seconds now, gives you a Sage for 8 seconds, which is really nice. As the Oyumi numbers are going to start coming in. And this is the scary part. How do you beat these? Well, obviously the main unit to beat the Oyumi is going to be cavalry. Specifically, Tiger Cavalry are very, very good versus it. The Horse Cavalry, they're fine. But Tiger Cavalry have all the stats in the world, and they can get in and break that down. But Okuninushi now in. As the Sacred Gate will come through shortly. Samurai on the way. We are actually seeing Restless Army, so Garneth does want to make himself some more Onmuraki here in this game. But again, only with two Miko here. I'm watching this going, where is the favor income? Does he have himself this upgrade? No. Great Flood does kill them, yes. But then they can get rebuilt. So you do have to like push through and win in that instant, or save up for a second Great Flood. That's the Onmuraki coming through. Just down some wretches here. Pulls back. And we'll see Divine Prefecture on the way for Garneth. Up onto the top side now. The White Horse Cavalry looking for some villages to pick off. Meanwhile, a Sage actually, not the worst thing here, can actually help take out the Onmuraki pretty nice. But you do have to have the rest of the units in position there as well. As Last Stand coming through, which will mean those, well, the Li Jing for 1, Tiger Cavalry for 2, will be on the way. And a lot of spice here moving forward in this game. Qinglong versus Omaraki. Who wins? I actually have no idea who wins this fight. Wait, hello? Guys? They're supposed to be fighting each other. There they go. Now they're going. I've got no idea who wins this. But unfortunately, the Omaraki isn't fighting back. Over onto this side. Tengu's getting taken out there by all those heroes. And Adapes to pull back for the time being. The Tao's not a bad disengagement tool here as the Great Flood does get dropped down, and the units will crash in to this earth wall over here. Is there enough stuff here, though, is the big question. Tons of wretches to come through as Adapes now pulls behind his earth wall. Not able to take out the Shogun just yet. As these Oyumi still going to town over here. Wait, did he cancel Restless Army? He did. He canceled Restless Army for something else. I'm going crazy. As the Qinglong wandering forward. No ranged units here is huge. The castle going up, dropping that special down if Adapes is paying attention. He does. Does he pick off all the villagers here?
Nani?
Not quite enough to pick them all off. You need a third dragon there. Up onto this top side, though, the Omaraki getting some good value. The units charging forward. As we do have the stun coming in, we've also got a solar shield getting dropped down there, but the Shogun is the thing that's the issue here. As all these units for Garneth, don't think it's going to quite be enough to win this fight, but another Shogun now in. And on the top is Qinglong enjoying free reign on this fight. But Adapes has to pull back behind his wall now. Meanwhile, the Oyumi slowly taking out ballets and things like that. There is the ballet at the top for Adapes as well. The stuns coming through, taking out these units, doing what they can. I mean, population differential is favoring Adapes ever so slightly, but there is a tiny little bit more economic or income for Garneth at the moment. As he's still desperately trying to take out the Shogun. He's getting very low on the HP now. Good control here from Adapes as the Shogun does take that Divine Shield. Now we've got a whole bunch of samurai on the way. Another ballet. At the moment, Adapes does have plenty of gold mines at the top. Another ballet to come through. It's still 2 TC a piece here. It's the samurai charging in over onto this position. These Tiger Cavalry will be absolutely huge versus all this. Can he finish off that Shogun? He's got 100 HP left. Just focus him down because he's just getting... I mean, he's only really gotten 3 samurai out at the moment, so it's not the biggest of deals. The solar shield does get dropped down, pulling those units back. The Omaraki still causing lots of problems in this game. Adapes is pushed all the way back into his main base. I mean, both players are Mythic Age, so there is room for Champion to come in, but Champion is still a little ways away for Garneth at the moment. And same too for Adapes, but both players full population. A trade route getting started anytime soon wouldn't be a terrible idea. How are the economic upgrades looking? Nearly non-existent for Garneth. On the other side, kind of similarly in a sort of tough position. Only plow for Adapes. He needs to get that irrigation in. He's still making Quaofu this late into the game. He needs that favor for units like the Qinglong here. now Town Center coming through for Garneth on the top. Adapes is trying to get his upgrades in armory upgrade situation. Kind of close-ish. Actually, no. I think Garneth is way in front. He's just missing those actual attacking upgrades, the weapons and things like that. 7 HP. Oyumi. Adapes, kill off the Oyumi. Meanwhile, the Naginata Riders sneaking in over onto this position. The Kavoth to pull into the ballet. Get to safety here. As we do have now the Qinglong coming through, and it will be a little bit of a safety move here. The Samurai are in, and that's going to be some problems for Adapes. He's got to repair this ballet up. He needs his army over here. It's slowly making its way up onto this spot. But the Naginata Riders will be getting finished off. There is an answer for the Plaguebringer on Meraki on the top here. Man, just dropping all those wretches down there is painful. As this one Qinglong not really going to be enough. Moving on to this side, the Omyoji will get targeted down quickly here. We do have the Axe Cart in as well. There's the Plaguebringer on Meraki, slowly getting cleaned up. And this will then mean all of the Samurai to fall afterwards. As this ballet doesn't look like it's going to be falling anytime soon. But the champion upgrades will hit now for Garneth, which is a big power spike. And Garneth is now taking the town center on the bottom side of the map as Adapes is pushed back into a corner here. We're just moving forward to grab this gold mine. Can Adapes get himself out of this position, taking out this town center, or this town center at the moment for Mikor only, but there's about to be a fifth one coming up to the top side, and you can actually get this this technology as well here to get even more favor income for this point in the game. As the Omyoji here will be enough to take out the Qinglongs. Oh, Adapes with a bit of a misclick there. His army just dives straight into all of those Naginata Riders, and Adapes now, man, that's not something he had the ability to do there. Huge, huge misstep from Adapes as Garneth now in complete control for game number 4. The Fire Archers behind here now. Looking for some stuff. Machine Workshop will get taken out. It's the Kavoth hero. Pulling back up onto the ballet for the time being. Can Adapes get an army together and deal with this? I don't think he can. He's got no gold income, and it looks like Adapes' grips on this game, this grasp on this game is slowly dwindling here. Ten target cavalry queued up. It's just not going to be coming through. The wretches yet again coming in. Another ballet to come through for Adapes. And Adapes there in game number 4 does concede as he's just not able to quite get his footing here. I mean, he was playing really well up until a certain point, but kind of just let too much stuff go here. A little bit maybe too defensive, so to speak, or like not enough building spammage, not enough. Maybe he should have stayed in the heroic age for a little longer. Secured his third town center, maybe gone for some map control over onto this position as well. But nonetheless, a well-played game there from Garneth as he takes game number 4. Post-game here resource differential, as Garneth does manage to have quite a big advantage there. He did have more villagers. The majority of that situation. Nonetheless, let's jump into the draft and see what's going to be there for game number 5. Alrighty. One final game. I imagine this is going to be Tsukiyomi Isis, with the draft looking the way it is, and the final map being on Steppe or Elysium. Which one was it? I don't know. Nuwa was a fail. Matarasi was a win. I imagine it's going to be Tsukiyomi versus Isis. All right, just waiting for these guys to... I don't know what they're doing for game number 5. Having a bit of a think. Sorry guys, bit of a delay. I don't really think there's much more of an option here. I mean, Gaia you can play on Steppe, but I think you just... I mean, it depends on Garneth, I guess. Depends on what Garneth wants to play, like what he feels comfortable playing. I would pick Isis on Steppe because there's no way to deny my second town center versus that Tsukiyomi. And I can always get a pretty good one on Steppe. It's always the far one, which is probably the problem. But you can always get that second town center, and then you can play a nice defensive game versus the either cheese of the Tsukiyomi Tengu play, or if the Tsukiyomi player goes 2 TC, then you're just going to be able to win on the timings. Tsukiyomi, on the other hand, is probably the obvious choice for Adepes. But I guess we'll wait and see. Well, the last map is Elysium. I'm silly. It's Elysium. Okay. All right, guys are just about to pick their gods for the last map. Lots of nerves, I have to say, in these sorts of situations. And it's going to be a Tsukiyomi Gaia situation here. Tsukiyomi Gaia for game number 5. So I guess I'm not exactly surprised to see the Gaia. Isis is a little bit more tricky. Requires maybe a little bit more knowledge and skill inside of the Isis. Gaia is probably a little bit more straightforward to play, and does kind of make it so that the Tsukiyomi player has to be a little bit more aware of what's going on. so to speak. I'm new and playing set. What is winning? It's your opponent clicking the resign button. Okay, we're going to get started relatively soon. Apologies for the delay, guys. It is how the world works. All right. Dun, 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 dun. We have seen a lot of Tsukiyomi Gaia in this tournament. So that does give like a little bit of like interesting stuff, I guess, moving forward here. Because we've seen so much of it, it means the players are getting better at this matchup, seeing more of it, seeing how it goes, and understanding all that other good stuff. Soup is OP. Yeah, Soup's been playing really well this tournament. He kind of, unfortunately, he didn't quite. He got cheesed twice. Unfortunately, I think I guess that's the big Soup weakness. The big Soup weakness is the cheese, I guess, because he does like the greed. But he has been playing really well. When he gets to play his game, he plays very, very well. He's mildly lactose intolerant? Yeah. I guess so. No. All right. Chonky, I don't exactly know what you mean, but I appreciate the maybe kind words. I think they're kind words. I appreciate them. Thank you. Check. Apparently my mic's not... Are you saying my mic is bloody... low? I mean, it's on... I don't think I can push it any further, unfortunately. I cannot push it any further, unfortunately. This is the volume that we have. All right, let's go. Game number 5. One last game here for this series. We'll see if Adipus can make it happen or if Garneth is going to be the victor. Let's jump in. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Tsukiyomi. His name is Adipus. And in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Gaia with the OG Gaia portrait. His name is Garneth. We are on the map Elysium for game number 5. And just to remind you, sorry guys, I just have to stop this. I don't know what you're writing in my chat right now, AOM Chronic, but you'll stop this right now. Okay? Whatever it is, it's not funny. Okay. We will continue along. We got the relics in the middle of the map. We got Dragon Palace Crystal. Wall and tower hit points plus 10%. Up on the top side of the map, we have the Titans Treasure. This is going to be the food gold cost minus 10% there for the age upgrades. Over on this left corner, there is the Zhurang for some regen rate on the walls. And finally, Cathara of Apollo, which is plus 10% movement speed for the villagers. Alrighty. Like I said, this is an incredibly important match series for both of these players. Garneth will obviously want to be finishing rank 1 in this series. He wants to finish here at the top of this group, so he has the best chance to get to the finals, which is obviously best chance to win. Alapes on the other side, or the other hand, he needs to win this game, otherwise he is out of the tournament. Because Zucht will take his place if he loses here. So we've got Zucht in the backyard, waiting, saying, go, go, Garneth. Alapes fans, however, unite and they say, no, 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 let's see how it can go. We've got to get our man through here. We've got to get our boy past the finish line. Nonetheless, we have seen Garneth's teammate, 3DB, playing a lot of Gaia in this tournament. He loves the spider egg, the spider eggs, the spider lair. He loves the automatons. He loves the catapulti, the Murmillo, Caraballis, Aterma, those types of units to try and deal with what Tsukiyomi can do. As you do see an Arior coming on the way here for Adapes. Is Gaia the strongest god versus Tsukiyomi? I don't think she is, no. I don't think she's necessarily bad versus Tsukiyomi. I think it's fine. But there's a couple of gods that I've seen that have been very, very effective versus Tsukiyomi. A couple of pigs getting stolen up over onto this side as the Oracle chasing that one down. So no cheeky little goats there for Alapes unless he wants to chase these units around. And one thing he can do with the Kitsunes when he hits that second age is he can slowly start nibbling away. And these guys, they do a little bit of damage here. It's 4.8. That's not nothing. So this should be a dead Oracle here 9 times out of 10. And it is Oceanus actually for Garneth. So no Leto shenanigans here. Nonetheless, Garneth's Oracle gets cleaned up. And where to next? In the main base, the military barracks for Garneth. A little bit of wood, a little bit of gold. He might be thinking about town center momentarily, as we do see an armory for Adapes. Adapes says, I'm going for my cheese. I got this one down, pat. Armory down. Let's get to the next age. I got 2 Miko out already. I'm going to have a huge amount of Tenku. Let's go. Onto the top side here, Garneth is grabbing himself his second town center. So it is going to be a teching, aggressive play here for Adapes. And Garneth is going to be the defender. Meanwhile, he's also already out on second hunt here, just enjoying that, taking the risk, but pays off in a big way as no Murmillos getting popped out. Stymphalian birds are pretty good versus the Tengu, yeah, because the Tengu can't fight back. That's the only real, difference there. There's a stable also up for Adipes. And Hachiman pre-queued as the villagers just need a little bit more food in. For himself, 11 villagers. Yeah, if he force drops everything here, he should be able to advance. As there he goes. And off to the next stage. Needs to put some more villagers over onto wood. There's a market going to get dropped down. You drop the market because you're going to get a huge amount of gold in from Ivory Netske inside of this strat. And that basically means, as you do see the upgrade here, Frontline Heroics, obviously Garnet knows what's coming, so he's going to be prepared for it. But you get the Ivory Netske, which gets you a huge amount of gold income. And then the market there as well helps you actually use that gold, because oftentimes like going up to 1,000 gold, not going to be that useful. But if you drop it over onto food and wood, or buy food and wood in that situation, you can keep yourself going in a nice little spot there. The citizen are getting heroized. New Moon onto the temple as the Tengu slowly start to come out, but a little bit on the slow side there for Adipes, as he's missing just a little bit of wood here, as he's going to now go in for Yumi Horse Archer. He's going to get his Daimyo through. But yeah, just a little bit short on the wood to pump out the Tengu, so he can actually go and get some immediate value here. Take a look at these guys. They've got themselves just the aesthetic practices, it says, but there's another tech applying to them, which is Ivory Netske, which means half of the damage you deal at the moment gives that back in gold. Meanwhile, Channels, Bowsaw on the way. Hero Murmillos starting to muster up. As Adipes has still got his Shogun in the bank. He doesn't have to drop it straight away. You're going to charge over here. These villagers will it go down? It does end up getting sniped there, as now the mana are also going to get targeted down. And there's not really any real opportunity for Garnet to quite take this fight, as the Carnivora comes over. Daimyo will get converted into the Shogun. Deleting that Carnivora is the best move here, because he's going to get a huge amount of Samurai through now. Not a good decision here in the slightest for Garnet, as the Jugumo will end up falling, but those Samurai are out, and they're going to be a perfect answer for the Murmillos. But gets that one pick off. Caladria can heal those guys up. 61 favor in the bank for Adipes, as he is making every unit under the sun right now, trying to charge in here. Got to be careful with these units though, as the Tengu diving forward. Samurai absolutely huge to take out these guys as well. Oracle getting picked off, as the citizens are now going to be dying left, right, and center, it looks like. Another one bites the dust there, as the Samurai can turn around easily, happily take these fights. Another Oracle falling over onto this side. As for the moment here, Adipes says, I don't need to go too heavy on the Tengu. I see my opponent making a whole bunch of heroes. Let's just get units out. The mana going to go down. He can decide to come over here and maybe take out this town center next as well. He's got a huge amount of units. Also, Swampland as an option too. Random Oracle sitting over here as well, as Adipes does miss that one for the time being. He's searching for more citizens to kill. As he comes over to take out the mana for the time being here. Adipes now looking to actually clean this town center up. The Swampland does get dropped down onto this spot here. This Tengu is not really attacking at all. I don't know why. But nonetheless, all these units are going to be ending up falling for Garneth after all is said and done. He should probably be thinking about garrisoning, but there's just nothing left here for him. As the town center is going to be going down next. Market also falling. Units up to the top side here. How many samurai? He's got 5 samurai here to try and finish off this town center. The Tengu here is about to fall. So jumping onto this side keeps him alive, but just a little bit more. Like if you jump with the units, they do sort of prevent that focus fire from happening. There's a couple more units to come in as the Murmillo will immediately get taken out. The Terma will fall next. Citizens retreating in onto this position as these citizens to pull back onto this spot. Can Garneth get to safety, get himself some army out, is the big question. He does manage to pull the majority of the villagers back. So there's still a bit of an advantage here for Garneth in income, but he loses his Tengu there. And now he goes, all right, time to add some more in. Why not? As the villagers back up onto the top position here. Adipes's aggression to continue, but there's watchtowers, some more hero Murmillos to come through. Terma are very, very good versus these Yumi horse archers. But Adipes not playing around here. He says, let's go. Charges in. Can be taken out. All of those infantry units here. The Shogun still alive and kicking. Citizen going to be falling next as he's going to pull back into his town center. Adipes diving incredibly hard here. And now heavy upgrades are through for Adipes, and Garneth in game number 5 does decide to tap out. Unfortunately for Garneth, he could not quite defend this attack. Could not quite figure out exactly how to spend his resources and hold here. This 2 town center idea. It's just so much stuff you have to be prepared for. He went in for the early hero Murmillos, trying to take this fight. Realistically, you just have to sit there like a little ball and just go like this. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Huge mistake from probably the biggest mistake here from Garneth was dropping the Carnivora down next to that Shogun and not deleting it. I think you can delete it. Delete the Carnivora. That gave away like 4 samurai to the Shogun. And then that meant that all those Murmillos, which probably would have been half decent to actually fight and hold, was just not enough. So nonetheless, well played there for Adipes. And he does... Well, we can actually talk about the shenanigans here. So let me get that sorted out, and then we'll talk about the movement forward in this situation. Out of Adipes. Yeah, okay. Let me jump over to the standings very quickly. Let me just get this sorted. I'll edit it up and I can talk you through exactly how this works. Give me a second, guys. So it's 3 for Adipes. It's 2 for Garneth. All right, let's jump over to the standings and I'll talk you through it. Alrighty, so we are talking about the Takamikazuchi division here. So we see a 3-way tie. So basically, as it's a 3-way tie, I think if we go into the actual win-loss columns here and see if anyone won both players, Adipes lost to Zookt and beat Garneth. Garneth beat Zucht and lost to Adapes. And obviously Zucht beat Adapes and lost to Garneth. So it's a 3-way tie on the head-to-head. So we move over to the plus-minus, which does have Adapes at +3, Garneth at +2, and Zucht at +1, which means Adapes takes the number 1 spot. And then the number 2 spot here is Garneth. As we do the tiebreaker again, Garneth did take out Zucht. So that means Garneth comes second. And unfortunately for Zucht, he is third. And Darthnox finishes fourth in that division. So that's the story. Regardless of any sort of tiebreaker rules. And nonetheless, we're going to move over now to Mini Yeti versus Mosca, which is our next game. Alrighty. Let's edit everything. Perfect timing here, actually. Mini Yeti 67. We have Mosca verse. All right, let me get this all set up and these guys can get going here. I'll talk you through exactly what matters here. Basically, these guys are playing for second and third place in their division, I think. So it does matter because they're playing for a lifeline in the playoffs, basically. And our first game is going to be, well, actually, we'll jump over to the draft and we'll see what's happening there. This is not what we're watching here. This is going to be Mosca. Mosca versus Mini Yeti. Huh? Why does Mosca not have a flag? Oh, there it is. Fantastic. All right, these guys are good to start now if they want. Is Soup going to play tonight? He already played. He played at the start of the stream. So far we've had Soup versus Kavoth. We've had Garneth versus Adapes. We now have Mosca versus Mini Yeti. And following this, there are a whole bunch of Horus Division games going on for the Challengers League tonight. There's 3 of them back to back. I think it's like Hell's Ravage, Karma, Hell's Ravage, Kaiba, and then Izamato, Kaiba or something. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of those back to back, but I'm not able to cover them. Who won? You missed it? Just go back and watch it. You can just look at the VOD, slide it back and watch it. Anyways, can we talk about this game? Because we've got ourselves the first matchup, which is going to be an Uranus versus Fushi on the map Step. So wait. I do not believe, yes, hang on. Wait, whose draft is whose? Give me a second. I gotta check this. I have no idea who is who at the moment. Oh, Mini Yeti's on the left. Okay. Mini Yeti is on the left. So we got a little bit wrong. So Mini Yeti opening up with his Uranus. And Mosca opening up with his Fushi. I might quickly just jump back while are these guys started? They are started. Okay, never mind. I was going to go to the toilet. I might take the toilet break after. Alrighty. Yeah, so let's talk about the standings here for this one. Basically, at the moment, El Matador has won. He won 1-3, I think, versus Matrius from memory, which leaves the final game Mini Yeti versus Mosca. El Matador is going to be first in this division, and Matrius will be fourth. But these guys are playing for that second place. They're both on 1 win, so whoever wins this one will end up taking this series. Oh, sorry, taking the second place, and the other one taking the third place. The ISIS division is also a lock on for Recon, as he won 3-0. Let me add that in there as well. And Nyan Racing Cat and Aetherial is still to play there. And we also have finally TheMista and Tunison to play tonight, and Grass and Chasing the Sun to play on Sunday night. So there's a couple more games to go, and then we will be ready to start organizing the playoffs. Luckily, I don't think there's going to be any crazy. The only one that's got a little bit of I'm a little bit worried about is the Horus division, as we might see a crazy tiebreaker there at the end. I don't know. They haven't finished the games yet, so we'll have to wait and see. But anyways, our first game, Uranus versus Fushi. This should be a lot of fun. This is looking good because you've got Mirage on there. You've also got Anatolia for Moscow, so they're going to see both of the water maps. So there's a lot of variety in this series for sure. Nonetheless, we jump into game number 1 here. 2 incredibly strong players here for our first game of this series. Let's jump into it. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, Mosca spawns in as the blue Fushi. As we then jump over and we take a look at our red Uranus here for Mini Yeti. Alrighty. So, it's Step. Step generally spawns pretty neutral. Most games, you sometimes get a gold mine in the middle, you sometimes don't. It's generally a little bit of hunt in the middle, but most of it is around the outsides of the map. Take a little quick look at the relics at the top. We got that Archimedes' Ledger. Siege population usage -1. In the center of the map, there is the Staff of Dionysus there, which is regeneration rate +1 per second there for the villagers. We've also got ourselves the Fetters of Fenrir, which is +30% of base there for the villager attack. And finally, we have Blanket of Empress Zoe, making the damage vulnerability to crush -15%. So a little bit stronger for the buildings against those siege weapons and myth units. Nonetheless, Mosca. The big question is, has he learned? I've been watching Mosca's games thus far, and he seems to be a little bit on the previous style of China, which was minimal Quaofu, maximum villages, which I think a lot of players are realizing is probably not the best way to play. It's still decent, mind you. It's not terrible. It's not a bad idea, but it's just not as powerful as like multiple Quaofus to come through. As there is going to be room for that third Quaofu, as well as a temple momentarily. It will be at least 3 Quailfu. One idea here actually for Fushi in this matchup is to play one town center, especially on this map, one town center, and go for that 4th Quailfu, like Soup did this in one of these matchups. What happened to the Mr. Tunison game? This game is happening in 3 hours, guys. It's at 1900 GMT. 1900. This game is first. The schedule is on my Discord. Ah! It is coming soon. It's going to be a fun series. This one's going to be a fun series as well. Stick around. Okay, we got the Chi Yao on the way now for Moscow. I'm not exactly surprised about this, but I do think against Uranos, your best bet is Zhuan Nu on the fact that you get access to Vanish, which can play around Chaos and a whole bunch of other stuff like that. There's a temple coming up for Mini Yeti. Up on this top side here. Goat's getting claimed. Why Quailfu instead of villagers? Well, Quailfu at the moment, well, for one, the Quailfu does gather resources faster on gold and on wood than the peasant does by quite a bit. Take a look here. This is a 1 population villager at 0.82. This is a 3 population villager at 3.06. On top of that, they train in 2/3 the time of a 3 population villager. So you're in getting out 1 Quailfu, this does actually net you a +1 villager lead. The bracket is... If it's in my Discord under the information channel. However, if you come onto Twitch, you can type exclamation bracket and find it. Or just go to Liquipedia and you can see it over there. Got Machine Workshop, military camp coming in. Counter barracks, military barracks on the way for Mini Yeti. And this is just going to be a stock standard opening, it looks like, for Mini Yeti. He does have himself out a Sky Passage already. And a Sky Passage to the top side of the map coming in. As the Najar is hunting. Moving up to the top side. The Sky Lanterns do spot this over here. Najar over onto the bottom side. There is no citizen getting caught out here, so that will be a completed Sky Passage. As Mini Yeti in this matchup, playing 1 town center versus 1 town center, oftentimes it's just about delaying here. Because you do have a lot of advantage with the Shockwave and Carnivora, but you need to get good value out of them, like non-stop here. As the citizen now onto this top hunt patch, going to be enjoying that. As the Terma here for Mini Yeti going forward, checking things out, but it does get caught out there by the Yatsa. A bit of a sacrificial Terma in a lot of ways, just to get some scouting in to make sure that this is going to be a 1 town center affair. Leaves the Terma alive, which is very nice. Caladria can come over and deal with that, heal that one up. As this Najar gets chased down. We'll see another military barracks in. It's the game to continue along. Cheeky little citizen moving up to the top side here as well. I sort of love this idea. Sneak up to the top. If these villagers die, drop a Sky Passage here. Drop over here, back home. And then you back up to the top without your opponent even realizing. And look at this here for Moscow. I love this. Moscow, he's a gamer. He isn't actually auto-queuing the Quailfu out. I see a lot of top players doing this. I think that at the top level, you've got to be able to train villagers manually. And I think it's very important. Otherwise, you start missing out on Quailfu training cycles. And you can already see it's up to 6 here. Now, I will say there is a weakness to this. There is a weakness to this mass spammage of Quailfu. And that's that, 1, Takes a little bit of time to actually train, to actually get the resources back from what you spend. They are costing 150 resources plus 10 favor, which is favor is not nothing. No matter how many people say that you're getting favor for free in from playing China, it's not nothing. You can't increase your favor income. You have a finite amount of it. Well, you can increase it, but not by much. So you have a finite amount of favor, so it is something tangible. But the point is, you're spending gold, which does mean in this gold mine here, if you make 7 Qualfu, now you've got 600 gold less that you can use from that gold mine. So there is that. Nonetheless, cheeky little sky passage up onto this top side as Mini Yeti has a plan here. And he is going heroic gauge. It's a full spammage on the side of Moscow. But Mini Yeti here goes, all right, we get heroic age. Now we're going to think about getting our oracles out. We're going to go for chaos and specifically some satyr here to try and break this army to pieces. This is Champions League. We are not challengers anymore. Thank you. Now Mini Yeti pulling back into his main base. Dow Swordsman on the way. And Mini Yeti, he's caught out a little bit on this one. There's a little bit of damage, but it's not really anything for him to lose here apart from some buildings. As the Terma poke forward. He's going to get little bits of damage. Shoot back forth. Do what he can. Of course, the towers are going to be given a little bit of an advantage here on this. Or a little bit of defensive advantage here is Mini Yeti. Beautiful defense last fight. Hasn't lost a single unit just yet. Losing a counter barracks is not going to be the end of the world, but he does need some buildings getting placed down elsewhere. As the Satyr now out. We do see another one coming in, as also there will be some Contarius on the way. And Mosca says, all right, time to run back. He's actually eating the Peach Blossom Spring here. He's scared. This is even worse for Mosca. Sure, these Qualf are getting a lot of resources in right now. This is a huge amount of income for Mosca. But the problem here is there's no way to really kill Mini Yeti right in this moment. Aside from just coming through and just erasing everything in this main base somehow. So all of this time, this is like a timing advantage or something for Moscow. He's going to run out of this Peach Blossom Spring. He's going to move up onto this position. Ontarius do get spotted as they're trying to move out on the map. Does Moscow have an inkling that something's going on up the top? I mean, he could. I think he's got an inkling. He's moving up here. Gormang now coming through as the Contarius into the main base. Walls are mostly up. There is an angle into this position as the tree is done. All of a sudden, the units that come up here, the villagers can pull into this sky passage and just run. It's not a problem. Mini Yeti not paying attention though. He's trying to raid. He does lose a citizen, but he gets out of there. Now the question is, will Mosca spot the rest? No. You want to send those lanterns up here and scout everything. Another sky passage in the top corner there from Mini Yeti. He's just like, give me all of this advantage as the Contarius charge through. Those two Master of Weaponry Halberdier are very scary. He decides to dive in, that this is a bait as more are going to come in, and he might lose everything here if he's not careful. So the rest of the units do come in. This Contarius will pull out, and now the army of Qualfu and the army of Mosca to charge forward. And Mini Yeti says, maybe, just maybe, the timing is here. The mood is right, and the timing is proper. Satyr plus Chaos. Will it be enough? Mosca's Phallus almost finishing up here. He does abandon. No, he pulls off. He abandons it. There's still Chaos remaining. Doesn't want to drop it because of the... what's it called? Doesn't want to drop it because of the lightning weapons, but lightning weapons does get dropped there. Units are actually going to stun themselves, so it's not the it's not that easy. It's not that useful, but nonetheless, the ballet is up, and Mini Yeti's timing does not end up being enough there. $360 HP. And I honestly think Mini Yeti would have been better off going after the army rather than going after the ballet. Nonetheless, a town center coming up for Mini Yeti at the top. Sky Passage down the bottom. Moscow's economy is about to start ballooning out of proportions here. He's got a pretty big military advantage. However, a lot of this is in units that don't really matter here. Fire Archer, Javelinier. He needs to start going into those much more important White Horse Cavalry and things like that. On the flip side here for Mini Yeti, Arcus aren't really needed. But he's making Arcus. Up to the top here. Halberdiers come through. That will be a dead Contarius as Mini Yeti loses that one. Pulls back. Might lose the other one here as well as those Halberdiers say, no, sir, get out of here. Units from Moscow coming down to the bottom side. And Mini Yeti will pop through his Sky Passage. He does have a random citizen at the bottom of the map here. So he can drop another Sky Passage down here if he wants. Has Moscow learned his lesson? I don't think he has. There's still no Sky Lanterns coming down here to just check what's happening. The Mini Yeti is getting a lot of value with those sneaky citizens. That being said, I mean, how many Javelinier are really here? There's only 6 Javelinier, so maybe Arcus are a good idea. But there's a lot of catching up here for, or delaying here for Mini Yeti to do. One idea could be to actually, you can put the goats into the Sky Passage as well. A little bit of a secret. Oscar's going to be going for the kill here as he charges straight forward. He does have 2 Tao Wu. At the moment, with only 4 oracles out, life does get pretty tricky. He's poking off a couple of units here as the house is falling. Every little bit counts here for Mini Yeti. As Melska realizes, okay, maybe we just need to pull back. We have to do something else. Palace up onto the top. Destroyers starting to come through. Army composition of some form of like Contarius, Destroyer, Arcus is very powerful versus the Chinese. That's these White Horse Cavalry searching around down to the bottom, making sure no gold mines getting grabbed. The White Horse Cavalry up to the top here, searching as well. He's missed all of these Sky Passages, all of this position. Does he even know that the town center is up? He's got no idea. He's now going to be alerted to the fact that, oh, that's actually not an eco advantage anymore. Mini Yeti is 2 TC, and he is off to the races as the villagers up the top do get spotted. Be careful with the citizen. He can pop through the Sky Passage to defend here. The rest of this army going to make its way up to the top side. As one White Horse Cavalry does end up falling. Over here, the destroyers taking down a couple of buildings, but these destroyers are more of a distraction than anything else, as they're all going to be getting taken out. Sky Passage on this position now going down as a bit of a garrison, ungarrison situation. As the White Horse Cavalry comes back in, does get shanked. And Mini Yeti, while in pain, is still kicking in this game. Meanwhile, Gong Gong pre-queued. Now this is slow. This is giving Mini Yeti a lot of time to get a villager advantage here. As the citizen can wander forward, he can actually drop another palace over onto this spot now as the White Horse Cavalry are leaving that bottom position, going into the main base to take some units out. And the Sky Passage is here. If Mini Yeti is paying attention, he can pop out and defend this. Meanwhile, an attack up to the top here. Going to be somewhat of an issue. Contarius to come up and deal with this for the time being. At least a couple of them. Citizens turn around. Bit of a shank. We'll lose a Oracle there, though. Up onto the top side. The Sky Passage here. I think it was deleted there, actually, as the Contarius are chasing around speedy Whitehorse Cavalry. 6.6 versus 5.8. There's the slow attack onto this palace coming through. We'll just get pulled. I'm going to try and get that palace repaired up. Citizens enjoying some gold over onto this side. There is a second town center for Moscow. So no more bleeding in terms of the income. Contarius coming up onto this spot, but plenty of units here. There's heavy cavalry coming through for Mini Yeti. The question here is really, can this army beat Moscow's? Moscow, upgrade situation. Has himself bronze shields on the other side. Full copper in for Mini Yeti. Don't want to waste some units, not ideal, but just trying to see what's happening here, getting some knowledge. I actually think he might have the stronger army here to deal with this, especially if he has a chaos. He doesn't have the chaos as he decides to attack forward. He drops the Carnivora down on top of those siege crossbows as the Contarius to come through onto the back line, but another lightning weapons to come in. As I've never seen that before, but the Sage converts one of those guys as the units pull back into the Sky Passage, waiting out the lightning weapons. Is there enough stuff here to now break through yet again? There will be a shockwave that could be used here. Sniping the Jiangxia is going to be a big help. Shockwave onto everything here. As the Contarius is going to try and frontline. He is fighting underneath the palace for the time being, but it's not really helping. It's targeting down a Tao Wu. As the army, though, of Moscow is just not dying here. And Mini Yeti cannot break out of this position. Dives into the Sky Passage. Over onto this side, there is a Sky Passage down the bottom, but a ballet comes up. 2 ballets from Moscow. And Moscow has thwarted that little attempt from Mini Yeti. Over onto this side, Mini Yeti going to be getting a palace up here. Maybe some sort of a Sky Passage onto this side. He's got one, and a whole bunch of Destroyer through. He can get them in, and he can kill off this ballet, and he might be able to take out this position here. As the Contarius are in to defend for the time being. What else can we see here? Up onto the top, the Sky Passages getting cleaned up. Villagers over onto this side. We'll throw up a Sky Passage here. He can pop through onto this side and come over here if he needs to. Some Destroyers making their way through to try and take out this position. The army is very much out of position here, which will allow some sort of counterplay for Mini Yeti. He's got 4 Destroyers. Is this going to be enough to break through this position? More Destroyers coming through. More Archers coming through. There's a town center up the top getting taken for Moscow. And the Destroyers will slowly but surely be able to take out this ballet. Boiling Oil comes through. Lots of towers up on this spot to just delay as much as he possibly can. The more units to come through as the Qualfu getting sniped. Keeping this game competitive from an income angle, but life is very, very tricky now for Mini Yeti. To the main base, these units are coming over here as well, but this is allowing everything through over here. We are seeing a ballet coming up onto this top side. All the units popping through here to try and take out. This could be an idea. Mini Yeti's got to be quick here. He's going to be losing his Sky Passage. Doesn't pay attention there. The citizens can pull off and throw another Sky Passage down very, very quickly over here and escape. Never mind, not with the Tao Wu. The Tao Wu's got that special in and takes it out. And Mini Yeti there does tap out in that moment as he's just not able to quite stabilize here. He went for some crazy attack on the middle. Look, let's take a look at this post game here. This attack, I think, would have been a win for Mini Yeti if he ignored the ballet. But I think he wanted to win the game in that moment, which is probably the mistake. He should have taken a good fight, taken out all the units, let the ballet come up, go for the second town center, kill off as many units as he can, go take the second town center like he did, and then take the game a little bit longer, where he can secure both sides of the map with the sky passages, and then you win on that next gold mine. But unfortunately, he threw away way too much on that ballet. You can see the difference at the end of this first fight. 4.2k to 3.5k, all the way down to 3.2k to 900. And from there, it's just how are you going to catch up? And it's a difficult catch up there indeed. Nonetheless, let's drop back over to the draft and we'll get into the next game. Game is on Mirage, as it's going to be at Tsukiyomi ISIS matchup here. They are almost in. I really need to go pee-pee. I am going to go pee-pee. I'll be right back. Apologies. See you guys soon. Sorry, guys. Let's get into this game. I'm only 45 seconds behind. Let's go. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, we do have a Mosca playing as ISIS. And in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as the red Tsukiyomi, it is Mini Yeti. Alrighty, we are on the map Mirage. We're going to see some spice here. I think this matchup here is very, very interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. I don't know how it goes on water. I haven't played it. I think there's a lot of spice for the Tsukiyomi here on this specific map. But there's also a lot of spice for the ISIS here. Oh my god, Abaxi, you crazy man. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. You legend. Mwah! 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 That's 20 mois. You legend. Alrighty, let's enjoy this game, okay? We got ourselves Mosca. He's gonna have to play a very, very nice game. So let's talk through what ISIS is good at, how ISIS can deal with what Tsukiyomi is gonna throw at her, and all the other good stuff. So first things first is the priest. This is an incredibly useful unit in this matchup. It does shut down the Tengu. It's not amazing versus the Oni, though. The Oni is actually, like, doesn't have any weaknesses with that special ability. Just advantage from smacking, right? So the Oni could be a nice way to go. Plus, you've also got access to things like Smiting Gust to send the unit. Anyways, not going to go there. But the Oni is an option here on this map. What else is there? Another really, really nice way to play this is if you're gonna rush for the heroic age and you're gonna get yourself out the Migdols, which plays around Swampland. So if Swampland ever comes, you're just gonna be garrisoning. Also, you do have access to the monuments, which can be another way to play around Swampland too. And yeah, that's the story. That's the story that I'm running with. As wow, the Pharaoh coming over here from Moscow to empower that one up, getting a huge dump off. If he micros this every like 50 seconds or so to pop that Pharaoh back over onto the dock, that would be absolutely insane. Okay, another spicy thing is obviously getting to the Mythic Age here. You get access to a whole bunch of, or you get access to your Slenderman. What did I call the guy? What is he? I can't even remember his name anymore. Umibozu? The Umibozu. You get the Umibozu out, and then you can... Is that 9 fish there? You get the Umibozu out, and then you can teleport into your opponent's fish and deal with that. Of course, your opponent's also going to have their own free myth units there as well, but still. As we are going to be seeing Anubis for Moscow. Obelisk is up on the front here from Moscow. He just wants to see what's happening in the main base. Over onto this side, 2 villages coming through as we will see a Plague of Serpents getting dropped down. And this is not the end of the world necessarily. In fact, the dock here does a lot of damage to these snakes. If the arrows will hit. Hello there? Arrows? Hit? Okay. Pulls one. There you go. Pull the fishing ships forward. Drag the snakes. This is really smart from Mini Yeti. Drag the snakes in. He's got to focus fire a little bit. But anyways, he should be able to take all of these out without any problems. It will be a little bit of damage. Townsends are now coming through for Moscow. I'm not surprised to see that he's got He's got a back gold mine. He's got back hunt. He should be good here to get to the heroic age off of 2 TC and play a very nice game here. In the main base, we are going to be seeing just a little bit of commoner harassment from the Anubite as the Jiragumo and Kitsune are in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Mini Yeti going to be healing up his villagers and all the other good stuff. And then we got the Ramming Wasson taking out the remainder of those snakes. Funnily enough, if you get to the heroic age really quickly and you don't kill off the snakes, you get the Honengyo out and you use the new moon on the temple, you get Inari Orkami, you got the Ivory Netsuke, and then all of a sudden you can get yourself all those snakes. Probably not that much gold actually. You can eat them all with the Honengyo. You sell a bunch of gold. This one villager does end up getting sniped as Mini Yeti. Just a couple of Naginata riders running out onto the map to cause some problems, and walls up for Moscow already. And he is looking like he is in a pretty good position now. So wall will finish up. Towers will come through. And you can also go for a pretty quick crenellations here as well afterwards. It's not that expensive. And in fact, he is going to be doing so. But the wall will not be able to stay alive here as the villagers do need to pop back. But as soon as the Naginata riders leave, you can always guarantee this wall will get rebuilt. As the villagers over onto this side. An armory coming up trying to block everything as the villagers need to pull back. But Pharaoh going to go down pretty quickly here. He pulls into the town center. Villagers turning around. Nice little bits of damage here as the villagers all popping in, and they will come over onto the other side. They can jump onto wood for the time being. He still gets to the next stage. Still got gold in his main base. And Hachiman is now queued up for Mini Yeti, but he doesn't have the resources for it just yet. On the other side, Mini Yeti also struggling just a little bit for this remainder of these resources as the Naginata Riders to come through. But with the town center with crenellations, you will lose some units here. Does manage to pick off one unit there. I'm a little bit shook that didn't. Anyways, I thought that would kill off the Naginata Rider. I think as they're so quick, maybe it's not a thing. Nonetheless, the villagers in and out as the tiniest little bits of damage here from these Naginata Riders, causing a lot of problems for Moscow. But he does get back over onto his gold mine. He can buy the remaining food if he wants to. He's already advancing, actually, up through Nephthys. His units to pull back. And into the main base here for Mini Yeti. One problem arises. And that problem is... Bro, you've only had one Miko working the entirety of this game. Where is your favor? You're at 17, 18 favor. Yeah, crenellations affects all buildings' accuracy. As the guardhouses coming up for Mini Yeti. What is he going for at the moment? I wouldn't be surprised if Moscow is just going to rush the Mythic Age as well. It's a very Moscow thing to do. He's already has the resources basically to make it happen. A Migdol getting down. And then what? So Migdol gets placed. Honengyo is in. And it's going to be a whole bunch of Yeti Spearmen and Naginata Riders here. This does make some sense, but full Chariot Archer is completely fine here. I guess you also have to be worried that he's going to be scared about all those Tengu coming. Nonetheless, a Mosca Monument also on the way. Camel Riders are queued up. Not that many villagers on wood for the time being here. But now, medium upgrades is through with that Bushido tier 2 through. And Mini Yeti is going to be on his way. The armory for Mini Yeti also getting a lot of technologies. Easy way to defend this is just to throw another Migdol down on this position. There's literally no problems to deal with this, but you have to scout it out. You got to know what your opponent's doing. No new moon getting dropped onto the temple does mean new moon on the armory. As the main base is now going to be getting opened up. Camel Riders sneaking out onto the map looking for anything to take out here. And Mosca very smartly says, all right, if you're going to go for this, I just have to hold. I just have to hold double Migdol. What are you going to do? You can't drop Swampland down here. You're not going to be able to kill me until I move on to a next gold mine. I got all of the defenses I need. Armory over here. Walls coming up. It's the Camel Riders to just harass the shrine for the time being, but units coming into the main base of Mosca. He's got to be quick. He does. Garrison quickly into the tower. Pulls back. These Camel Riders can come over and deal with this. Of course, there's also the option of just attacking the main base here if there's enough stuff. But the big thing here for Mini Yeti that's scary for all these Camel Riders is those Yeti Spearmen. 11 Yeti Spearmen in. It's very tough to deal with those. Like Axemen, Spearmen, a Spearman angle here if he sees it, because they're going to be able to tank or whatever. We're also seeing some Yumi Horse Archers as well. But Chariot Archers are obviously the best choice. Shoot and scoot. And realistically here for Mosca, he just wants to sit on this 2 TC for as long as he possibly can. No, the Shogun is not anything. It has no tag. It's just a hero. It's like a Greek hero or Son of Osiris or something like that. Onto the top side. A little bit of damage here as the house wall standing strong for Moscow for just a little bit longer. Camel Riders sneaking over here. There is one Juragumor standing guard. But that is not really going to be enough here. These high HP units, you get picked up by one Juragumor. Yes, it does like 150 damage with the attack. But it's not going to be able to kill a Camel Rider. And as Mini Yeti is still massing up this army, trying to break through. And we see Osiris now on the way for Moscow. Is he going in this town center? No, he goes into the main one. This is so dangerous because he's got no Migdols here. He does have a monument, but it's only protecting the back side. It's the Camel Riders. They do manage to sneak through over here. Juragumor being a bit of a pain, but the Moscow Camel Riders getting to work. So the Chariot Archers popping over here. Gonna take out the Spearmen. The Armory slowly getting those upgrades in for Moscow as a forward castle to come down. Orkuni Nushi pre-queued for Mini Yeti. The villager differential is getting very, very big here. Now the thing is for Moscow, he needs to get this next gold mine now sorted out. Maybe selling some food early, dropping 2 Migdols down and an extra monument here. If Moscow can distract while this is all going on, it's going to be really good. He's going to throw his army away, though, as he charges straight forward here. Move on to this side, hitting this position. As the Son of Osiris will get converted, or the Pharaoh gets converted into the Son of Osiris. And this is a big opportunity now for Mini Yeti as he charges forward here. Drops that on the backside. We see the Ancestors coming through, but the Shogun is going to be getting a lot of value on this position here. And also, the Mummy also playing into the Shogun as he's just enjoying a bunch of samurais. The villagers need to pull back. And Moscow, I don't know exactly what that decision was, but he needed Migdols down. He needed defenses on this gold mine. Is there anything he can do next to break out of this position? He's got to get to this gold mine. There's no more god powers left for... Actually, he's got another god power with 100 favor, but still. Charges forward. He's got that mummy helping out. Son of Osiris as well to boot. Lots of units queued up here for Moscow as he's trying to get out of this position. The problem is what he's gone for at the moment is just feeding Mini Yeti's army. And now the Son of Osiris going down as Mini Yeti does manage to break through all of this. And Moscow will end up getting gold starved. He's got the villager lead, but 0 gold income. Mini Yeti's still got plenty of units kicking in this game. Pulls back up to the top side here as the castle is up. A guardhouse coming onto the front as well. Funnily enough, the Ancestors and the mummy there were 2 units that weren't really needed for Moscow. But really... The Migdols on this position was all that was needed. I don't particularly understand the Mythic Age idea from Moscow. If he just stays Heroic Age, gets all of his armory upgrades in, slaps 2 Migdols down over here, slowly moves forward, then he just wins. Because if he has the Migdols, he just garrisons versus Swampland. You can't use Swampland versus the Egyptian army if there's Migdols nearby. But he just kind of, I don't know. Let's have a look at the resource value here. Military resource value in the end fight. You can see it's like equal. And you can't really expect to win a fight when you're equal on military resources. If your god power doesn't really do anything. Your opponent's got 2 god powers. You have 1 with the Son of Osiris. Swampland was absolutely huge there. Also, the counter, the Yeti Spearman also being huge. Those Spearmen in from Moscow, I think was a big problem there. But nonetheless, well played. Well played from Mini Yeti. He takes game number 2. We'll move back into the draft and see what the players are going to go for in game number 3. Add this all up. So the Uranus was a death. The Skirmy was a win. The Isis was a death. The Fushi was a win. This was game 2. This was game 2. As the next map is going to be on Anatolia. And it's going to be a Freya versus Hades matchup. Yeah, so like using Ancestors versus Shogun just doesn't make sense at the moment. That is not a good idea. Son of Osiris should spawn elephants. Maybe. Basically, you need a whole bunch of chariot archers to take the Shogun out. And then once the Shogun's gone, then you can take out everything else. You can use the ancestors and things like that. But that's okay. All right, let's jump into game number 2. Game number 3. Game number 3. Alrighty, we are back onto our favorite map. Alfheim. No, Anatolia. Realizing we are in the Loki division here. Not the Uranus division anymore. Alrighty. So a little bit of Hades for Moscow. And on the bottom side of the map, we have Freya for Mini Yeti. So we'll have a little look-see at the relics in the middle of the map. Over here, we've got the blue crystal shard, which is 5% of base there for the golden wood gather rate. The center of the map, we have the text of Imhotep, which is minus 10% of the build rate there for the buildings. Over onto this side, we have the Hermes' winged sandals, which is going to be 5% of base, which is movement speed there. And finally, armor of Achilles is minus 5% there for the vulnerability to hack. Okay, so both players deciding. Well, we do see Moscow's got a dock on both sides already. They start off on the same side at the bottom. All the other good stuff. Mini Yeti making his way up to the top side. I mean, we've seen this matchup quite a bit. I actually think that the Zeus is a lot more powerful versus Freya than the Hades is. Hades has got some troubles in this matchup. You don't have any big heroic spikes. You have to make it all happen. Sorry, big mythic spikes. You have to make it happen in the heroic age. It's going to be a little bit tricky. Though you do have Fortress plus Sentinels, which can be nice as well. Hades should go Ares here. It's not a terrible shout. Not a terrible idea. So a lot of villagers on wood to kick this game off, as now the villagers will start making their way over onto gold. But this will allow Moscow to just pump docks out and get himself all these fishing ships. On the other side here for Mini Yeti. Hasn't built himself an ox cart, just sharing. If you know me, I'm never a fan of this, but it does get you out some earlier fishing ships, so that can be somewhat useful. Yeah, I mean, Ares, Athena, I think... Actually, you know what? Ares does make a lot of sense. But also Athena with the restoration is very tough to ignore. So I don't know. Like restoration, like Sarissa, that stuff can be super helpful in this matchup. To deal with like enemy god powers like the Ghoul and Bursty, like the Tempest. Nonetheless, Mini Yeti going to be dropping his temple. Up onto the top side here. Moscow is taking a very late advance himself. Temple up with 2 villages. It's probably going to be like a 436 or something. Sorry, 536 or something. But more docks coming down onto the bottom side. We've got that Ulla on the way as well for Mini Yeti, as the hand axe is going to be coming through. There's a dock up the top for Moscow as well, and he will finish up his fishing ships, and I imagine Mini Yeti will do exactly the same over here, and we get ourselves a fairly, what I like to call an incredibly fair start here on Anatolia. It's pretty rare. Oftentimes in these tournament games, we just see one fishing spot stolen. Oftentimes in these tournament games, you see people getting a lot of cheeses off, a lot of like villagers shanking shenanigans, berserks getting killed, etc. We've seen it all. But this game, both players should be pretty happy, you know? Completely fair. It'll all come down to how well they play moving into this next stage of the game. And now Mini Yeti says, oh, hello there. Can you even get this up? Is this spotted? It is spotted. This is in range of this position, and Moscow can pump a whole bunch of Pentacontas out and deny this. But this is a huge advantage. If he can get this up, Moscow's going to be in some trouble. Well, he's not going to be able to do anything to get past the hill fort because it covers, I think it covers the majority of this water, even maybe up to here. I don't really know. We are going to be seeing some longboats to come down. There's an answer for Pentacontra, I guess. The only thing that can really stop this. Achilles and a Minotaur and an Ajax going to be looking ahead into the main base here as Mini Yeti is going for his big fat cheese, so to speak. It's the Juggernaut coming through. Ursa's making their way over onto this side into the main base. I'll mark it up, but it's not going to be... There's not going to be much coming through very shortly as the Ursa are going to be pulling back. He has to defend himself. But with the Asgardian hill fort up on this position, you've got access to this upgrade as well here to get some portable rams, which can take out the docks really quickly. Makes a lot of sense at this moment. I see the range on this? No. Unless the Minotaur shenanigans over here will end up getting cleaned up. A couple more longhouses coming in. We are actually seeing that Dahlia in, so some Rams going to be nice. As this Mosca Juggernaut cannot break this position. You can't take this out. It's got 22 range. And will we see a... Question is, will we see a portable ram? Because I can easily take the docks out as well. Into the main base, got that Sentinels in. And Mini Yeti will be pulling back for the time being. Marker coming up for Mini Yeti as well. There's the portable ram on the way. He's not going for the dock. Got to go for the dock. He's going for the main base. We do see Aphrodite coming through, but this is pretty spicy on the side of Mini Yeti. Unexpected even. And then here you're going to have the docks getting taken out. With Aphrodite coming through, there's a big problem because half of these units are just going to die to the curse, right? Like, it's 800 resources versus units. That's all those berserks dead. There's also the double military academy already set up. The Rams are coming through. I guess a whole bunch of throwing action is the only way forward here. The military academies at the very least to go down. Does mean no Hapaspist. Another military camp academy on the top. On the right there. Villagers on this gold mine going to be getting picked off as Mini Yeti is not playing around here. He says, let's go. Takes down the sentry tower. All those berserks are taken out, but the Herso remain. And I don't think that Mini Yeti can quite finish this one here just yet. Sentinel over here can start getting targeted down, but it looks like to me Mosca has held for the time being. Now we have the Skylar coming through. Gonna just move straight past the Asgardian hill fort and look to attack these back fishing spots. Not only that, the Skylar can actually take out the Asgardian hill fort like from underneath. No problems. On to this side, the Rams cleaning up buildings and all the other good stuff. Restoration now in for Mosca as Mini Yeti needs to pull back again. So throw an action are coming in. No access to any sort of tanking units. Lots of favor in the bank. Room for a potential extra hill fort here in the center of the map. Man, I think if he just killed off these docks, this would have been a really good spot for him because we would have had all the fish, but he's just kind of going crazy. Mosca is sort of stuck in his base, but you know, gold mines will get grabbed. Guardian Hill Fort is going to be nice for some extra pressure here to lock off this position. Some more longhouses coming through. Peltast somewhat needed here for Mini Yeti as well. Sorry, for Mosca as well. I mean, now he's got heavy Hapaspist. Does Mosca see this? He doesn't see it. Doesn't matter because all the fishing ships are going to be dead, so he's going to have a huge amount of economy to play with. At the very least, some armory upgrades to come through as the throwing axemen. They can look to wall this position off, and there's just one dude there. As some walls coming up over here as can lock off this position and this spot. I mean, at the very best here, though, Mini Yeti is going to be able to have himself a full wood-based army. And Mosca is just going to have so much more stuff. He can even work towards an extra restoration here. He's at 50 favor. At the moment, he's feeling comfortable to just walk out. He can put a fortress down and then just drop sentinels there as well. Now, Mini Yeti has to take a fight. Peltas will start getting some good damage done. The portable rams will sneak through and try and get onto the fortress at the very least. Peltas on the back needs to micro down onto those Tauren Axemen, doing a good job there. So at least the fortress gets denied, but after that, the portable rams go down. The Nemean line gets the stun off. All of the Herser falling there. And in that moment, Mini Yeti taps out. Mosca takes the dub. An interesting try here from Mini Yeti. I think it was perfectly within his right and within the ability to just like find a really nice advantage without any risk here. To just take out the docks with the rams. Build 2 rams. The rams are good for later as well. Clean up these docks. Take all this fish. Sure, he's going to lose this bottom fish, but that's fine. And then you just play for heroic age, or you play for like defensive fresh shenanigans after that. I love the idea of a fortress over on this side, but going crazy and trying to take out the Mosca main base with Aphrodite on the table. Maybe if it was going to be like a underworld, maybe he expected, but Mosca, he gets that Aphrodite in, and those berserks all dying. It's just too much. Nonetheless, 2 wins now for Mosca. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 4. Alrighty, our next game is going to be a Noir versus Poseidon affair. Noir and Poseidon. Just saw what this is 3. This is 4. That's a win there and a lose here. 3 and game 4 for Noir. Okay, I fixed it. You said there's no gods overlapping from one player to the other. Is that by design? Yeah, so the drafts, there is a ace pick that can overlap. You can have the same first pick god, but everything else is, I pick this one, you can't have it. I pick this one, you can't have it. Alrighty, these guys are they're already on their way, so we can jump in momentarily here. Did Kavoth play Soup? Yep, they did. It was a good game, good series. A little bit of cheesing, a little bit of cheese shenanigans. But it was a good series. After this game, we have after this series, in approximately 2 hours from now, will be Tunison versus TheMista. So that'll be happening soon. Alrighty, let's get into game number 3. Alrighty, guys. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Poseidon, it is Mosca. And in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Nuwa, it is Mini Yeti. We are on the map Ghost Lake now, and Mosca on his pride and joy. There's 2 players in this tournament who love Poseidon more than anyone else. One of them is Mosca. The other is Matrius. We'll see if Mosca can make this work here against the Chinese menace that is Nuwa. Now, in my experience, there is a way through this matchup for Greek. And that is to be playing very good defense and surviving. If you can survive the crazy mid game and you can get yourself to a really nice army, you can crack some wins here in the late game with Poseidon. Without question. There's also some other like Ares style ideas for Poseidon, but I don't think they're the best versus Nuwa. Unless you have Underworld, which is a Hades thing, not for Poseidon. Relics on the map, we got the shape of fingernails, a little bit of food, trickle rate there. Over onto this side, there is the head of Orpheus, which is going to be some building line of sight +8. Up on the top side, there is this Fatal Faries Sledge, which is going to be fortress-like building, favor cost set to 0. And finally, the Kopesh of Horus with the bonus against myth units +1x as a very fast classical age coming through for Mosca. Mosca goes, I'm not going to die to any cheese here. Let me get to the classical age as fast as I humanly can. And I'm going to come kill ya. I'm going to come kill ya. That's what he's going for. Dragging the boar in as well. Lots of villagers on gold. He's got 5 on gold, 3 on wood, 3 on food. Getting himself up his house as well. Ready for a Theseus or something to come in fairly shortly. Or does he go for the Theseus or does he just go for the Atalanta straight away? Because it's such a fast advance for Mosca. It looks like he's skipping the Theseus. And it will be a very quick Atalanta straight away. As well as the Centaur obviously going to be on its way. Atalanta is coming in. And we do have a cheeky little lure into the main base there after all is said and done. Meanwhile, Goat's getting sent into the main base here for Mini Yeti. He will pull off of this forward gold mine as the Centaur wanders forward. Realistically, there's only one place to be attacking here, and that's that wood line. There is this random boar that's just dead in the middle of the map, but nonetheless, Atalanta going to be making her way over, as we do have now the Pioneers checking things out. Just the Pioneer over onto this side. Mosca's respecting it as how to can pop at 4 minutes, and it does indeed do so as the Centaur will pull back. And this ridiculously fast advance from Mosca forced out an early Earthwall military camp coming down for Mini Yeti. And it looks to me like there's going to be a town center getting dropped. Obviously, 2 Gold Mine Ghost Lake is a very specific type of map. Defense is normally pretty doable, but with an advance that fast from Moscow, I just ask the questions why. Mosca spots himself at the military, the Mini Yeti camp, military camp. Mini Yeti on the other side hasn't really seen a whole lot. There is the Xiongqi coming through. This might force a ceasefire as well. We haven't got the Theseus in just yet. And The Cheongchi is literally wandering straight towards a town center as a random house to come up. We'll pull the villager as we do have the clay peasants. Ceasefire forced. Not really the end of the world here for Moscow. He gets out the clay peasants as we will see a quick wall coming up onto this spot. Meanwhile, Moscow says, excuse you, you shall not put a wall in this spot. You can go ahead and drop a wall around here. No problems. But now the ceasefire is done and the clay peasants is out of here. I think Moscow's really won out on this trade, but what units are through for Mini Yeti? What is he going for? Moving up to the top side, Fire Archer, Halberdier. Mini Yeti is an incredibly aggressive player. He doesn't like 2TC. He doesn't like playing macro games. He's going to go for broke 9 times out of 10. Svaddle Buddy's Sledge getting picked up. Now, this can very much work here. Just because Moscow got up that town center, just because Mini Yeti wasted his first his creation god power, doesn't really matter. You got out ceasefire, which does mean a big push here is going to be very, very tough to deal with. The question is, what type of big push? Are we going heroic age? Are we just going to mass units and just try and kill a whole bunch of Cheongchi as an idea against the low heroed up classical age Poseidon? Moscow's going for Hippias. He's going for Toxotes. This is the best composition for Greek in the classical age versus China. Unless there's halberdiers with glowing sticks. There's now a couple of units that are going to be sneaking in here. This will get spotted from Moscow as the Hippias moving forward. Villagers will simply just pull back. I don't actually know if this is a winnable... Oh, he does have 3 halberdiers here. Good micro from Moscow, as is always the case. A couple of Toxotes in. Going to cause some problems as well, as the Pioneers getting taken out. Now the Centaur can join back into the fight. Great control. Cheongchi charging in to take out the Centaur, as the Atalanta will charge down there, but loses the center. Cheongchi falls. And now the chase down on this army to come through, as Mini Yeti is going Gormang. Probably for the plan of going into a mass amount of white horse cavalry, but I'm not sure this idea is quite solid. Nonetheless, one of those halberdiers, both those halberdiers will go down. And the villagers up onto this top position. Are they spotted by Moscow? He doesn't know they're there just yet. Or maybe he does. He should know they're there. Seeing more military camps coming up as more halberdiers are on the way. Towers are up on this position as well. And Moscow has to somewhat respect that as he pulls back. Meanwhile, Spirited Charge to come through for Moscow. Is he going to keep on pumping units out? 3 halberdier, probably enough to scare off with the help of a tower behind it. As the Hippias poking in and out. And they say, okay, no more. Now you see Moscow sneaking through here. He says, let me try and get onto these guys. Just getting a little bit of vision, all that other good stuff. Does have the Pegasus up onto this position as well. The halberdier gets a little bit of damage done over onto this spot. The Tao Wu sort of in no man's land as Moscow trying to catch that hero Qualfu out. The ballet going to get dropped down. We do have the forest protection to come through. And Moscow here doesn't really need to finish this fight and win the game at this point, but He's just killed off all the units, and Mini Yeti going to try and get up this ballet here. All the fire archers to fall. The hero Kavoth does end up falling there as well. And now all the peasants from that food situation going to try and get the ballet up. I don't know if this is going to finish. In fact, even if it finishes, he's on 2 TC. Moscow's on 2 TC, and all the villagers are going to go down, or nearly all of them would go down. For some reason, we're seeing fire archers getting built here as well from Mini Yeti, which just does not work versus Toxotes. But luckily for Mini Yeti, he does manage to push back there with the help of the military camp watchtower and forest protection. The ballet will finish up here. But look at the differential on villager count. It's absolutely out of this world. Some more military buildings to come up, and Moscow has to make a decision now. Do you just go heroic age? And now we have access to Prodromus, which is going to be able to deal with those White Horse Cavalry? Or do you stay classical age and just pump a whole bunch more units out? Looking like the answer is going to be heroic age. And then the other question is, do you go for Dionysus or the safe Aphrodite? As he decides Dionysus is the god of choice here. A whole bunch of Hippias for Moscow. He's still pumping these bad boys out. Hippias do kind of lose to the White Horse Cavalry, but I mean, numbers-wise, there's going to be way more for Moscow, surely. And I guess if he gets all the upgrades as well, life's going to be a little bit difficult there. As the double walls coming up for Moscow, he can just keep on doing this behind this thing. Just keep on spamming those walls up. That's exactly what he's going to do. As the Ford gold mine getting poked down. No rush here. There's still 1,700 gold in the main base. It's every upgrade under the sun to start coming through. And I mean, behind this as well, you can try and drop a fortress down if you want, but a couple of Prodromus going to be coming through. There's also now the Hydra. Any heroes in from... there's only one Pioneer, so this Hydra is going to have a field day. A second or third Hydra would not go astray here. If your opponent's got one Pioneer, just build some myth units. It's going to be a huge help. Though that being said, heavy cavalry is another very good option here. But now, yeah, Moscow can, like, this is the thing. Like, when you play 2 TC, Moscow is one of the greatest of this. It's like, you just go, okay, if you're just going to keep on attacking me, I just sit back and wait. Kill off my buildings. It doesn't matter. I'm just waiting. I got 30 villagers, 40 villagers, 30 villagers more than you. I'll just sit back. I'll get all my upgrades. Once I hit full pop with all my upgrades, I'll take a fight. No problems. The White Horse Cavalry sneaking around over onto this position. Villagers will be going down here. This Mini Yeti will pull back. There is a second town center going up as well now for Mini Yeti, but 3 heavy Prodromus with that Thracian horses tech, also an option there. And now Mini Yeti can also, Moscow can also think about going for this town center, which he will go for. Some archer upgrades wouldn't go astray either. Oh, no, he goes for a fortress. Probably a better idea. The 2 Hydras do force out a couple of Pioneers. Now a couple more heavy Hippias will split off from the army to come over here and try and deny this Townsend. It's got 10 seconds until completion. A little bit late, I think, from Mosca to react to this one's probably going to be finishing. Though he does pick off 1 Qualfu. Not the worst thing in the world. Now Mosca can take himself that 3rd town center. Getting himself his upgrades. Bow Saw coming in. No Shaft Mine just yet. Now, what's Mini Yeti gonna actually try and do? He goes for another... Oh no, another forest protection. This is gonna immediately go down. They might only hit these Hippias 1 time, and they just heal it off. Like, do they? They basically just heal it off. Now Dionysia in as well, so even more HP on these Hippias. And Mini Yeti does decide in that moment to tap out as Mosca takes the series 3-1, 4 games, with some really, really fun play here. This Poseidon went very well for him. Mini Yeti got incredibly scared from that fast advance from Mosca, and then Mosca just goes, no, I'll just go town center. Didn't even build a single Hippias. I think maybe if Mini Yeti stayed 1 town center here and went classical age push, could have been a way to make it work. But the fast heroic, it's just not it versus a player of Mosca's caliber. He's going to punish you. He's going to get units out. And unless you're sitting in your main base and then break out, you're going to be having some losses. But just a really well played game and series from Mosca. If you guys are enjoying, make sure you hit the follow button, the like button, subscribe button, all the other good stuff. For now, I'm going to take the shortest of breaks. We do have TheMista and Tunison in about an hour and a half. I need to eat some food. So I'm going to take about a 15-minute break. We do have some more Horus Division games going on for Challengers League. I'll see how they're going. We might jump into those while we wait. But yeah, I'm going to have a 15-minute break. Don't you guys go nowhere. We'll see what happens next. The Hephaestus Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential very, very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack. Hephaestus Revenge too late to come through. He can drop the Ghoul and Bursty in here as well. Does decide to do so. Pushing in to take out a whole bunch of that front. Look at the damage from the Ghoul and Bursty. Gareth deciding to fight this one is absolutely insane. He has to just say, no worries. It's fine. We'll just run into the Migdol stronghold. He gets those catapults back to safety, but the front line falling is absolutely gigantic here. As the Chariot Archer's pulling all the way back in onto this spot. The Ghoul and Bursty still getting damage done. That area of effect auto attack damage is absolutely insane. Now Aetherial charges in. He is fighting under 3 Migdol strongholds, but the portable ram's coming through. If he gets onto the Titan Gate, it's all over. You can't finish that one. 40 seconds remaining because he hits every villager. He kills every villager with the strikes. Does Chasing the Sun see this? Not just a huge hit onto the Toxotes. He takes them all out. Eric is 70% here. He sees the Titan Gate. 20 seconds remaining. He's got to click on it though. He has to click on it, and now he's making his way over there. Disaster for Eric, 18 seconds remaining. The villagers will start to die. They've got a huge amount of HP, 13 seconds. Is it going to be, he drops Tempest. Is that going to be enough? He's going to be healing. The restoration from Eric. 5 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. The Titan falls and the game is over. Can Hells break through here or not is the big question. Lots and lots of Halberdier. Should be very, very strong here, but the Chaos gets dropped down. The healing, though, from those chillin' is going to be an amazing assistance for Hells. It looks like it's able to completely dominate this army. I did say that those Terma were not of any value there for Zucolo. But now, Hells, imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing axe from great control there from Hell's Ravage. But doesn't matter. I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one. He charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yahtzee to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force SETI is on the way. Earthwall gets dropped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raizu goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adopessu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adopessu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adopessu's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adopessu says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tawu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan. Does it go up population-wise? It is looking like Adopessu is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Adopessu just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously. The fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Alopez. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave. I thought it was a fail. Oh my god. The slingers getting a whole bunch of damage done. Mosca says, all right, it's time to fight. The Hephaestus Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential. Very, very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack. Hephaestus Revenge too late to come through. He can drop the Ghoul and Bursty in here as well. Does decide to do so. Pushing in to take out a whole bunch of that front. Look at the damage from the Ghoul and Bursty. Gareth deciding to fight this one is absolutely insane. He has to just say, no worries. It's fine. We'll just run into the Migdol stronghold. He gets those catapults back to safety, but the front line falling is absolutely gigantic here. As the Chariot Archer's pulling all the way back in onto this spot, the Ghoul and Bursty still getting damage done. That area of effect auto attack damage is absolutely insane. Now Aetherial charges in. He is fighting under 3 Migdol strongholds, but the portable ram's coming through. If he gets onto the Titan Gate, it's all over. You can't finish that one. 40 seconds remaining because he hits every villager. He kills every villager with the strikes. Does Chasing the Sun see this? Not just a huge hit onto the Toxotes. He takes them all out. Eric is 70% here. He sees the Titan Gate. 20 seconds remaining. He's got to click on it though. He has to click on it and now he's making his way over there. Disaster for Eric. 18 seconds remaining. The villagers will start to die. They've got a huge amount of HP. 13 seconds. Is it going to be? He drops Tempest. Is that going to be enough? He's going to be healing. The restoration from Eric. 5 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. The Titan falls and the game is over. Can Hells break through here or not is the big question. Lots and lots of Halberdier. Should be very, very strong here, but the Chaos gets dropped down. The healing, though, from those Chillin is going to be an amazing assistance for Hells. It looks like he's able to completely dominate this army. I did say that those Terma were not of any value there for Zucolo. But now, Hell's... Imagine Forest Fire! He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Ghoul and Bursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough, is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdmen. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here. as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Drago over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Karabalistar are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one. He charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Karabalistar. Does not get that value as the term are trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Karabalistar are getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earth Wall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The Forseti is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm gonna retreat. I'm gonna pull my dwarves over and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raizu goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adopessu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adopessu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adopessu's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adopessu says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tawu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan, does go up. Population-wise, it is looking like Adopessu is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Adopessu just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously the fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Adopessu. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora. Ladies and gentlemen, I am braked, rested, and unfortunately I come bearing the news that we have to wait another hour and 20 minutes. But luckily there is still some Age of Mythology to watch. So we're going to be watching the rest of the Hell's Ravage versus Kama series. They are currently playing. I'm not exactly sure what the score is. It looks like it is one game for Karma, one game for Hells, and they're in their third game now. I believe that's what's going on. So I'm going to run with that. But I need to set that all up. So let me jump over to the other scene and we'll get that going. So our first map was on step. I'll just walk you through what what it is. We got ourselves this one. We've got ourselves this one. Okay, let's jump over to the draft and I'll walk you guys through it. So the first matchup was an Aranos versus Noir matchup, which I believe went the ways, if the chat makes sense, went the wayside of Kama as he won with Noir. So we'll do this and this. I think that's correct. The next game they played was Fushi versus Isis, which I believe went the wayside of Hells. I could be wrong, but this is my guess. And the next game they're currently playing is Frere versus Set. They're currently in the middle of this game. What we might do, because it's a long one, they're still going, is we'll jump into it, but we're going to sort of jump into it and zoom through the first little bits so we can somewhat catch up. What's the schedule for today? No, the last game for today is going to be TheMista versus Tunison. That's in 1 hour and 15 minutes. So, yeah, there's stuff going on, but yeah. So we're going to jump over into this third game. It's 1-1 for this third game. I'm going to be watching this at 2x to try and catch up and all the other good stuff. So let's jump into it and see how it's going to go. Those moments when you click the wrong scene. It's silly, but you do it. Alrighty. So we are zooming through this game. This is their third game. They've been in this game for a hot minute. So I don't want to fall behind into the next game, which will probably start fairly soon afterwards. But yeah, this is Hell's Ravage in the left-hand corner. He is playing as Frere. This is Challengers League. And this is the... what's the division? It is the tier division, I believe. Wait, is it? Hang on, let me double check. No, it's the Horus division. I'm silly. It's the Horus division. So we do see a second town center up for Kama early on. He's getting his Anubites charging around. We see a hill fort in the main base here for Hells. He's playing nice and defensive. So a great haul to help make it all happen. If you guys don't know Hells, like Tap Comet, Hells is a veteran of Age of Mythology. He has played Age of Mythology for several. He's been playing for as long as me. I remember playing him in a tournament in my very first tournament I played him. And he was very good back then as well. So he's been incredibly good for a very, very long time. Nonetheless, we're zooming through this game so I can catch up to the live. And we can just see how it all goes. And then jump into the next game and watch it kind of normally. Regardless of who wins, there will be a game 4 here, I believe, in this series. But nonetheless, it's 2 town center versus 1 town center with the 3rd town center coming up. Which is very interesting. I don't really know how Hells is going to be able to break out of this. He's now going for that. Oh, is he going for a town center now? Market comes down, buys some wood, grabs the middle town center. A vision coming through from Karma as he sort of misses the town center going up on this spot. Ghoul and Bursty comes through, gets some revenge damage or gets some damage in. Lots of units falling there for Karma, but now no more Ghoul and Bursty. Pretty big villager lead for Karma at the moment. As Aegir is on the way. Slinger, Axeman, all the units in the world for Karma on the way. There's another longhouse or two to come through. And Hell's valiantly defending here, but like, does he have all these guys in here? Yes, he pops out with the Tempest. That's huge value, keeps the town center alive, and Karma suicides everything there. So far, great defense from Hells, but now he's out of God powers to help him out. At least for another 100 favor. Get another Asgardian Hill Fort down. As the siege towers will try and poke through. A couple units are in to defend this for the time being. Hells doesn't realize that Karma is on 3 town centers here, but Karma is literally just base tanking into this position. And he's just not able to crack it. As Hells just has to like hold on here basically. All those Draugr too. Hells so far still defending nicely. A couple of portal ramps to try and break through the Migdol stronghold, but those will go down. Elephant Slinger, Chariot Archer. A bit surprised to see the Nephthys in this matchup from Karma because Sekhmet is just generally better in more ways than one. Hells is desperately trying to hold on. He's behind on eco, but he's catching up. I mean, Karma just keeps on sending units into the meat grinder here. Another Tempest to come through as Hells tries to break past all of this. Karma, I mean, he's got plenty of units, or plenty of eco. He's not actually able to defend this. He'll lose his Migdol. And Karma's in some trouble. Another Asgardian Hill Fort coming through. Man, this game is wild. An incredible defense from Hell's Ravage. He's got no business still being in this game. And Karma, I mean, he's got some nice units here with the Slingers and Chariot Archers to push back for the time being. More buildings coming up on the front. And Hells is slowly getting through. We see another Ancestors getting dropped down as the Elephants will attempt to break through the Longhouse, get into the Asgardian Hill Fort. The Siege Tower comes through. Hells loses all of his military, drops down in military value, but he's going up through the Mythic Age at the moment. Is this a comeback and then another comeback? Maybe. It's a comeback on top of a comeback. Hill Fort goes down. Asgardian Hill Fort on the right-hand corner goes down as well as the Inferno comes through. Fafnir, a big help in these positions. A couple of heroes are through. A little bit of gold over into the back pocket for Karma. The Karma is still hanging out in the Heroic Age. As he's trying to get in onto this spot. Elephants are a great help here. This is 2x speed, Zuma style Age of Mythology. Sorry guys, we're just trying to catch up to live. You can see this game is going on. If I watch this at normal speed, I think the fourth game would have finished before I got through the entirety of this game. I'm still just trying to break this in the heroic age. I don't understand. He had so much advantage. Another ancestor's getting dropped up onto the top. The villagers can kind of just idle there, I guess, but at least he gets some kills. As now the army tries to charge forward. Gold mines expiring, and I think Hell's Ravage is done here at the end of that one. Wow, what a game. Great comeback from Hells, but unfortunately just could not quite stabilize. Didn't get the third town, so no trade route started. This gold mine over here not grabbed. Anyways, we have caught up as the next map is going to be on Elysium. Point for Hells as he wins with his Frere. No, he lost with his Frere. And the set did win there. That was a loss there, I think. Did I give Hells the point? It's not meant to be Hells. Wait. Yeah, no. Karma got that win. Gaia, Susanoo, Loki remaining for Hells. Karma's got Shinon, Kronos, Ras. Pretty strong gods there. I think a nice strong pick for Hells on this map is probably going to be the Gaia or the Susanoo. For Karma, you know, Kronos, Shinon. Probably want to stay away from the Ra on this map. But then again, Elysium, Ra into Gaia, Ra into Susanoo. A little bit spicy, I guess. All right. Just waiting on these guys to do their little god picker. Not going to lie, I am very tired at the moment. We got an hour until our final series. Hopefully it's a banger of a series, but I've been up for quite some time here, I think. That's okay. I'll have a big sleep. Today. Big sleep tonight. Also, for everyone else who's hanging around at the moment, tomorrow's schedule is pretty cracked as well from memory. What is it? We've got Grass versus Chasing, Aetherial versus Nyan. It's actually not that cracked. There's only 2 games tomorrow. I think that's the final 2. Is that right? Am I missing any other games? So we got Izamata Karma, which is after this one, but we're not going to watch because we're going to be watching the Mr. Tunison series. That's the final game to be played in the Challengers League. And then the Champions League is literally Mr., Grass, Nyan, Aetherial. Chasing. Mr., Grass, Tunison, Chasing with one game to go, and Nyan, Aetherial. So we got a little spicy week coming up of waiting for the weekend and all of our good stuff. Anyways, our next game, let's see what Hells is going to pick. This is a Gaia versus Kronos game. This one's kind of interesting. So, Brosiah Brodinson, thanks so much for the kind words and for the resub for 12 months, my dude. You legend. What's happening here? did I say? Gaia Kronos. Yeah, this matchup's interesting because the Gaia player kind of has the say with what they're gonna do. I also don't think you can go 2 TC on this map as Kronos. It's very, very risky. So basically, you have to be very aware as a Kronos player. Is it going to be an opening of Murmillo, or is it going to be an opening of Terma? And if it's going to be the Murmillo opening, you have to make Caraballister and heroize them with Valor. So you get through that. Anyways, these guys will be getting kicked off shortly. All right. We got ourselves a bit of a wait on the timer here. Zoomers can't play RTS. It's too complex. I don't know. We were all Zoomers once. I think there's too many options for games nowadays. Like, I don't know. When I was a kid, I played MMORPG. I played RuneScape. I played Dungeon Crawler. I played Diablo 2. I played like Fallout 3, that type of game. Skyrim. Obviously, that was a little bit later as a kid. Played Age of Mythology, Age of Empires 3, Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 1. What else was there? PlayStation games, Nintendo 64 games. Yeah, I don't really know what else. What else was there? That's kind of it, right? That's all I remember. The new Game of Thrones RTS may save the genre. Yeah, I'm pretty interested in that. I'll definitely give it a try. I think I might start getting on the lookout for. Never mind. I'll be on the lookout for some other games to have a little go at. There's a lot of fun stuff going on, but realistically, the only RTS games that have ever super grabbed my attention is the Age of Empires series because of the formula they use. I think it's really, really good. Like, I don't like the StarCraft formula. I hated Stormgate. Like, Warcraft 3, don't like that. Just on the like, yeah, I can go into some details, but it's not for today. But yeah, the formula for Age of Empires is really nice. Warcraft 2 was Warcraft 2 is good. Actually, I liked Command and Conquer as well. What's it called? Red Alert. Red Alert was a good game. Alrighty, let's jump into game number 4. Alrighty. In the left-hand corner of the map, Hell's Ravage. He is on 1 win. We haven't really been able to watch much of this series, but it seemed like a bit of a banger there. That last game, we watched at 2x speed. Very, very close game there. Both players incredibly equally matched. Mr. and Tunison are starting in literally 1 hour from now. So sit back, get some popcorn, get relaxed. Just get your like mold in the back of your couch sorted out because you know you're not going to move for the next couple of hours. On the right-hand corner of the map, we have Karma up 2-1 in this series. So I believe this series is very, very important from memory. Let me have a quick little look-see at my standings here. So for the Horus division, hang on. Karma has yet to play Izamato or Hells. Hells lost there, so that's right. Izamato did actually beat Kaiba, so that's 2 wins for Kaiba. Okay, so Izamato is currently 2 wins. Hells is 1 win. Karma is 1 win. So I don't think Karma's lost yet. No, Karma has not lost yet. So if Karma beats Hells here and then beats Izumato, he'll obviously be first. If Hells beats Karma here, he will have 2 wins himself, but he would have lost to Izumato, which does leave if Hells wins here, it does still leave a chance for Karma to actually get through. He would just have to beat Izumato convincingly, basically to get the plus-minus up there. So it is a bit of a spicy one here. So yeah, Hells obviously wants to win. If Hells loses here, I think he is just out. Yeah, if Hells loses this game, he is just out because he doesn't have another game to play after this, and he'll have 1 series win, whereas Karma will go up to 2 series wins. So the first and second spot would be up for grabs there between Karma and Izumato. So yeah, this next game this game here very important for Hells. So let's talk a little bit about the matchup and things to be aware of. First and foremost, a quick advance and trying to be aggressive here with a Chronos Rush doesn't really work. Even if the Gaia player decides to take the economic guild route, reason being is as soon as I see that fast advance, I'm just going to heroize all my citizens. It's not a problem. I heroize them all, put everything on food, take an even later advance time, shank down the Prometheans. There's nothing really bad is going to happen to me. We're going to be seeing Prometheus coming through. We're also going to be seeing Oceanus coming through. So no real problems there. Is this going to be a town center situation? It doesn't look like it. It looks like Karma's playing 1 town center. Here he is going to be time shifting his temple forward. Shows that directly off to Hell's Ravage here. And it's just like, well, hello there. He could have sent the villagers through and actually shanked this down. It might have been possible if he was quick enough to react, but another mana onto this side. And just trying to be nice and safe here. He could send the hero citizens forward to get onto this gold mine, move the villagers or the non-heroes back over here and be fine, but he will have himself up the Caladria, so it's really not that big of an issue here. As the Prometheans coming through, we see a military barracks in. Caladria is through as well, so really no problems here. The pacify down the Promethean. Deconstructing the temple is a little bit odd, as the hero citizen can just finish off those units. Temple going to come back up for Hell's Ravage. Not really any problems here, as the citizen over here. I don't think that goes down with the Caladria's special ability there anyways. And it's going to be a counter barracks and a military barracks in. On the other side here for Karma, exactly the same thing. And like I said earlier on when I was doing some pre-analysis of this matchup, you do have to be careful with the Caraballister because there is Carnivora. So just Valors on top of the Caraballister is your sort of angle. Now, alternatively here for Hells, if he sees this, he can go into a whole bunch of Terma to kick this matchup off, which can be really, really strong against the kind of slowish Murmillos and all the other stuff that comes out there, especially because you also got the Gaia trees and things like that. But Hell's moving over onto this side, getting himself the mana with the Dream. Thunderclad Shawl with some boosted armor there. Over here we've got the Eye of Ornlu with some boosted counter infantry damage like the Caraballister. On the top side, relics have already been grabbed, as that is both of them there actually for Tower of Cestus as well as Sharon's Oval. Not the most impactful relics, but nice ones there, giving back the bonus towers bonus damage versus myth units, as well as the villagers getting a little bit of resources back if they die with Sharon's Oval. As the attack to come through, but the villagers can just hang out in the manor for the time being. Sitting up over here, just playing defense. No real problems here. The only thing here for Hells is he does need to be taking advantage of this economy that he has, which is like, get yourself the shaft mine, get yourself something else, because on the other side here for Karma,
Skopos?
he does have 2 hero citizens. It's only 2, so it's not that big of a deal. Doesn't have an economic guild either, so I guess Hells is going to be perfectly happy with what's going on here. onto this side. The Oracle gets sniped. And Karma pulls back, hanging out on this spot over here. Oracles bringing the Eye of Ornlu back in, and Karma just like taking his time here. I like this. Getting himself out a healthy amount of Prometheans, spending all his favor, making sure he's got the right units. He's got the good Terma out. On the other side, for Hells, he does have some Caraballister coming out. He doesn't have to heroize his, because there's no Carnivora options there. But he does need some heroes actually to deal with those Prometheans, as Hells is not really respecting that in the slightest here. Caladria on this side does need to get pulled back, not paying attention, it gets sniped. Not ideal there. Those Caladrias are so important in this matchup as the villagers pull ever slightly back. Nice control here from Karma as he's trying to poke in through here. Some more Terma popping through. Hero Terma getting converted at the moment. We've got the Caladrias slowly coming out. Caraballister, all the good stuff here. There's a mana up onto the back there as Hell's losing that one. Can he actually take this fight as the Terma charge forward here? He's going to lose a lot of Murmillos here. He pops the Carnivora on the back there to get a little bit of a distraction in, as the Hero Caraballister are going to get not actually get any damage done onto those Murmillos. You do have that Caraballister on the back there for Hells, as well as the Terma will end up cleaning up the enemy Terma here. And with one Caraballister left, I think this is advantage Hells after all is said and done, but no real heroes here. There is the Caladria on this side. He can come over and heal that one up. There's still a couple of Prometheans remaining, however. This one Caladria really not helping out. He needs that. Hero Citizens going down onto this side, as well as Karma's attack seeming very, very strong, as the Hero Murmillo does manage to keep itself alive here. Citizen differential is 30 to 38. And this Citizen up the top here going to get caught out. Oracle going down as well, as Hell's in some trouble now. Karma does have himself like an extra 1,000 resources worth of military here. He can continue making himself those Prometheans. He's got 4 Oracles out now. There are 2 that are overlapping, so it's kind of more like he's got 3.1 or something. You know, this guy 0.01 favor per second. Feels bad. Got to sort that out, but still not bad. As we see the Terma here from Hells looking to get some snipes in, cause a little bit of idle time or something for the revenge here. Murmillo do cut the Terma off in the berry bushes as they're struggling to get through here, but they will pull out for the time being. All still very much alive, safe, happy days. A couple more Caraballister coming through. Not really a whole lot of Murmillos at the moment for Hells, but we'll see what he can do. So villagers popping over. We're gonna see Hell's just playing defense for a time being. Did he get any upgrades? He still hasn't got those. We do have the economic build up for Karma, but he hasn't got any economic upgrades just yet. So he's really only finding an advantage through the civilian differential here. I think in the end, the Civ diff is probably pretty close because of those eco upgrade differential as well. So Karma still has to play a very, very good game moving forward. There's going to be another Carnivore available for the next fight here, as long as he waits for that favor. And look at this army, though. There are 6 Prometheans in it, with only 2 heroes. This is going to be a very difficult fight to take. Hells needs to know this is coming and start heroizing his units here. Nice amount of damage there on the Terma as they get pushed back. This Oracle, good garrison, but he's just going to be retreating as Hells does see all of the Prometheans now. Has not reacted. He's now down to... no, he's built another Oracle. A marker coming up onto this spot as Hells is now technically gold starved. He could move into the middle here now with these villagers. He can move up to the top here and try and do some spicy maneuvers to keep himself going in this game. Now 164 with 130 pop. Here's the thing for Karma. Actually, no, he's going heroic age. I was going to say he needs to make something happen here. Otherwise, this is just going to... this population differential is going to get caught up. And Hells is going to be fine here. Hell's now getting himself the frontline heroics. He can heroize all of his Murmillos. That could be an answer for all those Prometheans, which is a big advantage at the moment for Karma. As the citizens will bail into their manners for the time being. And Hells needs to come over here and actually to deal with this because the citizens are all idle. There's in a couple of Caraballister over there, but he is looking for a big fight in the center of the map. Can he catch this out or not? The citizens can make a bit of a run here as the Caraballister sacrifices itself, unfortunately. Hells is going, I gotta kill you here. Nice amount of damage from those Caraballisters. The Murmillo's face tanking in onto this position. And he loses nearly all of them in an instant. That is not how you want to engage Caraballister with Murmillos. And Karma hits the next stage, drops Chaos, and the rest of this army is going to fall as Hell's Ravage does tap out in that moment. And I think that means Karma takes the series 3-1. So a very well played game here from Karma. I think not exactly sure from Hells what he... I guess here he just didn't have the units out. Is he not spending resources or something? Kinda. I mean, that's just as you advance. It's all kind of fine. I don't know. Maybe just micro on this fight, get a little bit better. He did win this one. I guess maybe not enough heroes to deal with Prometheans initially. But a well-played game. All right. GG. We will not be able to watch the Izumato Karma game, which is happening next. I believe this was 1-3 for Karma. Which technically puts him 3-3. Hello? That's not right. There's no way that's right. Karma. That's why that's not right. Now let me fix this before I forget. One second. Comma. All right, so Karma is now on 2 series wins. Hells unfortunately stays on 1 there. And the final series here will just be between Kama and Izumato to see who comes first and second. So whoever wins that one will be first in Horace division. Whoever loses that one will be second. So both of those players are going to be going through anyways. But yeah, we got about 40 minutes. Let me just poke these guys and see if they probably can't play. Yeah, they probably can't. So yeah, we got about 40 minutes here. What do you guys reckon? I mean, we can watch one game from the Izumato series. Let's do that. I'm pretty tired here, guys. This is a lot. This is a lot of casting. I think I signed up for too much here, but that's okay. No, I'm not going to go back and watch those games. That's too much. Oops, I put that in the wrong spot. I'm sure they were very good. No, Pegasus is not coming back. Looks like Karma's got a random bamboo grove pick. Here's what it is. All right, we just gotta wait for their draft. As they are about to go for it, so we can watch it live. Here you guys go. I might just pop off for a second, fill up my water bottle, and see what's gonna happen here. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Wait, what is happening here? Did he random... I think Izumato randomed Materasu. The dice roll means random, right? That's super weird. Yeah, come also random Bamboo Grove. It means they didn't pick something in time. Why is it weird? Normally you pick the gods you want. Maybe you guys might have got lucky. Like Amaterasu is a pretty strong god to random roll into. I don't know if he plays it or not though. Probably only going to get about one game through of this draft anyways, and then we're going to be on to TheMista versus Tunison. Oh man. All right. So I guess after today, there's 2 more games left to play in the entirety of the group stage. And then we start the organization for the playoffs, which the first... Okay, we could talk through the playoffs, I guess, while we're waiting for these guys to come, because I know you guys are the most interested. So the playoffs, we have the first round of the Challengers League, all getting played on the Friday. So all getting played Friday this week. What that means basically is, though, because it's not a weekend, there's a chance that people can't really play. So they might be playing their set at some point during the week. And then we do the recorded games on Friday. Then our Champions League. Now, these guys don't get a choice. Our Champions League first round winners is on Saturday. And on Sunday, the losers first round gets played. So if you lose on Saturday, you do have to come back Sunday and play again. So that's the thing there. Alrighty, so they have picked their first gods, which will be Freyr and Hades on the map Giza. What is the dice? The dice is random. Freyr, Hades on Giza. All right. Jeepers. Yeah, there has been a ridiculous amount of games today. How long have I been streaming for? Yeah, we're at 6 hours and a half. That's why I'm feeling it. 6 hours and a half of casting straight is crazy. I did this with EGC TV. I did this with Wrath of the Gods, but it's always been with another player or another caster. Maybe I need to get another caster for the entirety of the day. Talking takes more energy than playing. Kinda. I don't think I can play for 8 hours either. I did it the other day. I was playing the entirety of the day. I think I got to like the 6 hour mark and I was playing soup and I just couldn't concentrate. I just was sending villagers left, right at the start of the game. I'm like, hang on, that's supposed to be an oracle, not a citizen. It's like on the left side of the map. All right. Okay, these guys are off to the races, so we will do a thing, and we'll get our our shenanigans on the road. Let's go. Does it exist to play Loki late game? Kinda. Some gods just don't have a late game, really. That is a thing. We don't see a whole lot of Loki is unplayable garbage. We saw a Loki victory today at the top level. Apologies, but it's not quite that simple. This game is very complicated. As much as everyone loves to say, it's all worked out. It's all I know what the strong god is. I know what the winner of this match. You don't know. You got no idea. Even the top players, I think they'll get caught out many times throughout this tournament. That's my call on this whole thing. Anyways. Possible 2K soon? What do you mean, SatFat? Were you watching my my games yesterday, SatFat, or the day before? I can't remember. I played some ISIS for you. ISIS, very strong god. Yeah, actually you should watch my games. I'll teach you how to play Japan in those games. Yeah, Pegasus is a very strong player though. It's not really Japan beating you when you lose to Pegasus Rush, is it? It's mostly just losing to Pegasus Rush. That's most people's experience when they play versus that man. Alrighty, we're going to jump into this first game of this series. I think it's probably all we're going to be able to see here for this series, and then we're going to jump over to TheMista versus Tunison. But nonetheless, let's get going. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Freya, it is Izamato. And in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Karma, it is Hades. No, it's playing as Hades, it is Karma. Meanwhile, let's check out some relics with the Dwarven Horseshoes. At the top, 5% extra movement speed there on that one. Got the Jade Hair over here, which is extra 5% speed on the Myth units, is always nice. I'm not sure how much this is going to have an impact in this specific game, but even just like if you're going Minotaur or Cyclops, you get an extra 5% movement speed. That's nice. Got Feather of Jingwei, going to give a bit of food trickle. And on the back side of the map, we have Harmonia's Necklace with a gold gather rate plus 10%. Alrighty, so Izamato here on the Freya. This is a matchup that I have struggled with so much. Hades versus Freya. And to be honest, I win the Freya side of it pretty much every single time as well. Very, very, very rare for this one to be for me to struggle in this matchup against Hades. But when I'm playing as Hades, I'm yet to crack this one. Ideas of like early Fortress with early Petropolis to start sieging down the Freya stronghold, try and prevent some greed from happening. Going for Ares, Hippias, Hypaspist, Cyclops angles. Sounds great. You know, playing an Athena sort of style. Just trying to play one town center and lock your opponent off the map. Could be an option too. But it all kind of depends on what the map's looking like. And the other thing here is if the Freya player is fast enough early game they can just drop the hill fort down out on that second gold mine against you as well and have it completed sort of before you even have your units out, because you sort of advance a little late here as the Hades, which does beg the question, maybe the best play here from Hades is to actually not do this Vault of Erebus build in this matchup. Advance a little faster, get your Achilles, get your Ajax out, your Minotaur or your Cyclops, and look to put pressure early such that you can at least force the, or at least prevent the early hill fort from getting dropped. Nonetheless, Bolts of Erebus is on the way here for Kama. And the temple is up for Izamato, as he is going to be locking off this position for the time being. And he does click up now through Ulla, just after this dwarf pops out. So it's a little bit of a late advance time from both players. They both go for exactly the same advance time at that 4:36 or whatever it is. And from here, it's just pump Hersa, get your relics in, and look to play a nice defensive game, I guess. Yeah, but advancing at 4:18 is still slow because you're gonna have like 4 or 5 Hersa out by the time the Ajax and Achilles get in there, and then you have to get your military barracks up. By the time you get your hoplites out, there's probably a longhouse down as well with Thrown Axeman coming through, and the hill fort's probably up. So you do have to advance like considerably earlier here if you want to deny the immediate, or at least force a Gulman Bursty out or something. If you want to deny the immediate hill fort. As the Harmonious Necklace comes through. That one's nice. And we see a longhouse down for Izamato as well. Kama drops a military academy, also an archery range, so it is going to be a bit of a one-town center affair here as the Minotaur is just chasing this guy away. Does Kama have the special ability? Yeah, he does. You probably just want to, if you can get like an attack off, he doesn't have the speed, 4.7. Does he have the relic in? He does. It's kind of wild watching the Minotaur without the upgrade, 4.7 speed. Villagers will move over here onto the chickens on the back. You probably could move over here and grab this hunt. It's a little bit risky early on.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσεχε.
It's Kama wandering forward here. The Hersa will be a little bit out of position, but that's okay. He's going to have a whole bunch of other units that he can use to fight on the back. And this early game fight here shouldn't be too bad for Izamato, but he's got to micro it very well if he wants to take the fight, but doesn't really have to. He can just snipe units back with the Draugr and all the other good stuff. Nice Izamato throwing some units away. Nice little snipe there with the Minotaur headbutt. And I guess from here, one thing that Kama can do is he can swing up to the top and put some pressure onto these villages here. Stronghold Dev. Make sure you go into the channels thing, channels and roles tab at the top of the thing, and make sure you've got the stuff checked or whatever. Nonetheless, Kama taking out a couple of these Gazelle in the center of the map, at least preventing some favor income from coming through. As Izamato in a little bit of trouble here. But Kama not able to really make anything happen. Villagers will sneak over here and attempt to get onto these Rhinoceros, but this is very, very dangerous for Izamato. If he can actually take this fight or not remains to be seen. So The villagers will sneak through. And he will actually eat the rhino. As Karma... Does he notice this? He looks like he does. He's coming through. There's no fort up just yet. So no access to Huskal or anything like that. As the army turns around to so many hoplites. He's got to clean up the Achilles, which tanks up a big amount. And then he has to clean up everything else. Restoration to come through for Kama. And Izamato is looking like he is in a very difficult position now. Now Kama, he's got himself the Pegasus moving around. I wouldn't mind seeing a couple more Pegasus actually getting built. It's very, very powerful. Put a Pegasus over here, put a Pegasus over here. He's got the Scout out as well that can sit on this position. If we take a look at the actual line of sight here for Kama. He sees a lot, but he's a little bit in the blind. As the units here poking forward. Karma sniping, throwing action onto the back. A Great Hawk coming through for Izamato. Now the forward temple here going to get taken out. That's a Harmonious Necklace and Dwarven Horseshoes to take for himself. The houses get cleaned. Karma takes little bits of damage over here as the hoplites will get pulled back. The gold is now down to 600 here as Izamato needs to make up a 2k military resource differential. Yeah, it's snuck up onto the top hyena. They're going to eat those. A little bit of a win there for our man Izamato as he is struggling to get those resources out. Maybe a whole bunch of Draugr here would not go astray. 58 favor in the bank. Draugr, a very strong unit to defend with, but let's see if Izamato can make this work. On the other side, Karma can put a whole bunch of villagers over onto favor and start working towards that second restoration now, because he's got such a big military advantage that he can afford to put 5, 6 villagers on favor for a little bit, shoot up to 100 favor, and then be in a good spot. Well, I like this as these villagers will sneak around up to the side. Can actually sneak over and grab a gold mine as well. No problems where that's concerned. There's more units piling forward here for Karma. Onto this side, the raiding cavalry. Trying to find their way through here. A couple of houses coming up for Izamato in this position. Man, such a huge army here for Karma, but he does just pull back and he kind of lets a little bit of the noose loose here, so to speak. The cavalry do get spotted, all the units here. And as he sees all that, we do have the Asgardian hill fort getting dropped down. That's going to at least secure a gold mine there. And Izamato, while he's not going up to the next age here, he has caught up on military, kind of. And he's nearly got the gold to go to the next age as well. As his villagers can pull off a food, wander forward, get onto this gold mine. Asgardian hill fort will complete, which does mean Huskal. However, there's a really big play here, which is Curse, Restoration, Push with 175 pop. Will an Asgardian hill fort be enough there? I don't know. Izamato getting his walls up. Pegasus will spot what's going on over here. This raiding cavalry just in full distraction. action. We will see some upgrades immediately with heavy infantry as well as heavy range soldiers. Yeah, Apollo doesn't not make sense. It makes some sense. Villagers over here will get spotted by the raiding cavalry, but Karma pulls back nicely as he's going to come over and start working towards grabbing himself this. Drops Curse onto the raiding cavalry there. That's fine, I guess. I'd love to see also this tech coming in with golden apples for an immediate favor boost so we can get up to that 100 favor even faster. Now Izamato is fully built in onto this position, and Karma, he will have a really strong army, but is that going to be enough here to break through all of this stuff? It very well might be. You look at the differential here, it's pretty big. Walls get broken down. Izamato has to garrison into the hill fort here as the army charges through. Aegir coming in as well. So Herso gets cleaned up. Applies to take out the Izamato Asgardian Bastion. He does not need to charge forward here. Just take the hoplites, kill off the Asgardian hill fort, shoot with the Toxotes, no problems. Restoration is still just a little bit away here. As Aegir might hit before that restoration. The villagers will pull back. Toxotes trying to get some nice snipes in there, picking off so many units. Karma's control here is out of this world right now. It's the houses for Izamato. Going to go down. We will be seeing a Tempest coming through momentarily. And Karma says, all right, I'll pull back ever so slightly. Just getting closer and closer to this 100 favor. So even if there is a Tempest, he can just restoration it off, so to speak. The village is up on the top here for Izamato, so I can grab this gold mine. That's fine. Nice decision there from Izamato, trying to keep himself going in this game. As Karma drops a fortress over here as the walls up for Izamato as well. Where to next for Karma? Is he thinking Mythic Age? He might be. Now is the favor for that restoration I was talking about. So not really worried about a Tempest here. As the Great Hall's going down. Hoplites coming over onto this side. Sniping a couple of medium raiding cavalry. Villagers moving forward. They will see that there are no rhinos on this spot, which might alert him to the fact that there could be villagers gathering gold up here. Get jebaited. Karma jebaited. Now we have the Tempest to come through. Also the Ghoul and Bursty. The restoration will get dropped down as the units try and run. Using the Nemean Lion to turn and stun on the retreat is also a nice option. And now, Karma does decide, I will turn and take the fight, but man, this Ghoul and Bursty is a big problem, but he picks it off very quickly at the end of this situation. Now, Karma is at 6k military resource value, and Izamato has nothing left as Izamato has to tap out. And that is the game there. As Karma goes up 1-0 in this best of 5. Now, unfortunately for everyone interested in this series, this is where we finish with this series. I'm going to poke this Zeus division as these guys are going to do their drafts already. I'm going to poke these guys and say I'm ready to go whenever they are. And we're going to have the Mista and Zeus, the Mista and Tunison momentarily here. Alrighty. I will jump over to this other scene and we'll get this all sorted for you guys. Dun, 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 dun. It's like magic. Okay. So the Mr. and Tunison. This has been the most anticipated matchup. Tunison's always got a big mouth. Always feels like he's got the ability to take the Mr. out. I think he's probably played against him the most in tournament. He's played against him a lot of the time. As I do have a draft here. And it looks like they're going to start just on 12 minutes. So we can basically talk about the draft for 12 minutes or something. All right, let's jump over to this other thing. Alrighty, this is our draft. We have Tsukiyomi for the Mista. We have Tunison picking Fushi as their ace picks. Noir gets banned out. Isis gets banned out. And then Mista grabs himself that Chronos right away, which does protect the Tsukiyomi from getting Chronos rushed, which might be the whole reason for the Chronos pick there from the Mista. Tunison then picks up the Shinong Amaterasu, both gods that he's very, very good with. The Mista will then grab himself Zeus and Set. Tunison picks up the Gaia and Poseidon. The Mista then takes himself the Hades and Thor, as we see the draft getting rounded out with a Poseidon Susanoo for Tunison. Alrighty. Tunison has a plan for the Tsukiyomi. Well, Tunison has beaten some Japanese players pretty hard with Zeus, but he doesn't get Zeus. I do think Shinong and Fushi are completely fine into Tsukiyomi. Amaterasu as well, I think on certain maps can definitely be played versus Tsukiyomi, no problems. We've seen Gaia have success there. I think Poseidon's fine into Tsukiyomi. But most of the problems with Tsukiyomi are just in the early game. But nonetheless, Susanoo, probably not pickable versus Tsukiyomi, but anyways. Zeus for the Mirage? Maybe. I mean, Zeus, but Mr. also picks Zeus for... Mr. also picks Zeus for, like... for Ghost Lake quite a bit as well. Dun, 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 dun. Why do I think Mr. picked Thor? Because Thor's a good god at the moment. Not a bad god. Definitely not bad. With this game starting in about 8 minutes, what we're going to do is I'm going to jump over to the highlights. I'm going to have the quickest of breaks while these guys get ready and things like that. And we'll be back. I'll tell you guys the God matchup first and foremost for game number 1 on Ghost Lake. It's going to be a Tsukiyomi versus Amaterasu game. I think this is actually probably not not terrible for Amaterasu here. But we'll see. We will see. Part of the reason this isn't bad for Amaterasu is because you've got a lot of heroes you can build. And you go Hachiman, and the heroes can get even stronger. Anyways, I'm going to be back in about 7 minutes and 30 seconds for the start of this game, and you guys don't go nowhere. The Hephaestus Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential. Very, very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack. Hephaestus Revenge too late to come through. He can drop the Ghoul Bursty in here as well. Does decide to do so. Pushing in to take out a whole bunch of that front. Look at the damage from the Ghoul Bursty. Gareth deciding to fight this one is absolutely insane. He has to just say, no worries. It's fine. We'll just run into the Migdal stronghold. He gets those catapults back to safety, but the front line falling is absolutely gigantic here. As the Chariot Archer's pulling all the way back in onto this spot. The Ghoul Bursty still getting damage done. That area of effect auto attack damage is absolutely insane. Now Aetherial charges in. He is fighting under 3 Migdal strongholds, but the portable ram's coming through. If he gets onto the Titan Gate, it's all over. You can't finish that one. 40 seconds remaining because he hits every villager. He kills every villager with the strikes. Does Chasing the Sun see this? Not just a huge hit onto the Toxotes. He takes them all out. Eric is 70% here. He sees the Titan Gate. 20 seconds remaining. He's got to click on it though. He has to click on it, and now he's making his way over there. Disaster for Eric. 18 seconds remaining. The villagers will start to die. They've got a huge amount of HP. 13 seconds. Is it going to be? He drops Tempest. Is that going to be enough? He's going to be healing. The restoration from Eric. 5 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. The Titan falls and the game is over. Can Hells break through here or not is the big question. Lots and lots of Halberdier. Should be very, very strong here, but the Chaos gets dropped down. The healing, though, from those Chillin is going to be an amazing assistance for Hells. It looks like he's able to completely dominate this army. I did say that those Terma were not of any value there for Zucolo. But now, Hell's... Imagine Forest Fire! He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing axe from great control there from Hell's Ravage. But doesn't matter. I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Ghoul Bursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough, is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. This one, he charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravager's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earth Wall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force Yeti is on the way. Earth Wall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raiju goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adopessu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adopessu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adopessu's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adopessu says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tawu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan does go up. Population-wise, it is looking like Adopessu is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Adopessu just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously the fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Adopessu. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we've been waiting for all day. I mean, just kidding. We've been seeing so many good games here. Today, we have got ourselves TheMista versus Tunison. And this is going to be a very, very fun matchup here. We got a very interesting draft from both players. TheMista takes that Skiomi that everyone's been grabbing. Tunison says, you know what, I'm going to take something else to give myself maybe a little bit more of a chance here. Trying to go a different angle through. These drafts are so kind of important with like just trying to squeeze as much as you possibly can out of the draft. So for example, if you go for, let's just like think about it this way. If there are like 5 S tier picks or 5 really, really contested picks for like your first sort of couple of picks, and you go for a mirror matchup at the start with Skiomi, that basically means you've lost out on one of your bans. The ace pick is technically a ban on your opponent. If you know your opponent is going to go Skiomi, you grab a different like high tier pick. Now that bans that out for your opponent. And then you can grab an extra 2, and your opponent only grabs 1 there at the start. So you go Skiomi Kronos for TheMista, and Tunison there grabs Fushi, Shinong, and Amaterasu. But nonetheless, our first game is going to be on Ghost Lake here, as we're going to jump into our best of 5 series here. Tsukiyomi Amaterasu on the map Ghost Lake. Let's get it. So we spawn in on the bottom side of the map, playing as Tsukiyomi. His name is TheMista. His opponent today in the red color playing as Amaterasu. His name is Tunison. Now, backstory. We are not in the Loki division anymore. We are in the Zeus division. Bam! This Zeus division has been very split. TheMista is on 2 series wins. That means he's won 2 series. Tunison is on 2 series wins. The other 2 players in this group are Grass and Chasing the Sun. Both of these players are on 0 series wins. So, whomever wins this series, whether that be Tunison, whether that be TheMista, they will be first in this group. The loser will be second in this group, which means you go through to the playoffs in a little bit of a different position. The next thing to think about, well, 3rd place. The 3rd place also goes through, but you go into the losers bracket. So you kind of go to the playoffs with no lifeline. Nonetheless, let's see how this is going to go. I'm really excited to watch TheMista's Tsukiyomi. I don't think we've had a chance yet to really watch it. So there's always something that he does with these new civs that you just don't see other players doing. And I'm interested if he's actually going to be doing something like that, or if it'll be something else. I don't know. We'll see. He's coming in. He's got his kitsune searching around here, looking for just a little bit of information, a little bit of a goat count at the moment. It is 12 goats for TheMista. On the other side here, it is 6 goats for Tunison, as he does get a little bit unlucky here. He misses those goats, or unlucky is one way to say it. Not paying attention is another way to say it, as he misses those 2. And this is a big advantage here for TheMista, as the Miko's coming out. Kagura comes through for Tunison. And now we see Inari Okami for the Tsukiyomi. Not really surprised to see that. He's got himself 1 shrine, 2 shrine. Not going too overly greedy on those. He's going to be able to drop this shrine onto this position and hit the majority of these berries. I think he misses this one, but it's still like a really nice shrine position. At the top, you can see this shrine hitting a whole bunch of chicken, as well as the wood line. So they're going to be that's going to be a very, very effective Miko there at 0.11 favor. At the top here, you aren't seeing Tunison going for long on this one. He's actually looking for relics here. As he comes forward, he's picked up the tail feathers of heaven, making his infantry a little bit stronger. And he grabs this relic as well, which is Gugnir Odin's spear. This does make the Yeti spearmen stronger, but that's about it. As the second age now in, there's a guardhouse up for TheMista. Let's kick this game off. So already something a little bit different. He has to be prepared for dealing with the Ameno Usume weasel shenanigans here. That's the thing he's got to be careful with. He's not really able to put a huge amount of pressure onto Tunison with his early advance. Yes, he's got an extra kitsune out. He gets that for free. He's going to be looking for some pokes in. But with a Miko, it's really not... You're really not going to be able to get all too much damage in as the kitsune come through, and the villagers will just return back to the wood line here. Meanwhile, this Miko is looking for another relic. There's the fur of Boit down the bottom, which gives the healable healers a regen rate, which is very nice as well. Meanwhile, the Juragumo is on an expedition here, sneaking around. I reckon he's going to go around this backside here. If we take a quick look at what Tunison can actually see, he's not going to be able to see this Juragumo coming until this moment. But he does already have house, stable, dojo, the Juragumo coming in. Will he notice this? Could be a very early villager loss, as the villagers will pull into the tower nicely with the Mikols coming over here now. The villagers onto this side pulling back, and now the Juragumo is just going to say, well, time to just run. He's going to come and pick up a villager. It doesn't really matter so long as he heals it quickly here. He's just got to heal it up. Chucks it over onto the Kitsune onto this side as 1 tap, 2 taps, and that will be a dead villager as the Juragumo to pull back home. I thought he was going to be able to heal it and keep it alive, but went for the damage on the Juragumo instead, and Mr. draws first blood. As is so often the case, he is so dominant with these sorts of moves. As the Kamatachi will be able to deal with the Juragumo now, as the return trade comes through. And those Naginata riders are in full force right now as the Kamatachi falls. 1 villager not quite going down, and the Naginata riders say, okay, we can't hang in here just yet. Got to keep those villagers safe there. That's a very low HP villager. Nonetheless, now Tunison charging forward, and I think the Mr. knows he can't really be taking these fights. He loses a Bushi there as Tunison is on top of those Naginata riders. Another Bushi over onto this side can go down very quickly here as well, as he's trying to just poke everything back. And now Tunison will pull back up to his top. We'll see the villagers making their way over onto this hunt. Dangerous, but he's going to go for it. Mr. on the other hand, inside of his main base, slowly starting to spread out here. He is still building himself Naginata riders. He's pre-queued up Hachiman, but a marker coming down for the Hachiman to come through as the Kamatachi will sneak in here, and that is going to be a dead Kamatachi there as he does decide to actually solar shield it. Not necessarily the best of moves, but a move nonetheless, as you're giving a lot of Bushido actually over. You're giving a lot of Bushido over to your opponent there. You can actually see the advantage heavily in the Mister's favor now after all of the fighting that's happened. Now from here, the Mister still has a lot of wood income. If he wants to go heroic gauge, he might want to pull those villagers onto food, but he might also be just saving up anyways. A little bit of a later advance time, less movement on his economy. He'll spend all that wood in the heroic age or something like that. So now basically what Tunison needs to do is he needs to get some raids in right now. No real units on the back, but just a couple of Yeti spearmen there to defend, a couple of Bushi as well on the defense. To the top side here, the Naginata riders are going to be looking to hit this main base here too. And now the villagers will pull back. Can he keep them alive? It looks like 1 villager will end up falling up onto this spot. Even more raids to come through. And it's just a handful of Naginata riders causing a lot of problems in the main base here. In fact, Tunison's economy is completely idled from that one little raid. Turns around, snipes the low HP villager as well, and then pulls out, doesn't lose much HP on that Naginata rider. Over onto this side now, Tunison coming through. Can he get that defense in? Or at least some revenge in, as Hachiman is well and truly on the way. And I think Tunison is in for a very difficult time moving forward. He's got 2 on the Musha out at the moment. And there will be almost immediately 4 Tengu on the map. Plus also the Shogun. Now Tunison is in full attack mode coming through. We see any attempt at hiding what's coming through. It just builds the Tengu. He's getting himself his upgrade in. Now he drops it onto the Temple. The Temple going to get targeted down, but that is not going to be dying anytime soon there, as Swampland does get dropped, and that forces Tunison back for the time being. And can Tunison win this fight is the big question. Naginata Riders coming over here as the Bushi do pull those units over the Kappas there, as the army on the front line slowly starting to die. The Ondamusha managing to pick another unit there as the Shogun now to come through. Turns around, gets a couple of smacks back here. As the Naginata Riders to poke in onto the back line. Some low HP Naginata Riders could get a little cheeky bit of solar shield on them, but not going to be going for it. Just continuing to take the fight in the center of the map, trying to work that Bushido through. But it looks like it's not enough here for Tunison, and TheMista has found himself an incredible advantage now moving forward here. And Tunison does say in that moment there, the game is done. I'm not exactly sure what the plan here was from Tunison, to be honest. Not sure what the plan was. I think I would have preferred to see him go for Mina Katatomi in this specific matchup. Turtle up. Play for the turtle. Get yourself the heroes out. Get yourself towers up. Those sorts of things. And look for a big fight later on, like with mass units or something like that. But yeah. Doesn't quite work out for Tunison in this one. Mr. Too powerful for game number one. Move into game number two and see what they're going to pick. Alrighty. So our next matchup is going to be Hades versus Fushi on the map Giza. Hades versus Fushi on the map Giza. Hades versus Fushi. Alrighty. Now, this is a matchup I played the other day, and I felt like it was kind of okay for Hades, funnily enough, but it was a difficult one. You had to play a very nice defense. We'll see how it goes. Tunison is Brazilian, but he lives in the Americas. He lives in the United States. It's not my, I'm not wrong. You're wrong. Let me just double check this. Tunison. Yeah, it says he's United States, my dude. All right. Look, he might be Brazilian, but he's living in America. That's where I'm going. He's playing on an American account. If I look up the Rapple, who he's currently in Austria. He is playing on an Austrian account. We have to change Rappel from Greece to Austria. I don't know. If Tunison's complaining about him being American, then he's going to have to tell me. All right, these guys are on the way for game number 2. All right, so we've got Hades Fushi. On the map Giza, so it's a nice defensive map. Fushi is not the best defensive Egyptian. Not Egyptian. The Fushi is not the best defensive Chinese god because he doesn't have access to that earth wall. But that doesn't mean... My brain is stopping working right now. Let me brain this. Just give me a second. Fushi, not the best defensive god because no earth wall, but it's okay because he's got Juan Nu, which is like the eco god in a very big way. The eco god in a very big way. So you get that reincarnation technology, which basically makes all of your military units worth or cost 20% less or something. Super, super good technology. You can also play one town center here with a whole bunch of chillin', which is really hard for Hades to deal with. So you don't even have to play into a whole bunch of Qualfu. You've got that myth unit angle as well to go for. Normally I've found going 2TC, if the map allows for it, to be the best way to go for Hades. If your map is bad and you don't have a good second gold mine, then things are a bit tough. You have to play more one town center type ideas. But yeah, nonetheless. Alrighty. Off to the races. We go into game number 2. Alrighty. We've got Mr. in the top right hand, or just in the right hand corner of the map, and he's going to be playing his Greek here. He goes into Hades. On the left hand corner of the map, we've got Tunison playing as Fushi. And the map is Giza. And yeah, first game there, pretty dominantly going the Mister's way. So we'll see here if Tunison is going to be able to strike back with the Chinese here or not. The Mister does drop himself the storehouse. He also puts a granary up onto this side. He might be going for something completely different here than the fast Vaults of Erebus. But then again, he also might not be. As he loves to do some... He does have that pre-queued, so it's going to be a Vaults of Erebus build. Mr. likes to do things just a little bit differently than everyone else. Nonetheless, we'll check some relics out. Over here we've got the Blanket of Empress Zoe, which is a bit of building crush vulnerability there. Got the Anvil of Hephaestus here, which is going to be the armory gold cost getting reduced. Over here we've got the Nose of the Sphinx, which is going to be some hit points for the buildings going up by 15%. And finally we have Gungnir Odin's Spear, which is going to be Herdman, Hoplite, Spearmen, Catapulties, etc., 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 getting some bonus there. As the villagers here finish up on the gold mine. He's going to drop his temple over here. It's a little bit late. He's overgathered gold just a little bit. Not the biggest of deals, but nonetheless. Yeah, you don't have to... Okay, so in my build, where I value scouting as well. I need to get as many goats as I can. Getting out onto the map is the most important thing here for Hades. I don't care about the speed of the Vaults of Erebus in the slightest. I just want my goats. You can put 4 villagers onto wood and gold, and then the next 3 over onto food, and put a granary down, and you're fine. You don't have any idle towns at a time. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure, but that is possible. Yeah, I know John Arbiter knows Hades inside and out. I think Mr. can get a couple of lessons from him. It's gonna be fine. All right. Temple now coming up for Tunison as he is going for a 3 Qualfu opening, it looks like. And he does decide Chi-Yao as the god of choice. Must say, in this matchup, I say this for most matchups. The only matchups I like Chi-Yao for are matchups where there's going to be some cavalry coming my way. Against Hades, they don't normally go cavalry. Zhen Nu is the better choice in this matchup. Nonetheless, Athena on the way. Pretty competitive time here as the Ajax also going to come through. As let's have a look at what Mr. actually sees. He's missed the majority of the relics here on the map.
Etimos.
He could come over and grab this one. He has spotted that. The Nose of the Sphinx is nice. A lot of this matchup, from what in my experience, is just defense and surviving. So extra hit points on your buildings is going to be really nice. And nonetheless, it does somewhat look like it's going to be a far second town center here for our Fushi player. Drop some military camp actually first. And over onto this side, Mr. comes in and he's going to be hitting the Gazelle away. Says, excuse you, if you're not going to be dealing... I'll fix my chair, it's really annoying. If you're not going to be putting these things in the right spot, we're going to deal with that. Imperial Academy coming in. Tunison now getting himself out some halberdier and all the other good stuff as the Ajax wandering around, looking menacingly
Léger.
at all the other good stuff here. Up onto the top side. Minotaur versus Yatsa. What is happening? Tunison, I must say, you play versus TheMista, and unless you're used to it, unless you've played versus TheMista a bunch, which not a lot of players have, you really do make some very simple mistakes here. Losing a Yatsa this early on versus Hades is a no-go. This is something that very much does not happen. And now the Achilles, Ajax here getting huge value. This halberdier wandering off into the edge of the map. Yeah, now we do now have Najjar in. Now Najjar is an amazing counter to these heroes. Super valuable. You can basically trade one Najjar into the Achilles and the Ajax, no problems. And these units are just going to be pulling back. We do see Zom through. As we will have a couple of Toxotes now coming through. There's lots and lots of gold in the bank here for TheMista. He normally saves this stuff up for something important, but in this position, what is he going for? You might be thinking about a heroic age. Aphrodite seems good. Get yourself the Nemean Lion. Get yourself your ballistics. Get yourself a curse. As the Achilles will be leaving the base ever so slightly before coming back. The Achilles just comes in and just smacks the fire arch. Like, I'll just take one little clip of damage there. No need to really do much else. Wait. Does our main man Tunison has got... Oh, he's got a town center. Okay, he's got a town center coming up. His villagers are finishing over off into this position. We do see the Minotaur wandering into the main base as Tunison in some trouble now. He's got to move all of his villagers off of the resources here. A Pioneer would not go astray. This Minotaur is almost down. But just yet again, for the second time in this game, one tiny mistake, one lapse of scouting, and the Minotaur sneaks through. Najjar is in. Will be probably a dead Minotaur after all is said and done. Though they have to maybe turn around and actually kill off the Achilles. And even here, now the Achilles can run away. Not even a problem. Will he be able to get away? Kinda. I think he will. Unless you animation cancel it, you will be able to get away. And now the Minotaur is out of here. Huge value for TheMista. And he is actually now going Aphrodite. But a second town center up for Tunison. He is over onto this gold mine on the bottom side of the map. I'd love to see a nice wall here. Maybe even thinking about grabbing the Peach Blossom Spring to get that food in and going heroic age as fast as possible. Not a bad idea. Yeah, Aphrodite is so good. You actually, I almost guarantee you'll see Mr. at some point get himself that golden apples deck and have a huge amount of villagers on favor. So Mr. just gets max value out of every little bit of unit that he's got here. Looking forward to poking this one because he does have that curse. He can just attack anywhere, but he doesn't know that there's villagers on that food here, it looks like. You see a Minotaur coming down to the bottom side. There's, hello there, Qualfu. This Minotaur will die to the Qualfu if he wants to just turn around and throw stones at it. Wait, one is not going to be enough, though. Obviously feels like... Wait, is it dead? Never mind. Okay, never mind. This is big problems here. We are seeing the villagers wandering forward here. Ford Fortress going to be coming up. One dead Qualfu onto this side as well. I think if he had both the Qualfus attacking it, he would have won that fight, but alas, not the case, as the Achilles trying its best to path block. Crazy micro from TheMista, and the headbutt comes through as two Qualfu are down. Two Qualfu. Now onto this side, Fortress 30 seconds from completion. Does Tunison see this? He's got no idea. He's got no idea. Gormang on the way. This is good. Gormang in straight into a whole bunch of those, what are they called? The crossbows, the siege crossbows to try and push your way out of this position. I mean, look at these units. They're all basically dead. As the Najjar goes down, he will be able to rebuild that one for cheap. Better rebuild it, otherwise it's going to cost him 300 gold. Another military camp coming up. All of a sudden, Nemean Lion over onto this side. And now the Petropolis start taking down this second town center of Tunison. Tunison does still have 1,300 food over there. He's going to bail on the town center. Pulls all of the villagers off it as the Nemean Lion will be in hot pursuit. But Tunison basically has no better option other than to just retreat here. He does have that Peach Blossom Spring. In fact, he says, I'm going to leave that town center. I'll go for your main town center. If you're going to bail that early, let me kill off your main town center. Is the Tau. This is a nice little option here to sort of push the Petropoli back, but you have to manually control that special ability there. As the curse gets dropped and it hits the Tau. Now no options here for Tunis, and he does get another Tau out, however. Also that late Najjar there. Not ideal. The town center on that side is going to be going down. Peltas coming through. Toxotes coming through. His lightning weapons gets dropped down, but restoration is quickly coming through as well. All those low HP units are going to be getting back up to half HP at the very least as the Nemean Lion does end up going down. You have to remember there is this town center up over here, but it is about to fall. To the back, a ballet getting dropped. There is a gold mine over here you could potentially go for. At the moment, Tunison does still have a fairly hefty villager advantage. So long as he can get to a gold mine, get some units out, this is not simple for TheMista. He has to get some actual tangible damage done. Of course, killing off 2 town centers is tangible damage. But some villager kills would go very, very nice. Very, very quickly here. Up onto the top side. Kavoth trying to grab this town center, but TheMista is already after it. The White Horse Cavalry, at the very least, will be somewhat of a assistance over here. The army can slowly start moving around and trying to put a stop to all of that. There's more White Horse Cavalry on the way. Going down, the White Horse Cavalry will be able to catch out the Petropolis at the very least, as they do get left alone here. Just trying to pick off all of this. He gets 2 taken out, and then he has to pull back. Good win there for Tunison. So he'll try and bring himself back ever so slightly. He's sneaking onto a gold mine at the top of the map here. Not a bad idea. Kavoth running straight into the firing line of all of those arrows there. As the villagers have to come through onto this top side. Does have to delete a military building to make that happen. Does TheMista know there's a gold mine at the top? He doesn't know there's a gold mine at the top here. He should, because there's a gold mine at the bottom of the map. But that's easier said than actually noticed in an actual game. He gets up onto this gold mine now. Slowly starting to get that gold through. 52 villages to 45. Military differential obviously favoring TheMista. If we take a look at, he's got his golden apples in. As the army over here for Tunison does get caught out, as TheMista is red hot on that tower. And that's gigantic there, as the White Horse Cavalry coming over onto this spot. He's going to try and bail through here and get onto those Toxotes, but this is not the fight to be taking. And Tunison's army gets obliterated there. Now TheMista says, all right, I've had enough of this game. Let me come take your main town center. And Tunison does oblige. Hey, no, I'm not going to let you have that. I'm going to tap out. GG. Man, what a masterclass here. I mean, this game, similar to the first game in a lot of ways. These sneaky myth unit movements, sneaky movements with the army, catching Tunison out. Like this position here with this gold mine down the bottom. If the wall was up, this would never have been a problem. Tunison had the resources. He just didn't throw the wall down. There was never been a Minotaur that comes through. Would have never lost those Kavoth, for example. If you'd had a hero back, like a pioneer or something, and the Minotaur comes into his main base, he would never have had to pull back with his army to deal with it. That would have been dead. Even if he just built it when he saw the Minotaur coming through, so many options there. And then on top of that, the way that TheMista comes in with that Achilles as well to prevent the Najjar from chasing down the Minotaur. And look at this. The Minotaur is literally still alive with 753 damage in this game. That's the most wild part about this. How much value he got, and it's still alive. Nonetheless, let's jump into the draft and see what's going to get picked for game number 3. Next map is going to be on Mirage, and it's going to be a Gaia or a Zeus versus Gaia game here. So a Zeus versus Gaia game for game 3. So already, I mean, we've seen how good Zeus, how good the Hades was for TheMista in that last game. TheMista on Zeus for Mirage is obviously going to be quite interesting as well. I'm intrigued as to how Mr. is going to be using those tricks that he does, that he uses on a land map, on the water map. Like normally he does like we saw in that first game with Tsukiyomi, he advanced a little bit quicker, put some early pressure on. He snuck the Jiragumo in, picked off some villages. That second game here with the Hades, he sneaks the Minotaur in. Now, this is not unique to TheMista, by the way. There's other players that do this. Kavoth does this. Recon does this. Rappel does this. Matador does this. If you get that myth unit snuck in with nothing in there, then all of a sudden you get max value. I think the difference might be the decision making from TheMista, where he probably scouts that the Najjar is forward and he goes, all right, let's sneak around and we'll get into the main base there. But nonetheless, not exactly sure what's happening with these guys at the moment. Yeah, we don't have a game lobby just yet, so it's going to be just a little bit of time. No, I mean, the secret to playing against TheMista is you just have to be very aware that he's going to come at you. Like TheMista doesn't care who you are. He's coming at you, and he's gonna make sure he makes the right call, and he's gonna take you out. That's the thing. Zeus is fine against Gaia. I mean, look, it depends on what these guys are really doing. One thing that I think a lot of players do struggle with is they go into these games with a little bit too much of a plan. I think you have to have an open mind as to what you're going to do. So lately we've been seeing on this map Gaia going fast heroic into mass Contarius, which I don't think is going to have a huge amount of success versus TheMista Zeus. But we'll see. Alrighty, so these guys are off to the races here. And I will put the timer on. I mean, there's lots of things that can go wrong on this map, in this matchup. You really have to read the map, make a decision as to what you're going to go for. I know that if you take what, so there's like a couple of people in like the Mr. Circle, right? If you take something that you saw from Eric, who was in the Mr. Circle, he was training with the Mr. with Zeus, played Zeus on this map a few times. Eric loved to go for the fast second town center on this map. Generally, it's a good idea. It's not a good idea every single time because the map does change. You can get good second town center maps. You can get awful second town center maps. So I think if the Mr. gets that good map, that good gold mine spawn, he'll just happily take 2 TC, play a defensive game. We have not yet seen him do that. I mean, at this moment, I don't even know if Tunison is necessarily playing like super bad. He's just like he's getting the misted. Do you know what I mean? Like you're gonna miss a Minotaur walking into your base every other game. Like it's gonna happen. You're gonna get that. That's gonna happen. You have to make good decisions to react to that and things like that. Of course he made mistakes, but who doesn't make mistakes? Especially when you're playing against someone who's like 2.5k elo. He's literally 2.5k elo. Like he's just better than everyone else. Anyways, so you have to play an insanely good game against the Mr. that I actually beat him. You can't make mistakes. No mistakes allowed. Or you have to force the Mr. to make mistakes. Nonetheless, we're going to be getting into game number 3. The Mr. is currently undefeated in this tournament thus far. Not just in series, but in games as well. Will Tunison be able to take the first win off of, or give Mr. his first L in this tournament? Let's find out. In the left-hand corner of the map, the Mr. spawns with his Zeus. One interesting idea here, and I'm not surprised the Mr. didn't do it. It's a little bit niche. You can shoot the gazelle onto the dock and use this as your granary, saving you 50 wood here. Just saying, you could do that. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. We are on the map Mirage. Mirage is the map. It does spawn with some back fish. Nice and safe. And all that other good stuff. Alright, let's check out the relics. And then we'll talk about the map and what that's going to bring us. We've got the Ankh of Ra over here, which is going to be some favor trickle. Over onto this one, they've got that Demeter's Throne, making the storehouses, houses a little bit cheaper. Over onto this side, we have the Little Crow Circle, which makes your food and gold cost minus 50% for the weapon upgrades in the armory only. And then finally, Blue Crystal Shard, which makes the villagers gather rate on gold and wood go up by 5%. So, map spawn. Mr. getting his scouting in. Scouts all the way back because he knows there is a chance there is a gold mine here. And he does note it. And he goes, okay, fantastic. Not only there is a gold mine here, but there are 3 rhinos. This town center is as good as it gets. Probably has to eat the rhinos back here, but he's going to be able to do that. I imagine he's going to be going for a defensive game here. He might surprise me and do something very different. Have to wait and see. Now, on the other side, Tunison also does spot himself having this gold mine. There's not really any problems with you just saying, okay, well, why don't we go 2TC fast heroic and do exactly the same strategy as we would normally, but with 2TC instead. So instead of just doing that one town center fast heroic through Thea into Mascontarius, why not do it off of 2TC? I don't know. I think it's a good idea. Not terrible. Nonetheless, just a couple more fishing ships to come through for the Mr. He's got 3 more to build. He's got 3 more in queue. On the other side here for Tunison, he's got also 5 more to build, but he's probably already got some upgrades coming in. He's already got hand axe, pickaxe. So, nice boosted economy here early on for Tunison, as obviously the Mr. can't really afford to do that. He'll drop his temple next. And we'll see exactly what his plan is going to be. Now, often, whenever the Mr. does these, like, if he's going to go to town center, he might surprise me with something else. But normally when he does these things, it's always some sort of pressure into the town center. So he might go for, like, Jason Heracles, Minotaur attack, and maybe then also drop a military academy, get some hoplites, a handful, and then drop the town center or something like that. That's often what he does. But he also might not. He's got all the villagers on gold at the moment, all the villagers on wood, just a handful on food, advancing through Athena. Got himself that per scene pre-queued. And it's going to be a 5-minute-ish advance time. On the other side, already Oceanus to come through for Tunison. Now, I have been saying, we've been seeing a lot of fast heroics here from Gaia. You don't have to do that. There's also stick it out in the classical age. No problems. Why not? Like if your opponent, like if TheMista wants to go 2TC here, can I not just crash through this with a whole bunch of Murmillo and a whole bunch of Caladria? I think the answer is a resounding yes there, 9 times out of 10. And then all I have to do is make sure that I catch the villagers and we're in a good spot. Nevertheless, Tunison does actually decide it is town center season. He's got the rhinos, he's got the gold mine, he's also got this oracle sitting just out of line of sight over here. He will need to move forward here if he wants to do anything on this. The Minotaur coming over, and we do see the oracle moving forward. Town center has been spotted here. Has to drop Carnivora soon if he wants to. He's charging forward to see if there's any sort of heroes on this position. There is the Minotaur. Drops the Carnivora down over here, and that does get immediately bolted as the Oracle will get headbutted away before getting chased down as into the main base. We don't actually see any of that early stuff that I was talking about. It does grab himself Blue Crystal Shard, which is nice. Big boost of economy there. And TheMista will be able to spot the town center coming up for Tunison. It is going to be 2 TCs apiece. So no need for a crazy defensive game here for TheMista. So the question is going to be, all right, well, what do we do next? Are we going to go Hoplites? Are we going to go Heroic Age? Are we going to go Hippias? Probably not. We're going to get all our upgrades and then think about what happens next. For Tunison here, the sort of goal in this matchup, in a lot of the Atlantean two town center versus 2 town center matchups, the sort of goal is get me to tier 2 economic upgrades. And with Gaia, it's actually get me to tier 3 economic upgrades. As yet again, the Minotaur, just what? Like, how are you getting where's the Caladria? How are we losing? What are you doing over here? How is he getting attacked? This never happens. Obviously, he wants to see what his opponent is doing, but if you just get an extra Caladria. Anyways, Apollo will be coming through. Rhea on the way. Up to the top here. One cheeky little Heracles causing some problems. As I believe these rhinos will be very much caught underneath the town center. A nice play here from Tunison. Very, very calm. Gets everything sorted. Both players will be heading to the Heroic Age, so it will be an interesting sort of 2TC fast heroic thing. Now, this does open up avenues for 2TC fast mythic. So, I don't know, let me walk, while there's not much going on, let me walk you through some strategic theory for Age Mythology and most of the other Age of Empires games as well, I think. If your opponent goes 2TC, you can go 2TC yourself. If your opponent goes 2TC, if you go 2TC, you see your opponent go 2TC, now you can go Heroic Age. Or you can go 3TC. If you both go 2TC and you both go Heroic Age, well, now you can both go Mythic Age, or you can spam units and try and kill your opponent. So there's the kind of 2 options at the moment now. But in Age of Mythology, if you get that Mythic Age off after all of this, then Lightning Storm can break all of that stuff. See this Heracles still just trying to get little bits of damage done. The Millos will be moving up here to defend for the time being. There's Apollo coming through for TheMista. Pegasus coming in as well. Got ourselves the Bite of the Shark, Frontline Heroics. And the Mister is going to be wandering forward here, looking for something with all of this, all of these units to do. Galadriel is still just getting his own her own scouting in. Galadriel versus Pegasus is kind of a similar unit. Of course, the Galadriel can heal and stuff, but Pegasus is very quick at 5 speed. That's that 4.8 speed of the Galadriel. As a Palace up onto this position to defend. I kind of doubt we'll see the Mythic Age for Tunison or the Mister here. He's getting all of his upgrades. And you can see he's trying to stay competitive here. But Tunison, as you can see, goes straight for the tier 3 upgrades. Super important here as the villagers will make their way up to the top. Another palace going down here. This is very, very defensive from Tunison. Double fort, double palace on this position. In the main base here, of course there is the underworld. Of course there is. So he needs a palace on this spot. He needs a palace to defend this. The main base is sort of open, but you've got enough towers here, get watchtowers, and that's going to be somewhat of a defense. The Mister scouting with the Pegasus. Nothing really here. Of course, as well, a whole bunch of destroyers or even fanatics aren't a terrible idea here for Tunison. You can get that technology here and go into fanatics. As we see Helios pre-queued. Tunison wants his Mythic Age. Ontarius over here do get greeted in the middle of the map. Over onto this side. Another palace coming down for Tunison. He is full palace gaming at the moment. And Mister is literally already over here spotting this going up. And this is going to be Underworld Passage. It has to be. That's 5 citizen there. Is he going to be fast enough? He gets his units into position now. No. No Underworld. There are a couple of Arcus already over here. We do have Horns of Consecration coming through, so it will be Fanatics. Another palace for Tunison. He is literally full palace gaming. As the Fanatic numbers will slowly start to come out. He's got to distract with Contarius. The units here fending off Tunison at the pass, but he misses it. Mister's paying attention to something else here. As at the very least, the Contarius will come through, and now the Mister pushing into the main base. He's got to make something happen with this army before all the Fanatics come through, because these will devastate those hoplites. So military barracks will come down. Contarius is searching around. We do have Mister in position to defend his resources over here. No problems there. Military barracks coming up, going down for Tunison. The main base is also open. No palace here. Maybe he needs to drop another one. Alternatively, he can just come over and actually defend himself. But does he have enough stuff here? It's 5.2k military resource value to 3.4k. Temple going to go down. Upgrades coming through. Got that Aegis shield. Heavy infantry. The Mister going after the main town center here as the citizens going to be falling. There is a Carnivora. There is a traitor. He steals away the Manticore onto this spot. As the Mister here has so many more units than Tunison does. Restoration coming through. Yes, he's fighting underneath the town center, but look at the military resources just falling here for Tunison. He pulls back. As the Arcus trying to poke these units down. Fanatics getting in, doing what they can. The town center with all those citizens garrisoned inside does hit somewhat hard, but there's just so many units and Tunison just does not have an answer to the Mr. Zeus here. The one weakness in his position was that main base. The one weakness. And the Mr. says, hey, hang on. If you're going to put four palaces up to the top, so I'll just kill your main base. Tunison pulls his citizen back into these towers here. They're going to be going down. And Tunison, unfortunately, for Age of Mythology fans, left, right, and center, we do not see a defeat for the Mr. in the group stages. The Mr. will finish this group stage 9-0. 9 wins, 0 losses, 3 series wins. Doing it in style. Shows off the Zeus, the Hades. He's got it all, man. I mean, here's the thing. These palace here, this was the mistake from Tunison. He defended this position. He defended this position. He needed to defend this position next. And then he can just sit back and he can mass up these fanatics that he wanted. And he's not in a rush. Right? This gold mine, 600 gold left in it. Don't have to be up here just yet. Get yourself the full army. And then we push forward with that army. And then we're good to go. But, man, the Mr. makes it look so easy. It's not. This is not simple. It's not easy. But a well-played game from the Mr. Better luck next time for Tunison. But he's not out of the tournament. And not only that, he's not really that much worse off. He comes second in the group. Means he goes onto the playoffs with another life intact. Nonetheless, if you guys are enjoying this series, enjoying this cast, enjoying the tournament, all the other good stuff, make sure you hit the follow button on the Twitch. If you're on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Well, that was all she wrote for. That was all she wrote for the games today. It's been literally 8 hours. The Mr. is he sees my stream schedule. He says, you know what, Boit, 8 hours of streaming. That's all you're gonna do today. And I'm like, all right, no worries. 8 hours of streaming it is. I'll head off. I'm gonna send you guys now over to my Age of Empires 4 buddies. So don't you guys go nowhere. Let me just have a quick look. I'm going to send you guys over to the PK Clan TV. These guys are hosting a pretty big tournament at the moment. So make sure you guys stick around and give it a watch and see what it feels like. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more games. Have a fantastic rest of your day and all the other good stuff that comes with that. Bye for now. Bye-bye. Bye.